Hello. What's up? We got a best of 9 against Danican today. But before we go into that, we got some matches here from the new player tournament that I want to go over. This is the reward for the new player tournaments. Just a minor thing. You get your games cast. So we'll take a look, maybe give some feedback, enjoy the sick plays, and then we dive headfirst into the death match between Danican. But while we wait, Vampire Coast versus Ogre Kingdoms. This was the semifinals of tiebreakers, I believe. The Araness Assaults fight has been taken. She has all hands hoy. We have Manan's Luck, Spearfisher's Net, 18-second net, can only be cast on ground units. How have you been? I've been doing good. Felt pretty productive this weekend. Still want to get more editing as always, but overall feeling pretty nice. Fleet Captain with the taunt, Gaze of Nagash. Are we gonna see some Gaze of Nagash action on the Firebelly? He has Burning Head, of course. Man, a lot of abilities. Look at Eruption, the Fire Breath. Are they going to be used? We'll see. Burning Head on Depth Guard. Not very effective, sadly. These guys have a bit too much armor for Burning Head. Oh, but the dodge into the Burning Head. What a classic. This is a new player tournament, by the way. Of course, we appreciate anyone that is willing to try a new player tournament, because you're putting yourself in a very exposed position here, right? To be judged by the viewers, but I bet many of you would play much worse, as the Blood Vultures do go in on the gunnery mob. The thing is, though, shotguns from the Rotting Prometheans will be able to support. We got some pistol mobs helping out too. The formation of the Vampire Coast is in a little bit of disarray, though. I'm noticing Ogre Bulls just plowing right through the zombie pirates. And now the warm embrace of the ogres begins. But oh, look at that. One Blood Vulture gets routed off. The standby Rotting Prometheans actually shot them to death. We have the Saber Tusks, but can they actually beat a normal unit of infantry? Maybe not. Another Burning Head drops. I think the Vampire Coast might be holding it. I think it really depends on if these guys crumble, but it looks like the Saber Tusks are going to be getting routed off. Golg is in good HP, though. These are just deck hands, but look at that. Another Depth Guard has been summoned onto the battlefield. One of them is already farming up a load of value against Ogre Bulls. Okay, maybe not that much value. But look at that, Saber Tusks. 500 gold unit gets routed off by a 250 gold unit. The brutality. Optimally, you don't send in these lighter cav units into enemy infantry. That can be quite painful. Tourney, what's up? What's up? We're just getting our new player semis and finals cast before we go into the big tourney. He did actually use the breath attack. He used the fire breath on the zombie pirate gunnery mob. It did about 50 damage, killing off like 2 entities. Was it worth it? The ability costs like 100, I think. Aranessa gets in. Honestly, I do love seeing the abilities, even though they usually don't do well. It's always nice seeing a little bit of off-meta stuff. Saber Tusks, though, they're definitely having a hard time. They don't really do that well against the undead. Noblars and Bulls, though, doing pretty good. And Ogres do have a triple cap. That's pretty spooky. That is an Ogre Kingdom specialty, by the way. Their ability to easily capture points is pretty rough for many factions. But if Vampire Coast can rout them off, they're good. Look at that, though. Many of the great ones. Oh, there's the other ability. He used the Eruption. Holy crap, he used the Eruption. 25 damage, 15-meter radius. Did nothing to the Depth Guard. Normal Gaze of Nagash almost immediately kills this guy. Those abilities are not the same. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I like that he's using the abilities. They're just not really doing anything though. But he is actually using the abilities, which is actually quite a micro tax. So impressive for Sven Spear here. We got some black spot on the battlefield now too. And the fighting started so early that the ogres might just get tabled here. You know, they've been fighting on the Vampire Coast side of the map the whole time. That means that they can't reinforce very easily. That means that the Vampire Coast is slowly coming back in. New meta is being created. The Fire Belly, Breath Attack, Eruption meta. I think the Fire Breath, you probably can get more value out of it. But this guy's just so expensive, a lot of people don't even run him. And look at that, Vampire Coast is just such a menace. Oh my gosh, the gun line. Deleting the poor vultures. Flanking Vampire Coast, definitely very sketchy. They do rout you off pretty effectively. As the man-eater great weapons are getting kind of wrecked too. Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs are pretty high. Very good against large targets. Because we got these shotgun guys on top of the crabs. Got some hand cannons. So they just point blank shotgun you while you're fighting crabs. It's terrifying. Dionysian, what's up? But yeah, looking pretty sus. The Carronade even lived. Oh my god, the Carronade's actually gonna keep shooting the ogres. It has the extra powder. There's a shot. Cannonball. Whiffs. It absolutely whiffs. What was that? It went right in between their formation. Absolute garbage. Firebelly came back too. The Fellbats. Fellbats are fighting him. Does he have? Man, he doesn't have the damage effect. That would have actually helped versus Fellbat so much. He might still win though. And there we go. Yeah, this is a classic. When you're the defender in domination, the classic is to win the value trading and then capture the points later. If you capture your first point before the 1,000 mark, you're doing pretty good. Over yonder, Sirens, Morngulls. Morngulls do cause terror now. They used to not. Or they used to, then they got nerfed. Then they got unnerfed. Oh my gosh, Slaanesh DLC, please. Thing is, everyone's gonna start playing Slaanesh again. I don't want that. I want Slaanesh to myself. But yeah, this is looking pretty sus for the Ogre Kingdoms. That's a double cap now. Now the Vampire Coast is gonna have like 7 minutes to take this last point. Once you're down to 1 point, these tickets go real slow. Only 60 per minute. 1 per second. Yeah, they're gonna be here for like 9 minutes actually. That's crazy. So unless this battle goes on for twice as long somehow, Vampire Coast is probably winning. Although look at that. So they're on the offensive now, which means they'll probably be trading down. Aranessa dies to gold. Anti-large my butt. Aranessa, what are you doing? How could you? Why are you so bad? Oh my gosh. She died to gold. He doesn't. Oh, he does have anti-infantry. Oh, maybe that's why. 25 bonus versus infantry. Absurd. Insane. And the Fire Belly lives still. I can't believe it. Oh yeah, October 32nd. The DLC will never arrive. Oh, okay, I see what you're doing there. But yeah, yo. Surely it comes out soon, right? I can't believe Hades 2 and Silksong are coming out before this DLC. Hades 2 and Silksong came out before Norska got a DLC. I don't know how to feel about that, but Cannonball's firing on in. Depth Guard, unfortunately, kind of underperforming, although they generally did actually get a lot of value due to their heal cap. But in the grind against gold, not so pretty. Sirens are in though. There's not a lot of magic damage on the Ogre Kingdom's roster, so Sirens will be pretty good. These here ghost ladies, quite the menace. They also cause terror, which makes everything route so much easier. Isn't Hades 2 already out? I mean the full release. So Hades early access is going right now. They don't have the full story. just the main gameplay loop. But the full 1.0 release is coming out later this month, like real soon. Like real soon as in like, is it already out? September 25th. It's coming out in 3 days. Very exciting indeed. Feather Belly's kind of getting molts. Yo, is this game actually going to go on until like the 18-minute mark? Ogre Kingdoms might actually pull back here. They're making a bad dash for this point. Vampire Coast got some sick early plays, but their late game, and this is usually what you see with newer players, their aggression is usually a little bit on the weaker side. Not because they're just bad at aggression, it's because aggression is quite hard. It can be quite difficult to play on the aggro because you have to constantly reposition to get into a good fight. Look at that, Sirens are actually getting driven off. Are the Ogres actually winning this? Are the Ogres actually winning that? This is 2,000 value lead getting squandered. Vultures are crumbling all the zombies. Aranus is back, but what could you do? Another zombie dies. Ogres capturing the second point. Holy crap. Yo, these games are way more interesting than high level games. I love it. Wonder if game designers realize that releasing an early access without a story finish gives me a strong impression that they don't care about the writing, and thus makes me more likely to skip the game. Yeah, but with like Hades, it's kind of different. It's kind of different. They just don't have the ending of the story. So the way that they did it was they release like the beginning of the story, and then the full release will have like the ending and like the conclusion. So it's pretty great. They did the same thing for Hades 1, and that actually worked out really well for them. Something like Stormgate for example though, which by the way seems like it may be getting dropped by the developers. I think I saw on Reddit. Something like Stormgate though, that was unfinished all around. I think everything was unfinished. Hades had really good vertical slices. That's just like a slice of cake, and you eat it, you're like, oh my goodness, this is great cake. I want more of this cake, you know? And then they're like, yeah, we're making it, you know? Here's another patch, here's another section of cake. You eat it, you're like, man, this is better than the last slice. Give me another. Stormgate, on the other hand, horizontal slices. So they give you just the bread of the cake first. You eat that, you're like, man, this would be really good with some icing. I feel like we could use a little bit of icing here. I can see the structure is there. Definitely needs a lot of work. But like, it's just bread right now, you know? I could use something else. Also, Kislev versus Slaanesh. This was one of the other tiebreaker semis. But anyways, you eat it, you're like, okay, yeah, you know. Can't wait for that icing. They get another layer, right? They just get that one layer of icing on it. You eat it, you're like, okay, you know what? The icing's actually not bad. You know, this bread. You know, I was expecting like maybe some fruit, maybe, you know? Maybe some fruit to tie it all together. That would be nice. Cause like this is right now, it's just icing on bread, you know? Like, I can see the vision, right? But like, it's taking a while. It's taking a while, and all we have is icing on bread. And then they're like, yeah, no, yeah, that's actually all we got. It's over, man. We're done for. We're done for. No more nothing. And then you're like, okay, well, that was disappointing. Oh, it was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Now I want cake. You're comparing games made by two different devs with two different focuses. That's kind of the point. We're analyzing which focus is better or worse for getting a general good reception and sales. I think the genre, maybe the genre makes a big impact, but I think a lot of it can be chalked, like, you know, like I think if Stormgate released with just an amazing campaign or just amazing multiplayer to start off with, and they really focus and polish that, and then they're like, hey, this is what we can do with campaign, think about what we can do with multiplayer, right? I think that would be way more hype. You know, give a morsel for people to chew on. But I could be very much wrong. Who knows? Who knows? I'm no developer. But all right, let's take a look. Slaanesh versus Kislev. We see Zargard. We see a Frost Maiden. Ice Magic. Death Frost. Ice Maiden's Kiss. All in all, some very standard stuff. The Zarg are great weapons. They should be able to beat the Forsaken and the Slaanesh infantry. But what do we got here? We got some Fiends. We got an Alluress of Shadows. A Pendulum. That would actually be quite painful with the Zargard. Making a good game is also nice. Well, like, that's the thing, right? Hades managed to sell an unfinished product, right? So like Hades 1, they only released like one zone to start. It was just like 1 or 2 zones, and that's all they had. And people ate it up because, man, that one zone was good. Also, Forsaken Flank. These guys are fast. 51 speed. Anyways, enough enough Stormgate post-mortem. What we got here? Cavalry charge. Slaanesh cavalry just kind of dancing. And they get absolutely obliterated. Left side, though, Fiends are kind of mulching. They're kind of mulching. What is this? Shard Blade from the Boar sources. It's basically like a final transmutation. It's a very small area. Pretty good damage overall. Pendulum Whiff. Oh, that's brutal. Very brutal indeed. And value very slightly in favor of Slaanesh, and that's pretty bad. When you're playing as a ranged faction, you usually want to have value early on, and maybe they pull it back a little bit once they start routing off your ranged. In this case, the range is already jumped on, so a little sus indeed. Armored Cossars up, coming into the Demonettes of Slaanesh. These ladies do win, but look at this. A Mighty Wind Blast, or what's it called? A Mighty Ice Maiden's Kiss. Lots of damage. Although they're still gonna live. They're still gonna jump the Armored Cossars. And there we go. Unfortunately, Demonettes are not super strong on the Slaanesh roster, though. Unfortunately, Forsaken are just kind of better, because they do not die to spells. Wing Lancers winning on the right side. Love the new player Tourney casting, by the way. It's like watching college football versus NFL. Yeah, this is there's a lot of different cool stuff. You know, there's a lot less meta. There's a lot more just having fun with the factions. Holy crap, they suck. Bro, the Demonettes. Oh my god, bro, the Demonettes. Jeez, this is why Demons of Chaos sucks, by the way. That's why those Demonettes need buffs. Also, Siggy just clobbering Boris. Brutality. We have a Ice Frost Maiden here that kind of chilling. Maybe we'll see a Wind Blast on these Furies. That'd be nice. I think it might be on cooldown though. What else is there? There's Death Frost. Potentially, I don't know if you can kill Siggy. Siggy's pretty spooky. Boris is getting clapped. He's taking no damage. He doesn't even have Slippery. Holy crap. Sigvald the Menace. Boris at half HP. Cavalry getting chased off though. And somehow, some way, Kislev is actually pulling back. I think it was pretty close until that Demonette got summoned. And then a few cavalry trades on the right side is pretty rough. What have you got Demons of Chaos to so far? About middle of the road. They're at 49% win rate. And I think they're 1 or 2 wins away from 50%. Which is actually kind of impressive. I still can't beat Navigator Slaanesh with them though. I keep losing when I play Demons of Chaos against high level players. Unless they're playing like a weaker faction, like, you know, like Wood Elves or like Dark Elves. I mean, not Wood Elves, but like High Elves and Dark Elves, that type of deal. Factions that the Demons of Chaos are just generally better against. Thankfully, Dark Elves are actually fairly popular nowadays, so Demons of Chaos, pretty good there. Siggy, by the way, actually kind of dying finally. You kind of need enough DPS on him to actually breach his healing. And once you do, he starts taking some pretty nice damage. So there's a Death Frost, there's a Patriarch, there's Boris. He's still an absolute menace though. Perfect Vigor, 60 melee defense that never decreases, and 70 melee attack. He's probably going to continue to grind for some time, but the Patriarch healing Boris will probably settle that. Oh, a little bit of a misplay. Ice Witch. Potentially going to get surrounded by some fiends. Oh my god, she's actually killed a fiend. She killed a fiend. The magic attacks. Holy crap. Chad Ice Witch. Sick plays. Oh, there's a Narcissism. And a massive charge. Looks like Griffin Legion are going down today. Not a surround though. Totally could have. As there's no other cavalry to support. Good pendulum though. Boom. Massacring those Kossars. And Ziggy, he still lives. He still lives. He's clobbering these fools. Look at that. Still 70 melee attack. Boris almost dying. Oh, but the Shard Blade. The Shard Blade on Sigvald. Look at the damage. Pretty good deeps. Pretty good deeps. Oh, and look at that. A little bit of a, yeah, a little bit of a Death Frost. Death Frost, I think, finishes him off here. 12 seconds, 10 seconds, 100 HP. Sigvald's practically unbreakable, but he dies. Sigvald the Magnificent is down. Hey, Luke, what's up? Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, as soon as we're done casting these games, we'll be getting into our best of 9. But yeah, Sigvald dies. Boris alone could not kill him. But Boris with the boys, he did pretty well. Good wind blast over there on the Demonettes. Good pendulum. Very good pendulum on the Demonettes too. Massive pendulum. I think that might have been a misclick. If you accidentally double click your spell casting in multiplayer, you can accidentally totally whiff a spell. And a cavalry charge too, but look at that. Boris is dying. A little bit overzealous after the killing of Sigvald. It wasn't you, man. It was everything else. And he dies too. The double Lord death. Classic, absolute classic. But a Griffin Legion charge and Sigvald being dead probably just ends these guys, right? Seekers are not nearly as good as they used to be. In this case, these ones got 2,000 value, but that's over multiple summons. Fiends are mega dead. And it's just Hellstriders. And Hellstriders don't do very well versus Griffin Legion. So very, very likely. Seems like Kislev will win this. Victory is in our grasp. In the top right, it says victory is in our grasp. Holy crap. It's that one-sided. There's not even army losses in domination. Yo, that's crazy. Unfortunately, you guys can't see it because my camera's in the way. But I assure you, it actually said victories in our grasp. The game is BMing the Slaanesh player. As a triple cap ensues, a few units get summoned on in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. One Forsaken, a Fury, and a Hellstrider. Pretty rough. The Spectator always wins. And look at that. A little bit of rear charge, and that's game. Now we cover the finals. We cover the grand finals. And then move on. Huge killing Sigvald. Yeah, Sigvald always has a potential to live way longer than one might expect. Unless you have direct damage, he's, you know, direct damage or multiple guys fighting him, he's gonna mess you up, man. They gained 2 losses over the weekend. Demons of Chaos? No, that was me. I was playing Demons of Chaos. I got to the finals of a tournament, so I also got them 3 wins. It's okay. And we lost to Slaanesh twice. Navigator Slaanesh. Seems like I need to work with my build a little bit more. Can't be losing to Slaanesh's Demons of Chaos. The old rush build didn't work out so well. But anyways, what we got here? Zargard again versus the Warriors of Chaos. Chosen though. So it's a chosen Festus blob. Okay. Wow, they're tired already. Dang. You use 2 melee attack just walk into the front line? That's crazy. That's absurd. Dang. Alright, so yeah, I guess they're tired. We got some warhounds. Alright, they're chilling. A couple shots on the chosen, but they got silver shields. Technically enough 3-2 tournaments will still take them to first place. Yeah, so we're actually we're on the path to success with them. Hell cannon though, look at that. Look at that bad boy. Firing away at the Zargard. We got some dervishes coming on in, but look at that. Hell Striders have arrived. Beautiful counter to the dervishes. Massive charge with the doggies around too. Oh my goodness, what a massacre. Now bio blood helps with that shock damage, so they will continue to fight and get some pretty okay value. But getting this outnumbered is absolutely brutal. Hell cannon is chilling, having the best time of its life. And the chosen are actually killing the Zargard. Look at that. Maybe these ones are suffering a little bit, but everywhere else it's pretty spicy. I think it's probably the Festus healing, right? Zargard are not the biggest DPS guys in the world. They're decent DPS. They're like solid mid-tier, also Rip Dervishes. But oh my gosh. Things in the woods get immediately deleted by the Severed Claw. Now potentially a Festus Knife could still do really well. Chosen don't have ITP. That's immune to psychology, stops them from terror routing. So if Festus dies, Katarine could potentially rout them off, but oh my gosh, a Severed Claw. Severed Claw and Clobber, and look at these guys. 400 value already. Zargard have jumped them, but they haven't even gone through their shields. 52 melee defense to the Zargard's 52 melee attack. They're actually not landing a lot of hits. And Katarine has to disengage with Festus still alive. Chosen are still alive. Hell Cannon's battering these poor infantry blobs too. But the Griffin Legion has arrived now. Elite Kislev cavalry, but oh, the block. The block with the Warhounds. Are they going to get the counter charge on the Hellstriders? No, the answer is no. Oh my gosh. The Griffin Legion getting completely outnumbered. The only unit of cavalry. Technically, they uptrade super well into all of this, but getting counter charged by Hellstriders is just brutal. Now, Katarine, she could potentially rout off this Chosen. If she charges them right now, they'll die. Disengaging instead. Totally could have routed these guys off, but it looks like they'll be routing themselves. But this is looking pretty bad for Kislev. This is a over 2,000 gold deficit. Yes, they have a capture point, but only the one. Big old cavalry charge here of Winged Lancers. They're going to try and support the Griffin Legion, but ooh, nice play. Nice play from our Warriors of Chaos player, disengaging with one unit and re-engaging with the Hellstriders that are not being targeted. Holy crap, look at that. Completely blocks the Winged Lancer charge and then a counter charge. Oh my god. Holy crap, look at that. A supreme cavalry outmaneuver. Oh my gosh. The absolute brutality. These guys should crush all of this. Dude, dogs do not trade into cav. But if cavalry's getting countercharged, it doesn't matter what the matchup looks like. You're gonna lose. Which is why these cheap light cavalry options are so good. Another Hell Cannon shot rings out too. Baiting the Kislev forces forwards. But whoa! Festus gonna die. He's death frosted. Look at that. Even the new player micro puts me to shame. Technically, this was a new to intermediate level tournament. Intermediate players are welcome, just not the top 16. Since they're kind of in a league of their own. Is this a firing line? It is! And Festus! He slumps over. Oh, Festus, no, his goop. His goop has spilled out. But is that enough to pull back this game? Let's take a look. Kislev is still 3,000 gold down. There's still a Hell Cannon. There's 3 horsemen that are actually being protected very well. And another cav fight. All right, let's see. So this time the Griffin Legion do get a charge, but I don't know if it was against these Hellstriders. I think they might have been charging something else. Maybe the dogs. I don't know. It's very hard to get the right target when there's multiple units. And if you're getting counter charged by one of them, you only have a 1 in 3 chance of targeting the right one. And the horsemen are having the time of their lives. If they would fire. If they would fire. Oh yeah, I love that creative assembly. Software development. Look at that. Now that's some gloriousness right there. Holy moly. And now they fire. I think the Griffin Legion might have been too close to the friendlies there. Horsemen were like, we may be chaos, but we still have our honor. We're not gonna friendly fire our own men. That would be insane. There you go. Yeah, there's the volley right as they disengage. Very nice. And they're gonna be disengaging. The funny thing about watching new players play the game, by the way, also dang, Catherine almost dead. The funny thing about watching newer players is that you realize how janky the units are. A lot of high level play is managing your units, all right? So a lot of high level players, you'll look at their units and you're like, yeah, they're doing what they're supposed to do, right? Yeah, no, that takes a lot of work. That takes an enormous amount of work. Just to get your units to shoot is already a bit of a struggle, even for intermediate players, you know? This is the finals here. And yeah, you know, you gotta like declump them, you gotta spread them out, you gotta make sure they get line of sight, you gotta make sure your charges are going properly. You click the wrong unit for a charge, suddenly no damage. You group up hard, you give a right click, suddenly no volleys, right? It's brutal. Look at that, reassigning the right click. The scooting forwards. The Warriors of Chaos player doesn't know why they ain't shooting retargets onto the things in the woods. So like usually if you want to micro this, you got to split them up. You got to try not giving attack commands. Try getting to their flanks so you can shoot there. Gives them better line of sight. Maybe they have fight. No, they have the right click on, right? Yeah. It's a little janky. But it looks like despite the jank, our Warriors of Chaos player here got just a little bit less jank. Got some probably crazy value on these guys. Actually, not that crazy. I thought they would have been better, but I will say those Chosen were pretty hype. And look at that, Festus is back. Just like a real military officer. Simulation is through the roof. He got the ooze back in the pot. Here's walking back into battle. And is going to be trying to heal back up these Chosen. Gonna take a while. 33 speed is not very fast. He's getting there though. He's getting there. He's doing his best. Actually has 1300 value. Pretty impressive. What is that? Oh, Miasma Pestilence on the cavalry as they disengage. Oh boy, does he have the passive? Okay, he does have the passive, so that does heal every unit in his army. Ooh, man, look at that cav. I think the Warriors of Chaos player here definitely had far superior cavalry micro. I have played them quite a bit in tournaments. Very good at catching out cavalry that's hanging out. Very good at securing good charges. The Festus was a little bit exposed. Festus was a little bit of a risky play, I'd say. But, you know, he did die. But the cavalry micro was more than enough to secure the day. That spell does nothing to things in the woods. But it will trigger the passive and heal everyone a couple hundred HP. So I guess there's that. And now Festus in the heal blob. Gonna heal cap all of these fools. Chaos Trolls healing at 0.3 every second. And the Kislevites have nothing left. A D-summon of the Hell Cannon would be the complete end in terms of value trading, because they'll get back so much value. And I believe that is it. Grand Finals goes to Renataki with Supreme Cavalry Micro. Build, I don't know how I feel about the build. The Chosen are pretty cool though. They actually did surprisingly well. Very good Hell Cannon defense. And that's gonna be it. GG! Which leads us now to the glorious best of 9 matchup against Danican. Who will win? Okay, ready. So we gotta do a picks and bans. Whoopsie daisies. Get rid of that bad boy. What is this? A challenge? Oh, that's a challenge thing. Okay. There we go. Daniken time. It's Daniken time. We had a new player tournament hosted to make up for the lack of tournament today. All right. You're basically the nanny. You're basically the nanny of your troops, yes. Let's see here. 3x3 matrix. So we go here. I gotta get the maps. Maps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so Daniken will be 5 to 7 minutes, and then we're good to go. All right. Good luck, thank you all. How should Kislev deal with that? Just not take armored Kossars? A little Grom? Little Grom can kill the Hell Cannon. You do have to be wary of being rushed though. I think you just have to win the cavalry fight. So if you can win the cav fight and then kill the cannon, your infantry should win, I think, with cavalry support. In theory, Kislev wins the cavalry fight, loses the infantry fight. And then they use the winning cavalry fight, but it can be difficult with Hellstriders. They're a menace. Do you have a guide on how to actually manage units? A lot of it is instinctual. I do not have a guide, but if you have any questions, send them my way. Happy to answer. All right. I'm just gonna go get some water. I'll be back. I'll be back. Allô? What incarnation is a 9v1? It's not a 9v1. Or I guess if this was a video, it would be the best of 9 people versus the #1 player. I guess, you know, it could be interpreted that way. Rather than best of 9 versus the #1 player. We need more commas. How do you mark your whole army and move with it at the start of the game? Control A, Alt, and then left click drag. If you hold Alt and move units, they will move in formation. It's great. You read it wrong? Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry. But yeah, I would like to try going meta today. I will only take Demons of Chaos if they have a lead. But I think it would be very funny to just play with the highest win rate factions. So like play Ogres, Norska, Vampire counts, you know, as my starter, and Slaanesh. And then there's like Betonia, there's Vampire Coast, there's Wood Elves, all just like real Bane backbreak factions. If I can win with those, we're set. He's here! He's here! We got Danny Kane in the house. Oh man, the Coast Doggos. You know, Coast Doggos have made a return. Maybe I will try out Vampire Coast and Doggy Spam. Right now, their entire playstyle is 3 units. Maybe 4. Alright. Pistol mobs, normal mobs, halberd mobs, and dogs. And just spam those into the horizon. And then you do okay. Gotta keep Danny's ego in check. I think he has to keep my ego in check. I don't think he's a very egotistical person, but yeah. Alright. Let's get some top factions in there. Let's get some good ones. Dark Elves. Is he gonna rock? Is he gonna rock it out with the Dark Elves at the beginning? We'll see. So let's start off with this one. That's a good faction. I picked Norska. He picked Betonia. Interesting. Apparently Betonia is good into Norska. Who's good into Betonia though? You know, Betonia is actually a pretty well-rounded faction. Kind of terrifying. Coast actually does really well into Betonia. Empire, okay. I have Norska Coast versus Betonia Empire. Huh. Huh. Demons of Chaos is very risky versus Betonia. I did promise Charix that I would get it done. But maybe not at the start of this best of 9 series. I could whip out the Cathay against Betonia Empire. That would be a fun pick. It's not the worst. But Dwarves is like the most obvious, right? Dwarves, Dumbstars, Betonia Empire. His last matchup is Beastmen. Dwarves, Vampire Coast, Norska versus Betonia Empire, Beastmen. Alright, so Dwarves versus Beastmen, that sounds like hell. Or is it? I think I could play Dwarves versus Beastmen. I'll ban Coast versus Empire to start. You think Dwarves could beat Beastmen? Think I can Thunder Barge him? I think that'd be hilarious. I think that'd be jokes. Most people don't know you can just Archer Max versus Coast. I would not say you can just Archer Max versus Coast. Archer Max is certainly very strong, but this doggy meta, just constant waves of dogs, can get them. You have to be very on point with defending these archers. Thought Charix was the #1 player. Daniken's the #1 on Total Tavern. And because of that technicality, I absolutely will use that to my advantage for title and thumbnail. Although it's still currently disputed. Technically, you could say I'm the #1 player. You know, because I won the last Total Tavern Grand Finals, I'm the #1 player. He's the one best of 9ing versus me, alright? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. He bans both dwarf matchups. Nice. So Betonia versus Coast, I would like to try. Betonia versus Norska, I might want to try. Same with Empire versus Norska. Beastmen versus Coast and Norska and Dwarves, it's all glorious. I could full ban as Betonia, but I want to get him out of here, you know? I don't want to play versus Betonia. That sounds terrible. So let's ban Betonia versus Norska. All right. I could ban a Beastmen matchup. I can just play Dwarves, Coast, and Norska versus Beastmen. Just get the whole roster against them. That would certainly test out his Beastmen play. Norska versus Beastmen should be great. Vampire Coast versus Beastmen should be great. Dwarves versus Beastmen should be great. Dwarves versus Betonia. Well, I can't play that. Coast versus Betonia. Okay, I'll ban Norska Betonia. Let's just get that out of there. Norska versus Empire. You know, let's get rid of those. Beastmen times 3. Guy's gonna have to... If he's really good at Beastmen, we're doomed. But they got a lot of nerfs recently. Wins the biggest tourney in the community multiple times and suddenly thinks he's him. Shake my head. Yo, I will say, unironically, that ego boost, man. The thing is, the moment I lose a grand finals, I don't know if I want to like put all my time and effort into multiplayer. But because I won the last one, I'm like, I might as well try again. Might as well. Man, I've never felt so human in my life. All right, what's his last ban? Is he gonna play Beastmen Roulette versus Dwarves, Coast, and Norska? That would be pretty insane. Trizik, what's up? Anticity's a chump. I'm chump change. Watch him just win 3-0 first round. I made it where he can't take Empire again, which is a little bit sus. I would love to play Betonia versus Coast. I mean, my Coast versus Betonia. I really wonder how that one pans out nowadays. Could you beat Void Lulls with his lag switch and cheats? Very hard to cheat in Domination. If the army viewing cheat still exists in the game where you can see your opponent's army, probably not. That one's pretty brutal. I don't know how practice Void Lulls is though. Are they still playing? He bans Beastmen Coast. Alrighty. Let's play Betonia versus Coast first. These are the maps. I'll ban what, Blazing Ramparts, Rift at World's Edge. Imperial Road. Imp Road. Imperial Road's a bad one here because potentially his archers are just gonna rally, you know? We don't want that. Been a while since I played Coast, but apparently they're a good faction. Apparently they're a good faction. Whoa, these guys cost $3.75? Since when? No wonder people spam. That's a way better deal than before. You take these guys and you go Crab Lobster. Welcome to the Vampire Coast Special, where all you need is a little bit of murdering. Do I need Denizens of the Deep? I guess it's not the worst. A lot of people do run it. You can use it to surround Cav. It's hype. All right. Hey, what's up, Karev there? All right. Just explaining the pick ban system and map selection. This feels like the most fair, which also won't take absolute ages to execute on. Do I need Kiss of the Deep? Kiss of the Deep's a weird spell. I don't know if it actually does anything really. It gets a little bit of damage. He bans Ramparts. Banned Imperial Roads. We're at Rift. At World's Edge. It's a little cold for the Bretonnians here. So Night Terrors are hype. They're pretty cool. Then you just spam Scurvy Dogs. That's it. That's the whole Vampire Coast playbook right there. There's a bunch of these guys. A bunch of halberds. A couple more halberds. Do I need anything else? Do I need anything else? Do I want Moringles? Do I want more crabs? I feel like I'm pretty happy with what we got here. Do we want Gunnery Whites with the Scab Scrath action? Some people go for Moringal Haunters. You can take the Scarecrow banner. Can route Alberic a little easier, I guess. Is this worth it at all? Probably not. I'm gonna skip out on that one. Screw that business. We're mostly spamming zombies anyways. Mostly zombies. Sirens are way too risky to take here. So we pass on them. And then a couple of these guys. A couple pistols. This is like pretty standard Vampire Coast playbook, right? Just tuned in. What's the score? You can see it in the middle. 0-0. No bloated corpse, no. The current schedule doesn't let you play Warhammer tourneys anymore. Rip, man, rip. More mortars to kill archers. That's very much a Maximilianaire style. I want to try just pure doggos. Because I feel like Danican would have like some cool way of killing mortars that'll just screw me over. ROR deck gunners are good, but very susceptible to just getting cav charged. Like, this guy knows how to kill a unit with Alberic and disengage. You know, against a lesser player, sure. Danican, I want to stick with my guns and just out-micro him in the mobility race by spamming dogs into the horizon. Then again, mortars are not the worst. Like, I feel like they'd be cool. But this is definitely, just the build itself is very much a capture all 3 points type of build. It's a very aggressive build. It's like all melee, more or less. You bring Alberic versus Coast? Alberic or Lewin. Either way, both can kill deck gunners. Void Laws could be any one of us. Terrifying. Ooh. Maybe he's Danican. And he's just had a complete personality change. Yo, Danican's chill, man. Danican's so chill. Are Sirens not worth for terror? No. Bretonnia is made out of magic damage nowadays. They have like... They have 3 different cavalry units that can do magic damage. Their Lord does magic damage. And Sirens kind of get shot by archers too. We're the glorious bloaters. I'm trying to win. Save it for the meme tourneys. Bloated corpses should give a leadership boost when they die. I feel like that would be hype. They should give a map-wide leadership boost of +20 when they die. Because the sound of them exploding is... You know, it makes chat so happy. Alright. There's a real reason to bring the Fae or Prophetess for the width. It's very risky against crabs. Crabs are very popular here, so... We'll see. Yeah, it should be +16 for the bloat death. What are the most magically driven civs? Ooh, calling them civs, dang. Yeah, Tzeentch is definitely there. I think all the demons are very magical in their attacks. Demons just all have magic attacks, so there you go. I don't know, man. What else is there? Ready, good luck, have fun. Who's like a non-demon faction with a million magic attacks? It's probably a Warhammer 2 faction. And Warhammer 3. A lot of Warhammer 3 factions have that. Yeah, Crab Lostra. So she has a ghost summon. She has Tide Call. This is the... Your archers are going to be routing 24/7. Now, Danican decided to take the 20 stack. What a mad lad. But yeah, demons basically. He has a full 20 stack. So he's gone full main Tide. Unapologetic. Can the main Tide actually defeat this many zombies though? Maybe with some battle pilgrims. I have two options that I want to summon. It's either Moringulls or Doggos. Moringulls are a good source of terror. Some spearmen at arms. He bought the scar. He bought horse barrack. Horse barrack. Cower in fear. All right. So interesting decisions aside. I see no battle pilgrims. One battle pilgrim. Lots of grail relics. Lots of archers. I think a battle pilgrim. It's not really something that I have to be too worried about, right? It's just a battle pilgrim. Shotgun crabs are really good versus skirmishers, by the by. They'll do just fine. Of course, I got no healing. It's a little awkward. As long as the chip damage is underway, I'm happy. They can kill entities of archers too to reduce their overall damage. It's a good time indeed. We can brace against Alberic's charge. That's pretty fun. Crab Lostra, you can get in there. So there's the brace. Haha, no charge bonus for you, good sir. And then the surround. Huzzah. Beat him up. Green Knight summons kind of bonkers. Okay, so obviously we're summoning in a million dogs against a Green Knight summon. I don't see why we would not. The reason dogs are great here is because he doesn't have cavalry. So we actually secure a pretty nice advantage against them in terms of mobility. The Crabos are dumpstering Alberic. He's already wounded. Mad lad's bleeding. Alright, those are just knights errant. Kind of a who cares type of unit. Let's just get that little spell cast over there. So he gets a heal. Slaanesh is gonna have to back up. As long as I have a triple cap though, I'm happy. And stalling for time is certainly very good for us. Slaanesh are getting a little overzealous there. Definitely wants her crabs to protect her. We're gonna lose one doggo, maybe. I don't know if that's actually a huge loss though. The dogs are actually, yeah, kind of uptrading there. Impressive. Overall, very impressive. The main fight is beginning to get underway though. So you must be ready for that. It's time to get the Moringulls in. We're just playing the long con, realistically. We're playing the long con. I want to delay the engagement here. I want to stall. I want to stall. Keep them busy forever. And the likes. There's a Knights Errant. A little terrifying. That'll be a fairly good tide call at least on his peasantry. I can even mayhaps get a little bit of a summon here in the back line. Because I feel like he's about to get overwhelmed in terms of how many units he has that can actually solve the situation. Alright. Solve the flanks and all that. Because I feel like these guys are just gonna get all over his backline, you know? I feel like there's no way his backline actually holds against this realistically. I got dogs for days. Okay, yeah, he actually caught some of them up with the cavalry. Little unfortunate. But he's gonna have to actually break into this back line here. Or he's gonna need to protect his backline from being broken into. Sorry, playing against Sharks is a huge micro hustle. And right now, most of his archers are routing. Most of them are running for the hills. So I'd be a little worried if I were him. The dogs, it's actually okay if they crumble because then you get to resummon them. But you know, that one from a games against a Maximilianaire. So there go the halberds. Some of our dogs may have died. But it seems like most of his forces here are kind of struggling. A lot of archers are having a bit of a hard time. Lots of terror routes, that's for sure. And this is just overall mitigating the damage that's coming my way. Now, technically, the guy's up trading, but we're just saving up money. I don't need to summon units that are not going to be useful for me here. We want to save our money. We want to save it for the rainy day fund. When I got to summon in more dogs to chase off archers and whatnot. So just gonna get them in immediately. We're gonna get a tide call right down the pipe on all of these fools. Front line still holding relatively well. Silostra routing off some guys, very nice. And then yeah, we just save for zombie spam. The Vampire Coast way, really. Coast is weird. Coast is a very weird faction. They have so few good units to summon in that I think you have to be kind of really wary of yeah, you have to be really wary about over summoning, you know. Oh crap. The squad's coming for Silostra. Is there any way she can escape? Run, Silostra, run! He's gonna capture a point. I don't have a lot of zombie summons just yet. Silostra might be able to kill Alberic though. He's definitely suffering. If we can yeah, shoo him off of this point, then we're good. We can resummon in the Night Terrors. They'll do great. Or these Knights Errant. Okay, we back up from them. Then if I keep routing off the infantry, I think we'll be okay. Right flank is secured. Silostra is doing just fine for herself. There's the mounted yeoman. But will it be enough? Silostra does not die quickly. And against Alberic, she's doing mostly okay. Ah, hell yeah. This is what I've been saving my money for. The Zombitide summons. Get them in. Let's get the crabs on the point. That should be good. And then the Night Terror should cook pretty hard. Alberic is getting beat up real bad. The cavalry support looks like they're starting to fall. But one capture point has been secured. Can we hold? Can we hold the points? Silostra is dying. There's not much I can do to save her. But the thing is, with the Night Terrors, it's probably just a little too hard.
The enemy has slain our lord.
But Dana can to pull back here. As long as I don't lose these doggos, I think we're happy. And it should just take too long for him to Should just take too long for him to secure this point. Assuming we can get enough zombies on it. So here comes the second wave. Second wave of dudes. This one's actually going to be relatively close. Albert did manage to survive. But I am about to pressure points with the zombie tide. Left point. Against the doggo swarm. We're doing all right. Does manage to get the middle though. Will he be able to protect the left side, however? He has 2 points. A pitched battle indeed. I don't think he's capturing this one too quickly. Not with these guys so injured. So there we go. Spearman at arms. Getting bullied. We can summon in a pistol mob here to save that situation. Those are Knights of the Realm. Rather terrifying. Crabs here, though. They're still grinding. I can potentially pick up archers. I have a lot of time here, right? And in his splitting up, we can actually get a lot of value back. Like, for example, with these crabs, they're doing great. As long as they don't full die to the archers, I'm happy. I could probably steal this point since we have halberds here and all and the like. A little worried for my crab friends. But if the spam goes well enough, we should be good. I might just be able to steal this one too. Knights of the Realm rear charged. Certainly not a very pretty situation. And yeah, I think this is the point. This is the point that I want to hunker down on to win. Can it be done though? There's a few units of infantry coming. I do have the capture weight though. So halberds can go here. I have an alternative point to pressure. So feeling good about that one. There's the route on the cavalry. There's the route on that infantry. Will it be enough though? We'll see. Definitely a big route. On the flank side, it's a little sus too. Capture point secured. Yo, Vampire Coast is the master of capture weight. They're terrifying. So there go those archers. And this point is starting to get contested. That's a bad sign for your boy Danikin. Yeah, so Vampire Coast, you literally just don't summon in anything for a little while. You save up like 2,000 gold. And then when you resummon the doggos, you win. Disgusting faction. Disgusting and glorious. I bet you thought we were. I bet you thought that we lost. But I've lost to Vampire Coast enough times to know this playstyle. And it's a spooky one. It's a scary playstyle to go up against, man. You really are just trying to kill the swarm, but it just doesn't. It just doesn't go. Now he does have a little bit of capture weight here. I can park the dogs back here though to resume the capture weight. Don't want the dogs to die or anything. So he does have some mounted yeomen. But if he loses this, it's over, right? So all I really need is one dog there. Realistically though, 50 seconds on this point is enough. Those mounted yeomen look like they are going down. Holy crap, he's just not capturing it. He just ain't capturing. I just need the dogs back and then we're set. That's all I need. One doggy has arrived. He is barely holding that point. Yo, is he actually going to? No, he's not. He's not. He doesn't have capture weight. He just doesn't have the capture weight though. Holy crap. Now he is holding this one. It's actually not over quite yet. I do have to hold for 10 seconds. So you brought in the boys. This point here though is probably going to me regardless. And yeah, we do barely win. Whew.
Unending glory is yours.
Ooh, terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Vampire Coast, though, they're a menace. They're an absolute menace. We were on our way to capturing the other point, so it wasn't that close. Though, definitely a tussle. Much closer than many games I've played. And yeah, the secret is just the resummon of these zombies absolutely ends them. Didn't need no depth guard. Whew. It wasn't down to the wire, but it was actually pretty close. You can see the archers. They were shut down very early on, and that's kind of what did it for us. His infantry did okay. They did fine. Nothing too crazy, right? And then, of course, the Slaanesh kill was nice. I think Slaanesh should have just stuck with the Crabos, and she would have been okay. So he wants to play Beastmen versus Norska next. With the Norskins. Norska. Show his reserve army, please. Oh, sorry. There they are. Mostly Cav to deal with doggos. Lots of Knights of the Realm. Yeah, so this was like to kill off Moringals. I think we did well by not summoning in Moringals. Alright, so Norska. Here we go. Yeah, leveraging slow killing speed with thousands of bodies. Truly a Vampire Counts-esque type of playstyle. You been getting into multiplayer? Hell yeah. Dude, I always love hearing about people getting into multiplayer. 5 bloaters would have tabled him by now. Yeah, you know, I just don't want to crush him that hard by bringing in the bloats. You know, everyone kind of agrees that they're OP, so like you don't even need to ban them in tournaments. Everyone just kind of knows. All right. Wolfric. So you can take super cheap Wolfric. 1,350 is huge for like a Sea Fang caster. Okay, but what beats a Beastman? I would like to take a War Man with War Shrine. I think this thing's hilarious. It's a 20% physical resist boost when units die nearby it. And in this case, we're facing Beastmen. Of course, things are gonna be dying near this thing. And then we go for the boar and stuff. A bunch of casters. And then I'll take a burning head. 1 burning head, please. 550 monies. I could just take this in reserve and take like a... Ooh, I could take some Fimir, bro. Spoiled for options, man. Dude, Fimir are hype. I love Fimir. Used to not, but they are legitimately a kind of sick. You can even cost... you can make them cost 1350 again. Old school Fimir prices. We know Norska Ice Wolves are good. We know Manticores are good. This is just like... This is just the Norskan playbook, man. This is just what they do. Do I even want armored trolls? I could. Or I could take more Fimir. What if we see Bestigors? I guess I have my horsemen. The Dark Gods demand a giant. A giant mammoth combo? That'd be insane. The giant mammoth. Do I need any infantry? Berserkers are really strong right now. I think I will take a bunch of Berserkers. And that way I have some single entities, I have some cavalry, I have this guy. He bans landing. Bans border low. Let's play Ramparts. Your host now, by the way. Okay, nice. He set the map. Wondrous. So this is a good army. There's nothing too troublesome about it. You got a super killing mammoth, and then you got a bunch of horsemen to be annoying. Ain't too much complicated about this. We should be able to win a blob fight. The kite game absolutely is in our favor. Hey, Jarks, what's up? What's up, Jarks? Happy to have you here. We just won our first game against Betonia. Do you think Vampire Coast versus Betonia? Is Betonia favored or Coast favored? I'm getting the vibes that it's actually kind of even. I think like both sides have a lot of play. Maybe slightly Coast favored though. I think Danican has played a decent amount of Betonia, right? And I haven't played a lot of Coast. So the fact that we still won it means it's probably slightly Coast favored. I can raise the Demons of Chaos win rate by convincing other top 8 players to play them, but not against each other. Hey, if they play against each other, it's still fine. If they're all playing Demons of Chaos. You think Betonia has some edge, especially in big maps? I could see that. I think a big thing is like actually routing off the archers. If the archers rally and they come back and shoot a lot, it's a big pain. I think had Danican kept his archers alive that battle too, it would have been really bad for us. I think you only really need a few archers constantly firing to tip the edge in your favor, because I only barely had enough capture weight by the end of that game. Gotta update the win counter. Oh yeah, sorry. I should just disable this win-loss. The win counter's in the top middle. My bad, my bad. Anyways, yeah, I really do wonder. So Beastmen tend to do really badly versus 6 skirmisher factions. So I'm really interested to see what Danican has to bring against this. Their low armor makes them very susceptible to their throwing javelins. Imagine Charx just like takes Pegasus Knights against Coast. The odds are unlikely, but I don't know. Maybe they're like the secret tech to kill Moringles. For me personally, though, I feel like, isn't it just like you have like 5 archers, 4 knights errant, and a decent enough front line to fight zombies, and then you're kind of set for life? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. What if you go yeoman archers instead? Because then technically they'll never get caught. They did actually a decent amount of damage even versus McCrabs. Knights Errant are overrated? Are you more of a Knights of the Realm guy? You crazy, man. Charx is overrated. Screw
Ogre, we live up in these britches.
Thank you so much for the Swedish kroner. Really? I feel like Knights Errant are crazy. I have noticed a trend towards Knights of the Realm, though. Maybe I need to play more Betonia and investigate. Yo, honestly, I would... What makes you say that, though? The 700 gold heavy cap. What do you mean they're overrated? They're better than Hellstriders. Are Hellstriders overrated? Maybe they are. They do die to heavy cap pretty hard. Bro's about to hit you with the double cockatrice tech. Oh yeah, Beastmen can use that. Or can they? They can, right? Anyways, overall, I still would trust Charx. Mad Lad has an insane win rate. He's the only one that's beat me in the best of 9 in this recent series. But alright, here's the play. So generally I have the slower army. So we're gonna be chilling a little bit further back. Gonna do this. Longer range horsemen on the flanks. Mini tech over there. Because look at that, right? If there's something I'm shooting in the middle, the longer range on the flanks means that I can stay in line formation and they'll all be able to hit. Now, does that actually matter? No. Not even slightly. But it makes me feel good. It makes me feel like I'm making plays. Okay, now just in case he's full vanguarded right here, and he's just gonna insta rush my stuff, I'm gonna play just a little far back. Goals to capture this stuff here. He's ready. All right, where you at? He did fully vanguard. He has a Brave Shaman of Shadows. He wants to murder me with a Melkoth's. So Melkoth's mystifying miasma. Why is it good? It gives your units 10% more speed and charge bonus. Charge bonus is massive here. Charge bonus will mess us up real bad. Because with the charge speed, or the charge speed bonus anyways, that charge speed, it makes it where they can actually catch my horsemen. If we're not careful, we're a dead man. It's 1 Melkoth's on him. So we're getting in there. His archers can't really get a lot of damage at max range. That ain't too bad. And the mammoth. The mammoth, well, he can be a little bit of a menace now, can't he? As long as these guys are dying near him, he gets stronger. So routing them off, very important. Don't want to get my Manticore rampaged. So let's do a little bit of that. Let's pull back. Let's get a Skin Wolf in there. Oh geez, Wolfric the Wanderer is getting bullied. Just kidding. Get burning at it. Oh, the doggos are dead. And now the mammoth is starting to build up that sweet, sweet physical resist. His archers are in disarray. Overall, I'd say the situation is not bad. Certainly not bad. Mammoth may be taking just a wee bit of damage, is all. But without his archers nearby, life is pretty good. Just have to be a little careful with this thing. That's horseman action. That's some Centaur play that he's got there. Let's see if we can peel for the horseman. Mammoth is still doing great. Things are getting a little bit more sus, actually. Gonna need more Norskan ice wolves, that's for sure. That's yet more Centaurs. He has a lot of throwing axes. The ice wolves should uptrade though. So we know the Centaurs here, they don't really have the best of they don't have the best of stats. Skirmishing Centaurs, sadly, they're actually closer to light cavalry in terms of stats than anything else. So they will likely suffer quite a bit. Ephemera have great leadership too, so they will maintain their rather massive physical resist. And that burning head, by the way, that glorious burning head, that's gonna be a doozy. So as long as we survive the Centaur tide here, I think we're pretty comfortable. Mammoth lives. Mammoth continues to live and cause havoc in the backfield. That's a great boat. Boats for life. Let's make sure this thing don't die.
One of your victory points. Take it back.
And then it's all about killing the skirmishers now. If we do that, we're fine. Can I get a burning head on these guys? My ice wolves should be fine there, I think. Ice wolves should be okay. They're pretty chonky. It's a miracle we also got our skin wolves to survive. Let's just make sure this mammoth don't die. There you go. Centaurs are dead. And that burning head. Dude, I've been nailing these burning heads. These burning heads have really been working them. Plus the great weapon Fimir. Barely staying alive. The mammoth is barely staying alive. I think I'm quite happy with the turn of events in this match. Of course, many people would say Norska is quite favored into Beastmen nowadays. Don't think like we're pulling a miracle here. This is just Norska things. Let's get the mammoth in there. Let's pull back. As long as we micro well with the skirmishers, we're good. And then one more burning head for the road should be enough. Ice doggos, they're doing all right. Can I kill his lord here? I'm noticing a little bit of an exposed lord. It'd certainly be a big shame if he got mega murdered here. He ain't looking too hot. The route is pretty brutal. My horsemen are still alive too. And if he dies, it's completely over. Ouch. Wow, the Fimir really beat the brakes off him. And there we go, there's a shatter. And GG. Multiple voice lines playing at the same time. And unfortunately for Danican, Norska's just a little too powerful. So I've played Norska and Vampire Coast. He's played Bretonia and Beastmen. Mammoth didn't do that much, but it was a nice distraction card and effects. Fimir didn't do that much, but they also tanked a lot. So what did do well? It's probably just this guy. Just the fact that I was routing everything left, right, and center. I think it's just the fact that we were routing everything. His caster was pretty good. I like the shadow magic. But, yeah. With only 2 archers, he really couldn't do anything. Beastmen, they generally do have a hard time taking out the big guns. So the last one is Beastmen versus Dwarves. All right. Ban Borderlow Landing. So it's either Rift at World's Edge or Celestial Lake. Now, Dwarves is the riskiest pick here against Beastmen. Yeah, Burning Head cooks so hard. Also, Danican, I don't think he's practiced like a lot of the super top tier factions as much as other people. There's like a handful of them that he's played that he's really good at. He started playing Cathay. But yeah, he's not I haven't seen him play like that much Beastmen. I think he's more of like a Dark Elf specialist. And this kind of is how it goes with newer players through the scene. They get really good at micro. They learn a few factions, but because they haven't been around for as long, they can't just like whip out whatever is in the meta on any given day. Doesn't mean he's not terrifying though. Like he plays a mean, you know, Empire, Dark Elves, Bretonia. It's just I'm getting slightly better matchups. This one though, this matchup though, I don't know. We'll see. People will play literally anything but Greenskins. Charks played Greenskins in the last grand finals. Or was that the last grand finals? They did die barely to Chaos Dwarves, but I don't know. I don't really feel the Greenskins in general. Alright, so this is the Disgusto build. So what you do is you take a Dwarf Lord with nothing. Just a wee little naked Dwarf Lord. And then you make your opponent quit Warhammer by by doing a little bit of this. So the idea here is I need to kill him before he wins by capture points. Now on this map you do have a home capture point, which makes things a lot better for us. And giant slayers have absurd capture weight. Slayers in general are just really hard to knock off a point. So if we see anything elite, we can just spam them out. Take them with some Slayer Pirates in case there's some skirmishers. But generally, yeah, I think generally this is it. The idea here is even if he brings the max number of flying units, like 4 Harpies, 2 Manticores, I should still be able to win with all of this stuff. He would have to get some 6 Centaur plays to actually throw them off, which it can be a little difficult. This should be illegal. Yeah, it's kind of brutal. 6 out of 6 flying units. All right, something came up for Danican. He'll be a few minutes, but yeah, I think this is what we want to look at. Surprised to see the Slayer Pirates in reserve instead of 2 more miners. Miners are pretty good, but they get routed pretty easily. I kind of want the range to shoot the air. Oh boy, I really want to see though. I really want to see. You play the same factions. So the way that this works is that it's so that we don't have to do 9 3x3 matrices. We're doing the 3x3 matrix, but both players ban 3. So on this format, technically you can play the same faction 3 times in a row. But yeah. And then like that's the first 3 games, and we do another 3x3 matrix and only ban 3 per person. And then you get another 3 matchups. It does mean some of the matchups is maybe slightly more favored than like, you know, a 3x3 matrix every game, but it's a best of 9. We can afford for slight matchup imbalance. This was something Danican wanted too, by the way. When we were doing the best of 9 on Turin stream, it was when we did the best of 9 on Turin stream, it was so exhausting. It took us like 3 hours. It took us 2 or 3 hours. Obviously I had other stuff to do, but 2 or 3 hours just to get our picks and bans done. Because like you gotta think about it very hard, which factions you're picking, right? You gotta think about you know, all your picks and bans and being as tactical as possible. It's exhausting. And the fact that we went all the way to the 9th game. Whew. There were a few times when I accidentally picked the same faction twice when I shouldn't have. How about this? Both sides pick random factions. So that one's a little too random. Because we want to train for Turn's Grand Finals in general, we still want matchups that we would realistically see. And this ends up working out pretty well for us. Both random would also highly increase the odds of getting mirror matches if both players are just picking from the most meta factions. So there's a little bit of that. Mirrors are pretty uncommon. This is good enough. This has a little bit of thinking, but not so much that we're dying. Oh no, not the hurricane. I do wonder. I want to try this build against high-level players, because it's just good practice. 2 melee defense. But yeah, I want to try this against high-level players because this is something that I would genuinely run in a tournament. But I don't know if it's only good because I'm facing people who aren't harassing my air as much, or if it is just really good. Like, we did try it against Norska, and we found that if played perfectly, I think Norska still wins. Beastmen do have more harpies, that's a thing. But harpies shouldn't be able to survive versus the roasty toasty. -8 leadership is pretty brutal. Are there any other ways I can get minus leadership in the air? Does this thing cause terror? Dang it, not even fear. Do dwarves have anything that cause fear and terror? No, right? It would be broken if they did, mind you. But yeah, do I have a pigeon plucker pendant or something? Also, this build is a really high micro build. As much as it sucks to play against because you have no interactivity, it is very hard to micro. Like, not anyone can just pick up this build and do well with it. Most of the time, if you use this build, people will just capture the points and then you lose. At least the people who know how to play against dwarves. Or they'll catch your gyrocopters with harpies and then you lose. Gotrek causes terror on his skill line. Rune Axe of Gotrek, Heroic Fortitude, Death Blow. No, he doesn't. I think if Gotrek caused terror, he would see a lot more play, but he's not very terrifying. But let's see. Does Danikane have the goods? Does he have the goods? After this, I'll be able to play ogres, by the way. Gotta make sure we don't run into bad matchups with ogres. There's a handful of counter picks that you can take, but I think it'd be hype. Look at that beautiful orange. So lots of dudes. We're gonna capture this home point and make it as hard as possible for him to hold it while we uptrade into the horizon. That's the play. He has 14 units. We don't know how many of those are harpies. And we're just gonna have to micro well here. Ogres will be fun though. They're pretty easy to pilot. I don't think we have to worry about them too much. No Brotherhood of Grimnir. The idea is that Bestigors will die to these anyways. So it's not really needed. So we got some Wargors. There's the Harpies. Nothing too crazy, right? We want to get in the action as soon as possible, though. So the advent of Harpies means we probably want a little bit more. A little bit more ranged. Got a little bit of poke damage on his Lord, which we want to get as soon as possible. Thunderbar just coming on in. Roasty Toasty continues. These Harpies are actually already on the verge of routing. We're taking advantage of the fact that he hasn't played much Beastmen. At least I don't think so. And he might be unprepared for a build like this. Though we'll see. His Harpy micro could make this very difficult for us. Thunder Barge, most certainly. We'll get a lot of work done, though. Harpies are not actually taking that much damage either, right? And he does have a lot of archers. The archers are kind of spooky. Oh, half HP on his lord is gone. That one's rough. Gotta be super wary of the Thunder Barge. And Thunder Barge will mess you up real good if you're not careful. There's the Manticore, though. So is it enough? So you want to fire and then retreat. Get the Thunder Barge in there. And preferably a bomb drop on these archers if at all possible. He's doing a good job getting his harpies into range, though, anytime I try to make a play for his range units. And yet another harpy has arrived. Can we put a stop to it? I think some Slayer Pirates will be good. He can't rush me. I can tell because of all the archers that he has. So that part's pretty good for us. There's a good flame throwing. And his harpies are getting lower while my air squad is actually still relatively in the clear. We will be able to rout off one of his archer units too. And as soon as these harpies are gone, life's going to be very rough for him. Now we got our Slayer Pirates in here. There's another harpy routed off. Let's see if we can peel off for these gyrocopters too. So Manticore is in. Will it be enough though? We have our guns at the ready now. So there we go. There's a bomb drop. There's another bomb drop. To kill off these archers is a big play for us. Harpies are still on the run. Gyro Bomber survives this one. Very nice. They will barely survive. Overall, it ain't too bad. Certainly a little bit spooky. Many plays need to be made. Value trading wise, we're doing all right. Ah, crap. I didn't position my troll hammers correctly. They kind of did that weird sideways maneuver thing that we don't like. Slayer Pirates at least are doing pretty well. We get 2 Manticore rampages. That's huge. Let's double Manticore rampage. If the Thunder Barge survives, he's pretty screwed, right? The miners are doing pretty well there. We'll hit up those Pestigores. We'll countercharge the chariots. There's a Manticore route. Will he have enough? We actually want to force him to desummon. If he gets an easy resummon on them, it's not the best thing in the world. We want him to take as long as possible to get these forces back. Otherwise, he could potentially get a lot of work done. That's a pretty good explosive volley there. Then we go for the doggos next. That's going to be roughly 1,000 gold down the drain. I have another gyro bomber here. Right for the bombing run. We gotta kill off those slayers before the barge dies, right? So we gotta get this bombing run off. And then as long as it goes successfully, I think we're good. Many bombs have been dropped. Gyro Bomber does survive. That's great. There we go. It was a pretty good bombing one. Could have been slightly better. But the fact that we still have most of our range units It does fill me with hope. We do still have our single capture point too. And now is the part where we go for his lord. It does seem like he is slowly pulling back though, right? Value-wise, it's a little sus. That's a pretty solid purple sunning he got there too. And many of the harpies are still alive. However, a lord snipe could potentially completely swing this back. Of course, I have my lord here too. Gets one gyro bomber though. Unfortunate. He has a lot of dogs. His lord's dying though. They're gonna be completely off of the battlefield soon. But can his harpies kill the thunder barge? Can they kill it? I do still have some bombers alive. The slayers are doing really well. And we did just rout off his lord. We killed him more specifically. So if we can just get this air dominance game going, we may be fine. Let's get these guys back in the air. A couple doggos are not an issue. There's a route. So his manticore is shattered. We want it to be shattered because it will take him longer to actually bring the unit back onto the battlefield. A couple gore herd are a non-issue if we can route them off with the bomb drop. And then if I can just get enough giant slayers to recapture some points, then we're good. That should be the end of that gore herd unit. One gyro bomber is out of ammunition. Thunder barge is alive though. Just use these guys to shoot him up. Get him there. There's the D summon. It's all about just routing him off as much as possible. Dwarf lords getting in there. Now, there we go, right? More harpies have arrived. And presumably he really wants to kill off this thunder barge. Now, he hasn't de-summoned the manticore. So a shot there with the gyrocopter should rout it. Although the charge bonus does stabilize its leadership some. We still have many points to recapture, right? All I got are slayers. We'll see how it goes. The harpies are doing the best, but there's another shattered manticore. Okay, lord is doing okay. There's another glorious de-summon. And we do have the capture point. The fact that he wasn't able to triple cap us is definitely going to be rough for him, right? And if I can rout off these harpies, that would be amazing. Looks like they will stabilize though. That charge is really helping him. I do just specifically want this thunder barge for the late game, by the way. More harpies get summoned. So we could go to the second age. The second phase of this build is basically the part where we just spam slayers to capture points. So we did rout off the harpies. That's pretty jokes. Alternatively, I could rely on my air superiority here. I do need a triple cap to win. He did resummon his lord too. A little terrifying. Let's see here. Yeah, the question is whether or not I can actually kill all the gore herd. I think I do want. I think I want to participate in the air fight a little longer. That's what we're gonna do. Because these harpies are pretty easily routed and there's no manticores, right? Yeah, there you go. So there's another one off the docket. And we can go for a sick bombing run. The little boys over here look like they're doing fine. So if I can just get a sick bombing run here, I think we may be okay. Him getting his lord back is definitely a little terrifying, but there you go. Bombing run number 1. Great success. Let's get another flamethrower in here. And then we're gonna hit up those. There we go. Hit up the archers. I kind of need the bombs to kill off the gore herd. So that's what we're doing here. The Thunder Barge against all odds continues to survive. Let's get another bomb. I only have the one capture point though, so I think he probably wins this. Thunder Barge dies. We're gonna make a big play for this. I do have one more bomb drop. But yeah, unless the Slayer is... Well, we'll see. I can probably kill off his Lord again. Alright. I'm gonna be able to rout off them. I think the big problem here was just not having enough to deal with all the gores, right? It's just a little bit too much. It's a close game though, right? I think if I had, you know, if I actually did bring in the Brotherhood of Grimnir, I think we would have been okay. Though I'll still play it out just to see if we can make it. I'll be able to take 2 points soonish, right? And his Lord will be routed off. He's using this hill very much so to his advantage though. And then the dog spam actually did really well. Very well played. Very well played. If I hadn't taken so much damage on my Thunder Barge and I was able to play more aggressively with it in the late game, I think that was probably it, right? Woo, big tussle though. His Lord has survived. I think I should have started spamming gyrocopters way earlier actually. Because those gores really killed all of my they really killed my Slayers like no one's business. Well played. Crazy, crazy. It wasn't super close, but it was a nice amount of close. Daniken gets one on the board. And my dwarves are off the table, but so are his Bretonnians. I could have also taken the steam gyros. We don't know if that would have done better. Air Force did great though. But yeah, I just need a few more bombs, I think, for these guys, and we would have been good. Another one for the Book of Grudges. Lots to micro. Now we go back. We go back. And we are going to be picking our next few factions. 2-1. Daniken putting up a good fight. Is it Ogre time? Is it Ogre time? Obviously. My first faction is going to be Slaanesh. Can we see a mirror faction matchup? The odds are unlikely, but not impossible. He goes for Kislev. Okay. Kislev is a good faction against Slaanesh, but Slaanesh is good against most. He can no longer pick Beastmen or Bretonnia. I can no longer pick Norska, Coast, and Dwarves. But there are many a meta faction. Could go for the vampire accounts maybe if he goes one that's weak against them. I could take some Empire. He has Wood Elves. Ogres are good into Kislev and Wood Elves. This is a pretty solid lineup for me. I'm getting big, let's see here. Not Counts vibes. Empire, maybe? Empire's not bad against these guys. I don't want to, like, waste the Empire pick, though, so I'm going to settle for Bretonnia. His last faction is Tomb Kings. Kislev, Wood Elves, and Tomb Kings. All right. 2, 3. So there's the remaining maps. Interesting. Slaanesh, Ogres, Betonia versus Kislev, Wood Elves, Tomb Kings. How do I feel about that? Clarifying the pick and ban system with the Danican. I think Betonia versus Tomb Kings is a weird one. Betonia is such a strong faction, but against Tomb Kings it's a little sus. All right. I think Ogres I would like to play into almost all of these except for Tomb Kings. Like Ogres, anything but Tomb Kings. Slaanesh, anything but Kislev. And actually I guess Wood Elves is also kind of rough. He really hard countered Slaanesh here. Dwarves losing is what makes me happy. I think Dwarves, their gyrocopter play can only go so hard if their opponent is prepared. Best of 9 done? No, we are 2-1 right now. The cops are coming. He bans Ogres, Wood Elves. Makes a lot of sense. I'll play Slaanesh Tomb Kings. I'll even play Slaanesh Kislev. But God, I don't want to play Slaanesh Wood Elves. That's a terrible one. Betonia Wood Elves is good. Betonia Kislev is contested. Betonia Tomb King should be fine. Ogres Kislev. Slaanesh Kislev. Ogres Tomb Kings? Yeah, get them out of there. I don't want to play Ogres versus Tomb Kings. And then this way, it's probably Slaanesh Tomb Kings, Betonia Tomb Kings is probably one of my next bans. Unless I feel like Slaanesh Kislev. Slaanesh Kislev is certainly contested. Hellstriders don't do well versus Kislev Cavalry, except for Dervishes. But then you have Fiends. Fiends v Griffin Legion is not great, but you have spell casting. Oh wait, no, Slaanesh Betonia, we know about this one. This is the one that Charx goes for, my bad. How do I feel about my Slaanesh versus Betonia matchup? Let me take a look. Slaanesh versus Betonia. Oh yes, this was the weird one. Slaanesh versus Betonia fast. Oh yeah, no, this doesn't feel great. This feels positively terrible. Yeah, so I won against Danican 5-4 last time. It was Charx that beat us Charx won 3-5 last time. We did barely beat Danican. Definitely my two most difficult opponents. So I think the general consensus, Ryan, amongst the higher ups that I've been playing against, so like Charx, Danican, most people say that it's Betonia favored. But yeah, not unwinnable. So yeah, I think you have it right on the mark then, at least with what these guys have been saying. It is only one misplay, right? Like you're gonna take a cavalry fight And if you misplay, you're still losing it, so. Pretty sure Danny can't beat you. The last game was against his Chaos Dwarves. We won that, man. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Where's that? It was streamed live. We have it right here. Okay, so last ban. Is he really gonna force me to play Betonia versus Kislev, Wood Elves, and Tomb Kings? So just only play Betonia, leave Ogres and Slaanesh for later. I kind of want to play Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings though. That seems like a not terrible option. Or I could just save Slaanesh for later. And then just play Betonia versus everything. Kislev, Wood Elves, and Tomb Kings. This will be really testing my Betonia. I think Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings is good enough for me to leave open. And then that way I can ban Betonia, like, I don't know. What's Betonia versus Kislev look like? The Kislev matchup is terrible, apparently. So I'm going to ban that. Alright. But yeah. In Turin, Anticity, Turbo, Sweat. Anticity versus Danican. Where's that? Where is it at? Turbo Sweat. Yeah, so it was 4 and 4, right? And it was against his Chaos Dwarves. And I had a 6,000 gold lead at the end of it. Yeah, you guys are crazy. He wants to do Wood Elves versus Betonia first. All right. Can we beat the Wood Elves? In theory, Betonia's amazing here. In theory. We got the Pox arrows. We got Alberic. Now, I do want to be able to terrorize these guys. But it does make them a bigger target. And more expensive. I think it's still probably worth. It's probably still worth. I don't think I need Louis. We have a bunch of archers. You ban Chateau. Let's play Bordello Landing or Celestial Lake. Oh boy, okay. Let's play Lake. Same map, actually. It's just kind of an awkward map. In terms of matchups, this is actually a pretty good for him. Do I even want Alberic? I think my Cav already kind of win the fights. You know, I'm feeling a Louis today. I'm feeling a Louis. We take his healing. We'll take Beloved Son. We'll take his missile resist. Louis is pretty good. Take some archers. Take some cavalry. Take some more cavalry. And then take more archers. In case he goes really hard on the blob. Do I need infantry? Most of my infantry kind of die. I think it does not hurt to have some peasant mobs in reserve though. They will almost always pay for themselves. So you might as well. We will need a caster. Now we already have a healing lord. So I am afforded the luxury of running a Flock of Doom caster. Skull of Shielding is just really nice to have. Battle Pilgrims. Don't Battle Pilgrims... Dude, they got buffed recently. I don't know if they beat Dryads. They are slightly more expensive. They don't have Vanguard. They're slower. But I imagine, indeed, they are not the worst here. I may take a handful just for like a little bit of infantry cleanup if we need to. I guess like if he has too many spears, it's worth it to run the battle pilgrims. And then we got this guy. This paladin is just a ballistic missile straight for his lord, right? Just set and forget. He's like a mini manticore, anti-large, pretty good stats. If he just has a random horse lord on the ground, I don't want to waste my time chasing them with King Lewin. He has much better things to do. So we use the paladin instead. Then we take Grill Relique. Maybe, I don't know, Mounted Yeomen don't really trade that well up without Alberic. They're good for capturing points. I could take the Poison Archer Yeoman. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe I'll just take the spears. All right. Now, unfortunately, flanking is much harder on this map, so I don't know if we actually win this. But in theory, Batonia does well against Wood Elves. Trebuchet is a hard maybe. It just doesn't really do that much. It can be ignored all battle and only just barely pays for itself. So if you think about it, you're kind of just at a value deficit until the end of the game where it catches up. Now, it does have some utility in that it decreases leadership and maybe it forces your opponent forward into the fight. But in general, I'm not a huge fan of it. No Alberic, yeah. Actually running a Louis for once. So, I want to contest this hill. We got a bunch of cavalry. Got a bunch of cav. We have Louis. And I'm mostly going to be summoning in cav. Drycha pick is pretty crazy. And he went for Zotes and Glade Guard. So that does make things a little bit more difficult for us here. But here's the thing. I do still have a very menacing archer front line. And his general lack of strong infantry shall be his undoing. He has 11 units. 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. So no stealthies in here. That'll make life a little bit more comfortable. He does outrange us, but I have more archers in him. That'll make life pretty comfortable for us, actually. I just gotta make sure that front line ain't too much of an issue, but here's the thing. Lewin's a beast. He has a Sword of Corone. He can bully a couple Zotes. Maybe let's not get overzealous with Louis. And no one has done any damage to each other. Kind of funny. I see some very elite units getting summoned in. I kind of want to force them forwards if at all possible with my archers. So I'm going to make a slightly risky play and summon another bowman here. Overall, I'd say the skirmish fight is actually going pretty well for my opponent. Now, I do have that archer advantage, right? So we're going to get a pretty decent volley here. His Glade Guard have to back up. Peasant Bowman hurt, man. Turns out Lewin hurts a lot too. That's a pendulum. We get a partial dodge on it. With only one archer unit taking the brunt of the damage. So overall, I think it ain't too bad. Damsel of Beast can come on in. Louis is actually getting a lot of work done on the units here. On Drycha specifically. certainly a nice to have. I don't like how much damage my archers have taken, but this ain't the end of the world. We got our battle pilgrims in. There's no point really summoning in the paladin or anything. But yeah, if I start spamming these guys, they'll probably do fine. As long as my archers are continuously firing, we know that our DPS is probably okay. Pretty good flock of doom on them too. I'll just keep bullying Drycha, I guess. And hopefully get a squeeze through with my cavalry. Getting into that line there is going to be very important. Louis taking a little bit of damage from the wild hunters. He has a lot of cav. We'll see how this pans out. One cavalry does get in the cookie jar though. Although stag knights are here to ward him off. So actually some very nice archer defense. Can we get in though? So here come the Zotes. We're gonna have to bog them down with our infantry. I definitely do have a lot of infantry here, and we should be able to avoid those stag knights for a while. Those are just glade riders, not a huge deal. Okay, how's the Louis doing? Whoop. Gotta get that debuff. Definitely gotta get a big flock of dooming over here. Most of the archers are thankfully still alive. But he cut one of my cav units. Now his back line's in a bit of disarray. My front line is also in a bit of disarray though. Drycha continues to live, but he did lose some of his elite stuff. A proper slugfest indeed. The value is down for us, which I think is overall a bad sign. Unless Lewin can kill off Drycha here, I'm a little bit worried. I do have my hyper elite cavalry though. They should be able to get a little bit of a swing play. Maybe Lewin gets a nice hit here. Maybe I get a flock of doom or my archers can cook. It seems like Daniken is just slightly coming out on top. This at least will be a very good flock of doom. Managed to bait him out there into that blob fight. Drycha though, she's living. Just having the time of her life. I don't like that. Actually routed off my caster too. I'd say things are a little sus. Now, having Grail Knights is definitely a plus. It means that my archers will be able to sit back and relax and get their volleys off. I really don't like that these guys are still alive, right? I think that's kind of the only play I can make though, which is spamming a ludicrous number of archers and spears, and then hopefully being able to pull it back. Glade riders are actually being such a menace. If I can just pull them in and get some decent engagements, we may be able to pull back here. So the Grails are cooking up pretty nicely there. Flesh to Stone doesn't actually help because they are magic damage. Thank goodness Caster came back. We're gonna need a cycle charge with these guys as much as possible though if we want them to get anything done. Let's send them here. Let's bully the Zotes. And we gotta keep these guys alive, but this ain't looking good. If these Grails go down, it's totally over. At least that's another pretty good spell for us. But ouch! Oh, my poor Grails. My poor Grails are getting massacred. Yeah, I think he just did a little bit too good of a job defending his archers. My backline dives amounted to nothing. Oh, my poor Grails. My poor Grails. Dude, the Zotes too. The Zote cookery. Insane. Yeah, his archers got way too much value. How are the Stag Knights doing? Also very fine. My archers are in disarray. He doesn't even care that his archers are getting charged. They already paid for themselves. Well played by the Daniken. We will continue to grind, though, on the off chance that we get a miracle with the king. Let's go over here. It's a pretty decent charge. Can we get her? You get a Drycha kill? You know, we actually are almost pulling back in value, but it's not counting the heals, right? Okay, all the peasants are in. We did rout off the Stag Knights, so this cavalry unit will come back. Do I have the time? The thing is, he's just ignoring Lewin, right? He's just ignoring Lewin. So all my value lead with Lewin doing well on HP is kind of meaningless, because he's just not really getting his value back is the problem. Can you rout off these guys? Looks like maybe not. Oh man, those Oats, bro, those Oats, and his Glade Guard so well protected. This was very well played by Daniken. Which means he'll be pulling it back. Let's see here. Unless I kill Drycha. Although right now she's giving a pretty massive melee attack boost. Can I kill these Oats? Dude, his Oats are such chads. His Oats are insane. Wood Elves are definitely a very strong faction indeed. Is there any way we can pull this back? I think it's pretty done even if we do start winning, so I'll just concede here. GG, well played. Oh, I forgot to save that last game. Last game. It's fine. Daniken. He's got teeth. GG, well played. So next match is Slaanesh versus Tomb Kings or Betonia versus Tomb Kings. Let's play Betonia versus Tomb Kings next. And for the map, I'll ban Carcass. Oh, it's gonna have to be Celestial Lake again? Nah. I'll ban Lake. I think the map here was definitely a big oopsies on me. I didn't realize that we had really bad maps for Betonia. So I ended up playing on Celestial Lake, which is a big misplay. I think I could have gone way more value with my archers. He did just kind of walk into me, and there was just way too much cavalry. If I went for an infantry front line and then just a ludicrous number of archers, I think we totally could have gone him. The Cav Max has failed me. Betonia versus Tomb Kings, though, this may go okay for us, though. I would like to try a different style. Against Tomb Kings, we got our Grail Reliques. He wants to play on Putrefying Carcass. He's the one controlling the map. So I'm gonna try different Betonia this time. We are going to go Battle Pilgrims. Oops. Battle Pilgrims and Men-at-Arm Polearms. Realistically, I only need a couple units of Cav with Chariots. That should be good enough. But if we do something like this, do Tomb Kings have a good answer? I do think this matchup probably is not exactly the prettiest matchup. So he will have Bow Shopti. What if I just give his Ushopti no targets? Okay, I do think I want like Alberic on a horse or something at least. The voice crack. I'm worried, man. I'm worried. So we put Alberic on a horse, and then we get a Damsel of Earthblood. Nice and chill, right? So she has Earthblood. He's chilling. He's a Chad. And then we have a Spearman Shield. And then, so I have a really chonky front line. if he brings stalkers or whatever, or anti-cav, right? I just have a bunch of these guys. Okay, maybe not this many. Maybe not that many peasant bowmen. But I think if I swarm him with bowmen, as long as my front line holds, and as long as he doesn't have anything to kill the bowmen, I think we're probably okay. Is there anything else I would want? A Gotrek, a Felix? Not really. I do need something to kill off. I think a rogue Green Knight, literally just to kill off potential big single entities, is not the worst. Because he might also not have a good counter to them. Otherwise, I think the goal here is to just archer tide them. And I should be relatively in the clear. Definitely pick some bad matchups with Petunia, though. But we gotta get better at Petunia. Yeah, damsels are super cheap if you take them on foot. But yeah, the goal here is we're going to try and put him in an awkward position. With his army build, where he just like commits. If he just commits way too hard on anti-cavalry stuff, this should just overrun him. This is a lot of infantry. I don't think Brett into Wood Elves is a bad pick, just the matchup was pretty bad. Yeah, the map felt pretty bad. It's very hard to get a flanking on him. I think I could have won if I just sat back, relaxed, and just summoned way more range units, though, to try and force him forward. But I also needed infantry to defend my range, though. I think it would have been best if I just went to Mantide. Just a normal Petonian Mantide would have been enough. How can you say he has no bow Shopti targets when you have Grail Reliques? The best unit in the game. I can't believe they're actually meta now. It's crazy. But yeah, I think best case would be wider build. Second best case is better map. But it's okay. We still have 5 more games. We'll pull it back. We got to play the map a little bit harder, I think. Play the map harder. I think this build will be good, though. Now, if he brings in Screaming Skull catapults, it's a little bit of a different issue. I don't know if that's something I can rush exactly. So, there's a little bit of a worry there, right? I just don't really have a lot of answers. I could try to send cavalry into his back line, but Tomb Kings are really good at holding your cavalry in place. But just by raw width, a Screaming Skull catapult, it's not going to just shred my front line, I don't think, right? Like, I just have so much stuff, they're all relatively cheap. We'll see. We'll see. I think it's definitely the sketchiest thing. Map is pretty forested, though. Yo, yeah, I hated on Grill Reliques super hard. I thought they would have to be way cheaper, like 200 gold. But it turns out this was enough. Now, I want to try and contest multiple points, if possible. I don't really know what he's bringing. So I have like a bunch of halberds. I could send like... The thing is, if I send a couple peasants here, he's just gonna kill them with horsemen. So... let's not get overzealous on that front just yet. We're just gonna take it nice and chill. Just nice and easy like. Sure, let's just do this. Ooh, I can leave 1 spear here. Okay, perfect. So I have my 1 spear. Ready, good luck, have fun. We got Alberic. Caster. So he does just have the 1 horseman. He has a Screaming Skull catapult, but the Chosen of the Gods. So, Chosen of the Gods have like no targets here. Card tap. Yeah, the biggest threat is, of course, that Screaming Skull. But, what if I just spam a million archers? We dodge a Screaming Skull. I don't know why I dodged with my army. Its range can't even reach my guys right now. Against a couple horsemen. Alberic can actually just go in and take that fight. And then, yeah, I guess I'm just spamming out a ludicrous number of range units now. So he gets a second Screaming Skull in there. So you know he wants the fight, certainly. He gets a pretty nice Skull Storm on my Battle Pilgrims. There's not much we can do about that. Screaming Skulls are not hitting the best of targets right now, which is nice to see. And I just want to get in the fight. I think that's exactly what we want to do here.
We have a victory point. Keep it.
I just want to get in. I want to kill as much as I can. And then hopefully we can win via larger army tactics. Guerrilla Relics are already in. Now we're just gonna have to chuck out our magic. There's not really much else to do here. Halberds are here for anything large. And we did get into his lines. That's good. Caster here is given solid leadership boosts, right? The only issue for me is that my archers are a little bit lagging behind. Feel a little bit bad about the archer situation. Do I have enough infantry though? So there's one problem, right? Tomb Kings have a massive heal. Screaming Skulls are shooting at my archers. If we dodge with them, they'll live. But will it be enough? So this buys time for my front line to just get the grind on. That, of course, is good for us, but will it be enough? He has sepulchral stalkers here. This entirely relies on my front line winning, by the way. So there's yet another heal. Codtup's rolling around. He's being a menace. He has his stalkers in there. But do we have units getting through? He has a couple horsemen. They're not doing much. Archers are peppering. Does actually rout the Knights Errant. Maybe they are overrated. Jeez. Alright. Alright, you darn front line. Hold. Hold, dang it. I just want the sheer numbers of infantry to do this. We're almost through the center line, though. If I can just break through the center line, I'm happy. And he's gonna summon, yeah, he's gonna summon some guys there. He's gonna summon some guys, some Ushopti to cover that now. Now, it still ain't the end of the world. A couple Ushopti are not a big deal. And many of my battle pilgrims have actually survived. Plus, we have a heal there. Alberic can begin bullying Cod Tep. You'll love to see that. And as it stands, the Architide's doing not bad. Remember, this is a triple cap situation, too. Good horse route here, though. He's definitely working my horsemen really well, that's for sure. But we've jumped his archer line. Okay. Value trading wise is really bad for us, though. I do have a little bit of cavalry coming in. Their lines are being breached. It's really bad that I lost so many knights errant. But getting into the cookie jar is certainly nice. Screaming Skull catapults are doing the best. But I just have so many dudes here, right? Alberic is helping out. He did rout off the caster, which kind of sucks. We certainly have a lot of units around here, just constantly getting routed. I guess a lot of his money is in the catapults. And I do get a minor win there. I'm just worried that I'm going to run out of units, you know? Like, yeah, I do have a few Grail reliques and stuff. The value is still a little bit sus. Knights of the Realm will be good, though, once those stalkers are out of the picture. Codtep is a little annoying. Let's see if I can actually deny him a D-summon real quick. Nope, it looks like he will be getting it. No, we did get a D-summon deny. Okay. A lot of archers are actually still alive. The thing is, if they rout 3 times, it's over. Does get a pretty solid cav catch there, too. I feel like I'm gonna run out of units. I feel like I'm totally gonna run out of units. By vibes, it's getting real sus. She actually has to heal herself. I guess I can send a peasant here. Secure that point. He might not be able to capture fast enough, though. So he's gonna need to start spamming out Nehekar horsemen. We might actually still win this. Wait just a darn second. If I can just spam out stuff that wins against Nehekar horsemen, we might just barely have enough capture weight here to win. Alberic is actually going to live. His bow Shopti have yet to be de-summoned. And now he's stuck spamming skeletons out of the closet. If I can just hold and trade roughly evenly for the next little while, we might actually win this. The main tide. The main tide prevails, maybe? The archers, heroes of the Bretonnian Empire. They just keep on rallying, right? And if I can hold a triple cap, he's really screwed. Holy crap, Codtep is dying. Alberic does not joke around when it comes to anti-large. Alberic is getting completely murdered. Capture points are being held. Holy crap. Holy moly. Now it ain't over just yet. We still have the closing statements here. But this is a very good position all of a sudden. Codtep is dead. And it seems like the late game Tonya. Late game Tonya pulls back. I thought we were so dead. Holy crap. What a main tide. What a main tide. He tried going for the flank point, but we just had a little bit too much. This is mostly just because artillery builds in this game are kind of garbage. I really did not expect this to go so well. And Alberic staying alive too against all odds. Have another heal. There you go. I think obviously he didn't have the best build bringing in those Ushapti Great Bows. They really didn't do anything for the whole battle. Had he swapped them out for anything else, I think he would have won. But such is how these bad matchups go. You just have to go all in and pray. The Battle Pilgrims just ground them up. Most of my infantry didn't do well. I don't know how we won it. How do we win? It's just the mass crumbling? I have no idea. Obviously killing Codtep was good. And most of his stuff was in the backfield just shooting. I think it's the they only eventually paid for themselves problem. I think that's what did him in. All right. So the last set of maps. So the next one is Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh. Let's see here. Who's banning first? So I banned first for those two. Okay, so he played Tomb Kings, he played Wood Elves. I played Betonia and Slaanesh. All right. If I can win this next one, that'd be pretty clean. But I don't know if that's possible. Also, yeah, Green Knight, I think Green Knight does well versus the big kitties and such. There's also a lot of halberds in that build, so I don't know if the kitties would win it. Yo, man tides though. Okay, so he bans Altar. Can play Putrefying Carcass again or Lost Temple. Lost Temple is pretty good for slow factions I've seen. Carcass is a little awkward, so let's stick with that. Let's stick with that, and then you just want the huge, right? So you can spam armor, but armor's just not very great. The big thing is you want to route off. You want to kill a few units at the beginning. Nice and simple, like you gotta devastate a couple of units so that they don't get their passive. Unlike other main tide builds, just kind of have to get some picks. Now he's probably going to have some skirms, which means Melkoth's is very good. Seductive Glory is all nice. And then he's gonna have a little bit Locust of Swiftness. And then he's gonna have a bunch of anti-large, right? Like Necropolis Knights and the like. Now, Chaos Knights are really good if they don't die to Bow Shopti. I'd love to run at least a couple of them. But of course we do need a front line first and foremost. Now, I'm thinking Forsaken. The Marauders are only okay at clearing it. I think, I could take a mix. Take a little bit of a mix. We can start with these guys. We'll have our Chaos Knights of Slaanesh, because Hellstriders don't trade that well into Nehekara Horsemen. There's still a little bit of an issue in that I don't have a lot of ways to kill Stalkers still, outside of just taking a really good cat fight. I guess you can go for some Furies. A big Fury surround is decent. Is Soul Siphon? Soul Siphon's good against Undead. We're taking it. Undead is almost always wavering, so you can't go wrong there. Maybe one more Fury. He could also have some very elite Tomb King's infantry, but I think a rear charge will get him dead. So I'm just gonna pretend that my build already has an answer. If we get punished for that, well, it'll be a lesson well learned. But I do think Chaos Knights will do really well versus many of the things we might see. He could also just go for a box with a bunch of archers. If he does, that would be very bad. I don't know what I'm supposed to do for his box. I just have to, I guess I have a few ideas. I could go for the big flank. The War Shrine of Slaanesh? Absolutely not. Get that out of my face. We're gonna do this. I don't need Marauder Horsemen. I think they are not the best Slaanesh unit unless they have beautiful targets to shoot at. But in this case, no armor piercing. No armor piercing means no good targets. Oh, actually, let's take one Eternal Entourage in case it's just something that I absolutely am having a hard time killing. But mostly we're summoning in those Chaos Knights. Fingers crossed we win this. This is the only Slaanesh game I get to play. Triple motorbike. War Sphinx ROR punishes man for thinking Chaos Knights are good. It's a little sketchy. These aren't even the ones that got buffed. But Tomb Kings don't do that well against armored cavalry. Unless they have specific spells to kill them. I still can't believe I won that Bretonia game, by the way. I really lucked out that he took the Chosen of the Gods. Let me just say that. Chosen of the Gods, save my butt. Thinking we'll see a DJ Kotep. DJ Kotep pretty hype. Now the big thing is he gonna have Kite? Fiends with the Malkoth's charge and Smoke and Mirrors, they can catch horsemen like no one's business. He has 17 units, which is pretty man-tidy. But all I gotta do is trigger his 3 passives. That's all I gotta do. As soon as the passives are gone, then I can fight his main army with my infantry, who will uptrade much better. Yeah, they really only have the Ushabti Great Bows. Necropolis Knights are just a little too weak to be worth taking. If Necropolis Knights were good, these guys would be really bad here. But it's total bait to take Necropolis Knights. You don't want to do that. And yeah, I just gotta take good fights with these Forsaken. He can't have that many Tomb Guard. You can also get a Lord Snipe potentially. Tomb King's Lords tend to be fairly expensive and worth killing. Gotta be super careful my Keeper doesn't die. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about Ark in the Black. They do really like to snipe Lords. We'll see. Worst case scenario, we'll go 3 and 3, but I really hope I can secure a 4 and 2. If we can secure a 4 and 2 and then play Ogres into them to get the last win, it's golden, right? Like 1 win is Slaanesh, 1 win with Ogres. How hard can that possibly be? Well, we'll see. There's been a couple upsets here. Something about Necropolis Knights make them suck. Yeah, I don't know what it is, because their stats are actually pretty good, right? They have pretty low HP, though. Aren't they, like, in the 8,000 range, which is, like, cavalry HP? Anyone know how much HP, like, Man-Eaters have? I feel like Man-Eaters might also be 8,000? Maybe 9,000? But yeah, Necropolis Knights, I don't know what it is, but they just suck. Yes, DJ with the anti-cav spell is scary. I'm kind of banking on me not having cav at the start. Daniken using most of his magic on my infantry, because you got to use your magic at some point, right? And then once he's out of magic, late game cavalry summons run him over. Will it work? We'll see. A little terrified. Daniken's a menace. The leader! The Kalita! This is some classic strats, okay. So he has Queen Kalita and the Lich Priest of Light. So he just wants to spam Shems on me. There's nothing too crazy about that. One big thing though, he doesn't have a lot of anti-infantry. So I have that going for me. If we hide right behind that tree, a Shem's gaze should not be too painful here. Should be able to capture this one fairly quickly. Are you gonna net me? Didn't go for the net. Just straight up got charged. Okay. Well, that's a good pick.
You have the foe's
Half HP off a horseman for 1 Melkoth. Gets a little bit of a counter charge here. I can counter charge. Still no chariots either, so that is inviting me to take more Forsaken. Fiends are just really good. And as long as my lord continues to hide behind this indestructible tree, then we're good. Just gotta not stick on those spears and we'll be relatively okay. We do have a rather nice infantry advantage here. With all these, with all the chaff. So we can take a few fights here and there. Like I said though, we mostly just want to get picks. They turn their backs to the Forsaken. Insane.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
We gotta... There we go. Gotta trigger that passive, right? Uses one of his missiles. Does like no damage. Alright. Can we trigger another passive? Many of these guys are crumbling. So just kind of dancing around, nothing too crazy. I can actually take the knights too, by the way. The knights will do really well here. You can see we're not going for that backline dive. I think that's the second one, right? Yeah, Realm of Souls 2. So I only need one more Realm of Souls trigger. And then that is most of the units out of the picture. Or at least that's most of the Tomb King's value out of the picture. Is that a net? Okay. I don't know if he has a great ability there, though. So there's that's Realm of Souls number 3. He uses gems, it's on cooldown. The power of just chilling with my lord was great. Okay, so now that Chems is on cooldown, now we're chilling. So he's gonna summon Ushapti here. If I charge them with 2 fiends, they will insta-die, and they shouldn't do too much to my Forsaken. So we're just gonna go straight for it. And my lord is just gonna dance, using the hill to their advantage accidentally. Get more Forsaken. And this is looking pretty rough for my opponent, right? We can pull in his archers into the fight. As long as I don't accidentally throw my lord here, we're pretty happy. Does manage to rout off the Forsaken though, unfortunate. I guess value trading is actually slightly low for us. I guess I gotta deal with them archers then. I guess I do have a fairly nice mobility advantage. So let's see if we can make use of that here. So there's a little bit of a spell. Gonna get a minor hit, nothing too crazy. The archers are going very hard on my lord here. Let's get a little bit of a speed boost. Jeez, okay. Actually, if we get netted down, that would be really bad. So, Lord is just gonna disengage. I don't want any of that heat no more. They're just gonna fight here and live their best life. In the meantime, the archers are suffering pretty hard. We do still have a double cap. I just gotta deny these Ushapti their value. Let's see here. Let's yeah, get a little bit of that. Let's take him out. Get another Fury. Ushapti are actually getting pretty decent value on my lord. Gotta dodge. Gotta dodge. Here come some skeleton horsemen. I can net them down at least. There we go. So that's not a big deal. It's really rapidly running out of infantry, though. I don't like that part very much. Especially because potentially my opponent can just capture all the other points. And then I'm kind of screwed. I really would not like that. Right, because like a horseman summon on the far side right now would be very bad. Now, my lord's still alive, right? Furies are doing well. We'll get like a sick rear charge and all that. Do I have enough, though? Do I have enough? That's just gonna do a decent amount of damage. I bet he's saving up for more. For like a horseman capture at the left point, but... Okay, we're just chilling then. Yeah, so he's still summoning here. So if I summon a Chaos Knight... Would that be enough? So there's a Chaos Knight. The Chaos Knights are cooking pretty hard here. Actually decides to summon in a unit of infantry. That's pretty good for us. We get a rear charge here. We have a Chaos Knight. I think the Tomb Kings might be slowly falling apart. Most of their value is in my Lord, right? And we are about to kill off some very expensive Ushapti. We have a lot of value in crumbling that's not really accounted for. Okay, yeah, Lord is on retirement duty now. Lord's gotta retire, alright. But it really feels like Tomb Kings are running out of units. The Lord will do fine if there's like a summon over here or something. And the Chaos Knights, they're the ones that are gonna win the day. Nigh indestructible. 120 armor. 120 armor worth of chunkiness. And devastating flanker. The great. Very close game though. But yeah, devastating flanker's doing pretty good. Let's actually go and capture this point. The Shems just really doesn't cook here. So while he did punish my Lord, he didn't have the anti-cavalry. Look at these guys. They're such a menace. Absolutely massacring right now. Should be able to capture this point too. There's a Ushapti looking a little worse for wear. Are they targeting at? These knights. We'll just dodge with them. There's the capture point. The time pressure is on. Let's keep dodging. The few Ushapti that have managed to survive are a mild issue. But getting that capture is so huge. As long as we can just trade evenly, this should be pretty over. We just gotta trade relatively evenly. Lord can help out from the distance. I think they overcast, but it's okay. There you go. Big surround on these guys. Let's actually use our infantry here to help out. It's close. Certainly close. I got another fiend though, and if you're stuck summoning cavalry and I'm stuck summoning cavalry, I think we're still winning. Let's do this just to reset the vigor. Look at how long they hold, man. It's crazy how long they hold. Dude, the melee defense on Chaos Knights is absurd and hilarious. And now he's gonna give me an opportunity to spend my magic. Hell yeah. Alright, so they finally do out. Time is of the essence, though. You only have so much time to capture the point. My Chaos Knight shall prevail. He wants to get another Shems on my Lord. Potential Lord Snipe will get it. Yeah, I bet you guys weren't expecting Chaos Knights today to actually dumpster the Tomb Kings. Gets a pretty cool net, all things considered. But that's just a little bit too much, I think. Look at these guys. If I just spam Forsaken onto this last point, I think we're pretty comfortably in the clear here. with a whole unit of fiends. At this point, not even captured yet. My lord at ludicrous amounts of winds of magic for a late game grind. All it'll really take is a little bit of Forsaken, and then we're good to go. My lord, though, is completely shut down by his magic, however. That was pretty jokes, but he wouldn't have been able to kill my lord and my cavalry, you know? That's the thing that makes him so special. Another unit of Forsaken should do. Do I just give this point? I think I might just give the point. Yeah, GG. Woo. Nice. A little spooky, but we got there. Huh. Whoa, Turin's hosting an SFT in 1 hour? Oh, hell yeah. Sign me up. Oh my gosh, dude, Turin. I can't believe it. Yeah, these guys got mega value on my lord who did nothing. But look at these guys. Look at these guys. Okay, maybe not them, but 2,100 on the Chaos Knight. Insane. Tomb Kings don't really have a good answer. The Furies were a bad idea, though. I didn't like the Furies. I would pass on the Furies, take more Chaos Knights. If he had Ushapti, it might have been a different story, though, but I don't think he ever got the opportunity for it. Okay. So that means we gotta do one more. One more of these pick and bans. So I can still play ogres. That's nice. I can still play vampire accounts. That's also nice. And wood elves, right? So we have a lot of really strong options here. If I can take advantage of that, we're good. Turin's tournament starts in 1 hour. The missile spellcaster, it's not that bad versus Slaanesh. Oh, he took ogres. Good thing I went counts first. Excuse me. What was it? What do I want? Vampire counts? Wood elves versus ogres is not the greatest. Did I go Tomb Kings versus ogres? I guess Tomb Kings is not bad. Who did he just play? Who did he just play? Tomb Kings and wood elves. Ogres, dark elves. Demons of Chaos can't beat ogres. I don't think anything can beat ogres here that I have on hand. Guess I could do this. Alright. BRB. Corn! Whoa! All right. So let's see here. Wood elves, Tomb Kings, vampire counts, ogres, dark elves, corn. We're gonna start off by banning out wood elves against ogres. All right. Unfortunately, I was not able to play ogres today, but they helped with the banes, I guess. Vampire counts is a solid, like Tomb King's vampire counts against ogres is nice. I just have to worry about corn. Oh yeah, and he has dark elves. Crap. Out of this matchup spread, though, if I can win just one, I'm fine. And like Wood Elves is really favored into Dark Elves. Why don't the Ogres, the bigger of the factions, not simply eat the other factions? That was Futurama, was it? I feel like that was Futurama. Love that show. Shems and Amber Spear are also very good. I think as long as the terrain is not too bumpy. On Putrefying Carcass, that terrain blocked like a 25% of his missiles. He banned all the matchups, the rest of the matchups with Ogres. Okay. So I can play Wood Elves versus Khorne, Tomb Kings versus Khorne, and Counts versus Khorne. That's all terrible, though. I would like Wood Elves versus Dark Elves, but he's going to ban that. Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves is good. Counts versus Dark Elves is fine. Khorne, though? Man, Khorne was a good pick. It was actually kind of a sick pick. Give me a second. So if we take a look at the Khorne matchup. Against Wood Elves, they do great, apparently. Against Tomb Kings... Oh, no. Against Wood Elves, they do terribly. Against Tomb Kings, they do great. Against Vampire Counts, it's apparently even. So I should ban the Khorne versus Tomb Kings matchup, right? Wood Elves versus Dark Elves and Khorne should both be fine. Dark Elves against... Oh, do I just ban Vampire Counts Khorne? Then I'm facing his Dark Elves multiple times. He could very well just crush me with the might of his Dark Elves. But he's gonna have to play Wood Elves versus Dark Elves or Khorne versus Wood Elves, which is both pretty bad. You know, honestly, even Vampire Counts kind of do fine versus them. It's just so risky, though, right? It's Daniken. I don't think I should fear him that much, though. I think all of this is playable. I think the Vampire Counts one, though, is probably the sketchiest. So I'll ban that. And then he has to play Khorne versus Vampire Counts, which he might not be ready for. He might not be ready for. I don't know. Apparently the matchup's even. Wood Elves versus Dark Elves, and then Khorne, and then Vampire Counts. Let's do Wood Elves versus Dark Elves first. Let's see here. All right. So Wood Elves versus this is my highest chance of making it here. If I can just beat them, then we're good. I'll ban Carcass. Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. Can it be done? Maybe Khorne units get tired and fall asleep after killing too many skeletons. I guess, I don't know, man. I don't know how you're supposed to play Khorne versus Counts. Or Counts versus Khorne. Okay, do I Zote him? Do I just copy his build? You know, having a bunch of spears and the Wraiths of the Frozen Heart is actually quite hype. He wants to play an Altar of the Champion. Okay. He's the lobby host. So, like one Wildwood Ranger is probably enough. Spamming cheap cavalry onto chariots is the viable strat. And looky here. We have Gladeguard Hagbane tips to give him a hard time. Then we have Arrows of Kurnos, Prey of Anath Rama. Just a big old dragon lord to be annoying. With a branch wraith. So this map is actually really good for the branch wraith because you have Blessing of the Ancients, which will amp up your abilities. Now, do I need Earthblood? No, I think Malkoth's is good enough for everything that I may want. So you have our Glade Guard. Is there anything I gotta worry about? Okay, so like, yeah, it's good to have some more Dryads in reserve, right? I got my Mega Cav. This guy should trade into everything. If you bring something super elite, I got Wild Hunters, so they should do pretty well. The Zotes. Get the Zotes going. The one Zote. Start with the Zote. He has Scourge Runner chariots, man. The Zotes don't cook for Scourge Runners. I already got Anti-Cav. I got Malkoths. I think, realistically... yeah, this already is kind of everything I need. Do I need much else? Heroes of Karnos is great. Got my 3 archers. How do you round it out? What, just more Dryads? Most Dark Elf units do pretty bad versus Dryads. He can bring the Dread Witch Elves. So if we see a bunch of Witch Elves, what do I want? The Zotes? More Zotes! More! I think Dryads are not terrible, though. You can just summon them in and they'll do pretty well. Not taking Earthblood just calls for the Lord Throw. Alright, you know what? Just in case. Just in case I'll have Earthblood. But anyways, yeah, this is a bunch of kite. There's a bunch of kite. We use skirmishers to burn ammo on his Scourge Runner chariots. I have arrows of Kurnos. I got a net. Whack a load of archers. What's not to love? It's just a solid build, you know? Please destroy Danny. Dang. Vicious. You know, I would hope the best case is we lose this match and win the next one, because Turin's tournament is starting in 50 minutes. So we do have time. SFT and chill. Nice. Let's get back to the Demons of Chaos train. We're gonna get them above 51% win rate, guys. I also still have to figure out the best. I want to try like Man-Tide Demons of Chaos with like blues and pinks. Low X Blessing and Mass Cav. Okay, that's hilarious, right? But every once in a while, we gotta go for the Man-Tide. This map favors it pretty well too. Yeah, missile spells. They are subject to missile resist. All right, thank you for the good luck. Have fun, Grayson. All right, so bada bing, bada boom. We got the Dryads. They can push, take some territory. I got a million archers. So, all going well here. I should be able to just capture some points. Not take too much skirmish damage. Well, how do you do? Guy has Doomfire Warlocks. Dark Magic Sorcerer. A lot of people have been running Blade Wind recently. I don't know how I feel about Blade Wind. Ooh.
We have a victory point. Keep it
Actually out-dodged him there a little bit. It's not getting too much damage in on these guys. Hey, not bad. I don't think those guys will do super well either. Oh. Minidoom Bolt. Can we dodge it with the dragon? Oh, one dodge, one dodge. Let's go. I'll take a one dodge. So this front line ain't too chonky. We have our Glade Lord here. He's gonna be doing good. I should definitely get that branch raid going though. He's gonna be spamming doom bolts my way. So we did shove off his cavalry. I can net one of them down though. That was actually a pretty good blade wind cast. I did not see that. Maybe. This will be rough though. Holy crap. They got cooked. Doomfire Warlocks though got absolutely cooked. So let's go over there. Doomfire Warlocks can't disengage. And I can give them a little bit of kite. Ooh, Branch Wraith can absolutely wants to Melkoth these guys. So that'll get them killed. Do have an Arrows of Kurnos. We can actually send it straight down the pipe on these Bleak Swords. My calculations are correct. That should, not the best damage I've ever seen. I can resecure the flank point though. And then if I just keep playing keep away, I think we're okay. His doom bolts are really not doing too well, are they? And my cavalry barely lived here too. Oh my gosh. That's about the worst case possible for him, right? These guys have expert charge defense now. So they want to counter charge the infantry. It's a pretty nice little spell cast there. My magic is powerful though. These little trees are really menacing. His back point is looking real bad. We're starting to push in over here. And I think the double assassin just ain't really cooking. There's the net. That'll punish the Scourge Runner Chariot pretty well. Can we get a heal? Whoever suggested the healing, thank you. The healing is indeed quite good. All I really gotta do now is get one solid breath attack on these here Bleak Swords, and it is over. Wood Elf mobility is just superior, man. They're just better. Huge routes abound over here. So they go all them spears. Let's pull back. The assassins, if you just swamp them, you're okay. We basically just ignored the assassins the entire game. His passive has trigger though. Gotta make sure Dandakan doesn't scrap it back. He is very good at that. It's a pretty good heal. Can I kill his lord? She's kind of a pain to kill. We'll see what we can get done. Dry can actually cook up these assassins pretty hard. Now that I'm thinking about it. So let's actually try that out. He's really going for that Lord's Knight. Arrows of Kurnos though. Right on the chariots. As soon as these chariots are dead, I can be way more comfortable. They're like basically the only tool he can summon in to get a good value lead. So we just gotta route them off. And then of course we have more healing with this Dryad. 20% spell amped just for being in the forest. This is a very good Wood Elf map. So it goes one chariot, nice. And I'm going to pull these guys back. I want to see if I can net these Doomfire Warlocks on top of Dryads. And there we go. The nets, man. The nets are brutal. Dark Elves looking a little sus. Doomfire Warlocks, man, they just don't cook. And I believe Wild Rider Summon should be able to finish the job at this point. Let's just go over here. Doomfire Warlocks are out of there. Very nice. And then one more breath attack for the road. Let's take a look. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty okay. GG. Well played. 5-2. Now I think he could have won at least one of the other games in the matchups that we had selected. But this matchup is just really nasty. It's just impossible to get value with your stuff, you know? So like the Scourge Runners don't have a great target because of the Glade Riders. They're just such cheap skirmish cavalry. His Lord got decent value. Look at that branch rate though. Got the value from Melkoth's healing and just attacking the assassins. Terrifying. But yeah, this matchup is really cursed, right? So like Dark Riders get dumpstered by Glade Riders. And Doomfire Warlocks get dumpstered by the rest of your cavalry. You have nets. And the mini Doom Bolts just didn't do anything versus my Lord. I think, doesn't the Dragon have like oddly high missile resist? Yeah, it has 25%. Dang. Alright, well GG. Now, we wait for turns. We wait for turns tournament. Huzzah! We've defeated Danican. I just gotta beat Charix at some point. That was fun though. Alright. I also gotta deal with this message. And then I guess we could look at some do I have replays to go over? Not sure. Yeah, no one considers the missile resist. Yeah, the mini Doom Bolts do nothing against her with the healing. Dragons are hype, man, because they got physical resist and the missile. Great Unclean Ones are weeping at this, man. Oh my gosh. Brutality. Alright, let me just deal with this message and then we wait for turns. I should also get some food. I should get some food. Have you ever played Dead by Daylight? Heard of it? Never played it. Dan in the can. Got him. Whew. I have disaster battles. I do have disaster battles. Let's see here. Okay, there were a couple replays. I think literally just 2 that we can look at. So we have one from Pope Patty, one from Kane, and one from Unknown. There we go. So we can cover some replays while we wait. Replay Warhammer 3 replays. So this one was Duke of Bohemond versus Scrambled Egg Special. Do a little bit of replay watching. All right. Whew. Unwinding while we wait for turns. Playing against Danican's stressful, man. Scrambled Egg Special, by the way, one of the best players in the world right now, especially with Undead. Messaging. All right. So what we got?
We have
Duke
a victory
Beaumont.
point. Keep it from the
Triple
foe.
cap, very nice. Scrambled eggs, going for the super passive play. So when your opponent's playing super passive like this, it can be a good idea to just disengage and chill. You don't have to always rush down the cannons. Gotta make sure you dodge though. Mounted UN took a little bit of damage. There's a Zhao Ming, Dragon's Breath deletes Bretonnian Peasant Archers. Oh wait, this is a Cav Max. Oh, okay. You can hear you tinkering, yeah. Okay, so we have a Cav Max. A lot of spells here. I would probably cut a spell to save a bit of money on the caster. Expensive casters can set you a few hundred gold behind if you don't make full effective use of their spells. So I would not do that unless you really know what you're doing. But very slow pay. I think this is fine though, you know, the points are captured. No point being too aggressive with the infantry. Okay, that was a misplay though. So that was a Wind Blast on the Grand Cannon crew. Wind Blast, unless you nail it perfectly, even if you do, it doesn't do enough damage to rout them. I think like half of the HP is on the artillery pieces and the other half is on the infantry. Only a select number of spells can actually dismount it, so a little bit of a misplay there. If you're playing Bretonnia and you want to dismount artillery, you don't have many options. You know, you can use your Randon's Thunderbolt to maybe kill 1 or 2 artillery pieces, which can help versus like Hell Cannons. You don't have access to Burning Head, which would be a nice way to rout them off. I guess you could try and summon a Manticore, but that's probably not going to work too well with so many defenses. I think you just don't try and snipe the cannons unless you're full rushing. I will say the Bretonnian Mantide does do really well here. You still gotta have your salty run back with Charx sometime. I know, man. Yo, I can't stop thinking about it. It's the only one that he won. Or it's the only one that I lost. Charx wins a lot. It's the only best of 9 that I lost. I gotta have Sweet Vengeance or really good practice. One way or the other. It's fine by me. Okay, now this is a good play. All right, a little bit of a flank. Way more mobility that they can handle. Forces a D summon. Just a 400 gold loss there. But you should probably be capturing this point, right? So like Zhao is slowly getting that. It takes him 33 seconds to capture the point. If you just stall him, you can still win by tickets pretty easily. Cavalry's a little bit too blobbed up too. In theory, they should be spread out so that you can immediately countercharge anything that gets in the fight. But I guess since it's all yeomen, it's a little rough. A lot of death going on there. So actually, that's a 1,200 gold loss. Pretty brutal. You don't want to recommit. They're already dead. But the point hold against Zhao Ming is good. Got some infantry on the field. That's nice. Even manages to kill a crowman. So that helps swing the value back a little bit. Maybe only a 500 gold loss then. Not that bad. Overall, not too bad. And yeah, there you go. Good disengage. The problem is at this point it's still getting captured, right? So the cavalry could have been here much sooner. I don't know why they're being so passive. The infantry could have been summoned a little bit earlier. And this is a tickets game, because you're not going to actually kill this Cathay army. And if you're not going to kill them, you got to buy as much time as possible by capturing points.
Take it back.
Manticores can drop a cannon if there's not enough defenses. But they're kind of risky. Really easy to rampage and just murder. And yeah, losing this point is bad, right? The infantry here is just way too idle, right? They could totally be on the point doing something. You don't win on a single cap. You have to get a double cap. So that means Duke Beaumont here is actually settling in for a trading type of game, which is already rough, right? They're already down in trading. Huge volley from the pseudo Sisters of Avalon. For anyone who doesn't know, these guys are basically the same stats as Sisters of Avalon. Same range, similar damage. They're great. Similarly priced, armor piercing's the same. But can we actually get a point capture? You can't be idle, right? You can't be idle. You have to do something. Something's got to be done. It took like 4 minutes before they actually went in. That's 4 minutes of capture points wasted to the winds. Unless they were just trying a stall strategy, which they weren't. Grill Relique abandoned in the water. The Knights of the Realm also not being activated. Very rough. Another caster too with regrowth, so you went double caster. That's pretty crazy, right? So if we just look at the situation here, you have like 1,000 gold. Oh, don't tell me she's on a horse too. She's also got a horse. Dang, these casters are eating well. So that's 550 gold, 1,000 gold, which brings you up to 1,500. Knights of the Realm, that's 2,500 gold, and the Grail Relique, 3,000 gold, while being 2,000 gold behind. You are 5,000 gold behind on this battle right now. For reference. Oh, and a massive breath attack, though these are foot squires. Now, despite that, against all odds, you're actually still doing pretty well. That's just Cathay things. But definitely, there's a lot of gold just kind of idling, right? Now, if you kill Zhao, you're doing good, but he does have that item that heals him up. But here's the thing. Point is captured. Now, you totally could have done this earlier. Remember, like, a few minutes earlier. So we're going to keep in mind that you could have had, like, maybe 150 more tickets. Let's go with the modest 100 to 150 more tickets right now, right? If you had this point captured earlier. Of course, the trading would have happened earlier, but let's see. So they're fighting. The archers are completely undisturbed. How much value do they have? That's the Knights of the Realm. There you go. Way too much value, right? These guys could have been butchering these guys ages ago. They got no defenses, man. They could have been getting obliterated. The bombers could have been getting obliterated. Now, I've had reserve cavalry myself, but it doesn't make it not a misplay. Poor guys are doing nothing. Grail Relic, thankfully, is in the fight, though. But Alberic, he just couldn't get the beating down on Zhao Ming and the casters here for some reason. Damsel of Life was not able to really hold the point a very long time. It seems like the trading's just a little bit too rough, right? When you don't have all units participating, trading goes pretty badly. Oh, and what is this? You're not gonna win off this capture point, man. Just kill the archers, man. Just get in there. There's nothing. There's a cannon miles away, and you want to capture the point? You don't even get the point. You got the Jade Warrior halberds. That's brutal. Should have killed them ages ago, millennia ago. It was like the 7-minute mark. I think 4 minutes ago. They could have been absolutely murdered. Damsel does live though, which is nice. I think Alberic is dumpstered though. Yeah, he's getting pretty dumpstered. Oh my god, this is the saddest thing ever. The most exposed Dragon Guard I've ever seen. 1,800 value. Oh my goodness. Who won? We got the win. You can see in the top middle. 5-2. That's why I left that up. But yeah, I think this game was actually fairly close. So if you take a look at the overall tickets, right? If you factor in the 100 or 150 tickets that they could have had, this could have been a 1350 point game. Cathay would have been way lower. Could have won on a single cap. Could have killed these guys. I think the trading was still a little bit too low in the end. But if you did kill those range units, I think that would have been enough. Especially with this final hold. Dang, they're actually capturing it. Yeah, imagine if you had that extra value back from the units that didn't get killed by this. It would have been very close. I think Scrambled Eggs still would have won off of minor trades and such. But surprisingly close. Very slow push from Scrambled Eggs. Very controlled push. But he manages the win, GG. Hopefully that's useful for you though. Turn tournament starts in 13 minutes. The other one. Kane versus Kintama. Okay. So this was a Norska versus Greenskins game. Now, a lot of people say that Greenskins are just a worse Norska. Let's see if that is true here. All right, here we go.
Despoil these lands in the name of chaos!
Alright, so this was Norska versus the good old Greenskins. So Norska should be pretty good. Good spell selection, Searing Doom, Plague of Rust. A little bit to deal with Arachnaroks, I see. Already, we have our first mini misplay. So you always want to have your mobility and mass near your infantry to stop stuff like this from happening, right? So think about it. Why were you on the middle of the point? What did that do differently than capturing the point over here? It just put your units out of position, right? A lot of people get a little bit too fixated on the points. You capture points by having map control. You don't capture them by sitting on the middle. But hey, good counter charge by trolls. Main fight gets on. Okay. Big Arachnarok shows up. And now we see a little bit of an overextension on Throg. Now he does have fight or die, but that doesn't really matter, right? Getting 2v1 is just a little bit rough. Range support's doing well, but it's still not the prettiest situation. I do like the Plague of Rust. Decent amount of value. Oh, geez, huge value on that second volley. That noise, by the way, is the passive for all the Norskan units triggering. I don't know why it's so loud, but regardless, Throg actually gets routed immediately. Now, that's a misplay. Throg is much better as a, obviously, but Throg is much better as a counter-charging tool. Because think about it, if Throg hangs back and the Arachnarok hangs back, who's winning? This thing's way more expensive. You want it to hang back to counter-charge Throg. But if it goes in, Throg gets a lot of damage. It's a win-win situation if you have the cheaper single entity. But overall, you know, charges are good. Fighting is good. Composition is good. The javelins are repositioning. I got no huge complaints over here, right? You know, horsemen are killing off the spider. It's not too bad, right? Even gets a solid surround. Now, you want to have that killer instinct, right? You got to finish off the Arachnarok Queen, and you want to kill Gorbad. Can it be done, though? There's a lot of cavalry and support. Let's see if they actually play this out correctly. Arachnarok Queen does get sniped. Oh, there we go. So that's actually a huge play. And Throg should be able to kill Gorbad. He has that regeneration. Flank fight, though, a little bit sus. I think the Sorcerer of Metal's a little bit too passive. He could move over here to help out. And dang, Throg actually goes down to Gorbad. 50-50 stats to his 50-50 stats. Getting a little bit rough there. Cavalry's actually taking a slight advantage too. Honestly, this could have been won if Throg was just a little bit more safe. But Throg dying and taking so much damage early on is now leading to his death. Oh my god, he trips over a rock. Gorbad's having a good time. And now it's pretty bad. Norska doesn't do too well without the Lord. Now, you can resummon Throg. So optimally, I think you just save up, you resummon him, and you take good trades here. Don't worry about this capture point. You have time to take good trades. And we're seeing that. Okay, good. Skin Wolves killing off some units here. Skin Wolves going for the Squigs, for the Gorbad. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Taking advantage of the overextended Greenskins. Kane did not hear no bell, but he summons a Marauder Spearman, but he has money for Throg anyways. It's fine. Dog should be coming back very soon. Skinwolves, though, they don't actually finish off Gorbad. He is rather slippery, I guess. He will live. Now, here's the thing. Oh, don't just right-click. You got to flank, man. You have so much to live for. You have 4 units. You can flank them in every single direction, man. Just goes for the right-click. Sometimes you don't have the micro, but another way you can do it is you pull back with 1 cavalry unit, split with the other 2. And then just a classic Hannibal, right? They charge in, you surround, easy win. In this case, a nice Searing Doom. That's pretty good. I think Norska wins this. I'd be very surprised if Norska loses this. They're still up trading massively. They got the melee attack boost. They got the regeneration, right? Sure, there were a couple of misplays here and there, but overall, the idea is very straightforward. Literally, too, you just gotta attack and you're fine. But you don't want to get overextended. Okay, nice. You have a double cap. Now, you don't have to be bloodlusted, right? Hanging back, regenerating vigor, regenerating HP. It's a smart play. Overall, I think Kane's actually doing this really well. You don't have to really get into the fight right now. Oh, nice little breath attack from the Throg. Okay. Oh, but no, the menacing. He was standing there menacingly, and Kane's like, you know what? I gotta show them who's boss. They're taunting me. All right, I gotta take a fight on this side of the map instead of a fight over here, where I have a much faster reinforcement path. I want blood now. Now is the time to potentially lose the game. A little bit of a misplay again on the mobility. You always want to get that surround, the skin wolf, right? They're going to be body blocked by these skin wolves anyways. So why not give them a little bit of space to retreat? Well, maybe because cavalry is already dead. You know what? I'll forgive you this one time. These Searing Dooms have been amazing. Mega route. Very nice. Horsemen should not be in melee. They got more ammunition to use, but hey. Cavalry's gone. Gorbad's gone. Lore accurate Norska, yeah. These doggos, who do they target? The Rugloods that will definitely kill them, or Gorbad at no HP? Neither. The answer is neither. More blobbing. You gotta stop blobbing, man. This game is way too close because of it. It will reduce damage overall, but like for the regen, but you can get some sick flanks, and there you go, dogs. Chose the Rugloods. Rugloods didn't countercharge though, so misplay from the opponent. And I guess Gorbad shattered anyway, so why not just distract them a little? I feel like the dogs could have done better though, right? So these guys are armored. 70 armor, great melee stats. You might as well use the dogs to chase off routing units or recharge these guys. Skin wolves are being left in combat. If you can cycle charge, take the opportunity to cycle charge. You'll generally be better off. A little bit of a mismanage. I think the cavalry control could be a little bit better, right? I think the build is fine. No complaints whatsoever about the build. But yeah, look at them skin wolves, man. They're just not being babysat like the elite units they should be. They will be able to kill some spider riders, but regardless, Greenskins are still dead here, right? Yeah, okay, there's the big route. I do feel like this build lacks a little bit of terror routing, by the way. Would highly recommend a single Manticore. Especially because if you're gonna blob up with the skin wolves anyways, a Manticore will get a lot more done because it has that terror. It will help you in all your engagements. It works much better in just simple right-click builds, but anyways, the regeneration is through the roof. Long as you capture this point, the battle shall be won. Right, so we got a little bit of fighting here, you know. Gets the capture point. Oh no, wait. No. No. No, not like this. Why is it still ticking? Okay, now you can still save it. You have 40 seconds to get on this point. You gotta make sure that you check all your things, you know, when you have a massive lead and you're ahead. When you have a massive lead and you're ahead, it's good to check to make sure that their points are ticking at the correct number. Now you do have a dog unit. Okay, we're fine. We have a dog unit. Unnecessarily close. No wonder the Greenskins weren't moving. No wonder they weren't moving. They were doing just fine on their double cap. Okay, but there we go. There we go. The point gets captured with 6 seconds. Made me a little bit stressed, but you still win. There's no way the Greenskins should be able to capture this point in time unless you absolutely throw the game. But indeed you do not, and the victory is yours. Good job. A little bit sketchy. I think your cavalry micro could be improved on. Norskan front lines don't have a lot to micro, so you should have spare APM to get that in. The build is good though. I like the javelin play. I like the magic play. Just a little bit of cav and single entity stuff. You know, Throg did not need to die. Your skin wolves could be slightly more effective, but overall good. Well played. So leaves us with this last game. Dwarves versus Wood Elves. What are we looking at? Dwarves versus Wood Elves. Here we go. Let's take a look. See. So what we got? We have a. What do we got? We have. Oh hell yeah! You have a Thunderbarge.
Have a victory point. Keep it from
Big
the
ol'
foe.
Thunderbarge coming on in. Yeah, points are a resource. This was clearly just perfect resource management. Totes. Very close for no reason. All right, what do we got? Some Slayer Pirates, some Rangers. So I'm noticing there's a bit too much ranged here, right? Though against Wood Elves, they might not be able to rush you. Look at this, right? If you have too many ranged units, you don't get all your ammunition out, you know? Right? You'd rather just have these be melee if they're going to be in melee anyways. Though Thunderbarge is doing okay. A little bit too much damage from the Starfire Shafts and the Hawk Riders, but as long as it's alive, you're good. But yeah, look at this, right? Why are these blasting charges? If they're gonna be in melee anyways, why are they blasting charges? Swap them out for miners. You always want to take just enough range so that they're shooting almost constantly. Otherwise, you probably could have had more melee to help your range shoot more. Thunderbarge also dies. A little sad. 1600 value, not very high.
One of your units
Usually you want to keep this bad boy a little bit further back unless you're diving the range. Little bit rough. I would, yeah, totally keep the Thunderbarge back. It does not survive missiles very well. Oh my god, what a shame. But here's the thing, your opponent still has a really bad composition. Hawk Riders are terrible. Excuse me. Most of the melee units can get shot to death, and Slayers can kill the archers. So how do you pull back a game like this? Yeah. Now you're realizing, yeah, some melee units. Okay, I like it. Very strong versus cavalry. Is it a pendulum? Holy crap. It's that spell? I don't even know what the spell is called. Fiery Convocation. I was wondering why it was taking so long to cast. Okay, you have a chance. Your opponent brought the worst spell in existence. This is very good. All you got to do now is make sure that you take some effective engagement. So Ranger great weapons. The reason why Rangers are worse than Quarrelers, by the way, is they have less armor. So light cavalry will do a lot more damage. What's good? Blasting charges used correctly. What's bad? What you did with blasting charges. Yeah, there's a little bit of that. Some Slayers are moving in. All right, that's fine. That's fine. You know, you're pressuring the Wood Elves. You're taking some good fights here. But the big charge on the Rangers is painful. Malachi's doing his best. Let's get these guys firing. Let's get them firing. You have like no units to micro here, right? There you go. Good position. Got the Master Engineer. You got the Warriors coming on in. Unfortunately, the Wood Elf player does shut them down. Little bit of a tussle. Definitely still way too many range units, right? Look at this ammunition. Ammunition's too high. They got 3 volleys off. Could have just had a great weapon warrior instead. But now the support is finally here. Late game Dwarf Warriors have arrived. Very slow, but they should help. And with the Slayer surround, looking pretty good. Value trading should go up quite dramatically with all these picks. And if you have even a little bit of range left, you should be able to tussle. Now, Blade Singers, a little sus. Blade Singers, you kind of have to shoot to death. So it's a good thing you have a bunch of range units. Most of them are dead, however. So you're probably going to have to summon some in. But no. Instead, you go for the far side. Now, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen right now. Wood Elves are going to summon in some melee infantry and send them in, and these guys are going to die. And then the Blade Singers are going to massacre this army. I have seen the future. We're pulling out the Zinch strats. Unless the Wood Elf player severely misplays, I'm pretty sure that's what's going to go down. There they are. The Wildwood Rangers. And this is why tickets are less important than you think. What are these guys gonna do? They're gonna capture the point for 2 seconds and then you're gonna die. You're gonna lose your entire army. These Bladesingers have no counters. They're gonna have the time of their lives. Now your opponent does have a habit of charging straight into blasting charges, so there is a little bit of that. Let's get this glorious blasting charge volley out. Beautiful. Very nice. Your miners are still going to be caught in melee, but boom, Rangers are in. But yeah, I don't know if these guys are going to win. On the flank side, Bladesinger is going to be charging some Dwarf Warriors. And what do you know? The predictions were correct. I'd be very surprised if we can take out these Bladesingers. These dwarf fights tend to take very long though. Hey, maybe a good blasting charge here. Ooh, no blasting charge. This time I forgive you. Multiple areas that you're trying to fight for. But like, you can always capture points temporarily, but temporarily holding points just doesn't give you that many tickets. You can hold this point for 3 minutes and you get only 180 tickets. Is that really worth the lives of your men? These proud dwarven warriors, maybe less proud slayers. Is it really worth their lives to play trench warfare and to just get meters of land? The answer is no. Answer is absolutely no. All right. What matters is holding that lane forever. Yeah, they held this point for like 2 minutes. So that was a 120 ticket play for all these guys. Absolute brutality. Over on the far side, they are also getting shredded by Bladesingers. But some Slayer Pirates do show up. They do actually arrive, and they should be able to offer their support to kill off the Bladesingers. Could have been here a little bit sooner, but now that they are here, potential big plays abound. This is a massacre. This was an absolute bloody massacre. Everyone knows you invest in real estate. You know, if we're still using World War I examples, real estate is about to spike like crazy. Oh boy, what are you doing? The move command? The move command. I know you want the capture point, all right? Sometimes you need a breather, all right? These glorious charts, this ain't World War I, man. This ain't World War I. Why? I know you want the point, but they're not gonna get the point. You gotta kill them first. You gotta kill them first. This has done nothing. They have guns. They have pistols. Okay, I guess they have dwarf rum. All right, but that's not gonna make a big difference. Oh my God, the tragedy. This is a common thing that you see with players, by the way. The bloodlust for the points. The absolute bloodlust. Technically a win condition, but it has baited so many players to their deaths. Now they're actually tussling decently. I guess the Dwarven Rum actually OP. But they are slowly dying. Wildwood Rangers and Bladesingers, they both got anti-infantry, the loot great here. Slayers here getting distracted by Glade Guard about to be shut down here. And the massacre. The remains of battle, as you can see, are over here. Pretty brutal. Hey, opponent's throwing though. Another Hawk Rider. Another Hawk Rider's good. The slow, nice. All right, we're gonna get some Rangers on them. Rangers are basically the same price as Quarrelers. You only use them because of their speed. So if you're standing your ground and shooting with them, it's usually a sign you probably would have been better with Quarrelers. Quarrelers are better unless you're specifically, man, that spell sucks. Unless you're specifically making use of that Vanguard or their mobility. Otherwise, or their stealth, which can help versus Wood Elves, but in this situation less so. Them Hawk Riders, look at them go. Oh, they're so bad, the dying to Rangers. That's disgusting. Wildwood Rangers have won though. Oh, there we go. Guns have activated. Now that most of them have died, we have now decided to use gun. Brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. And another minor plastic charge. Why? Oh, the humanity. so much. I would like to order a shipment of 10,000 pounds of TNT. I want to be buried with it. Bury my enemies with TNT? No, no. These are very precious resources. Oh, and the counter charge. Oh, the brutality. I've been there before, though. Back when I started Warhammer multiplayer, I love range units. Took only range units. Took me a long time to realize that I was not giving them their desired outcome. Slayer pirates. Hey, they're shooting though. Yeah, not a single blasting charge. Ugh. Not a single blasting charge. Brutality. And there's a charge. Another range unit gets caught. Brutal. I'm gonna hammer it home, man. I'm gonna make sure you don't forget. You're not gonna forget. Look at that. Grumbling Guard, an actual melee unit in a melee fight. Unfortunately, they're just kind of bad against these guys. Usually you want like a mix of like Dwarf Warrior frontline with a back line of minor blasting charges to blast them. And then you have like a couple crossbows that are safe. Only like 2 or 3 is enough, honestly. And that's usually the game plan versus Wood Elves. And now the tickets are gone. GG, well played. Honestly, it's not like your micro was bad. Much as I will meme on a lot of things, the micro is actually fine. Like it was basically entirely a decision-making game. I think you gotta make sure that you make the right decisions. Okay, we'll also check this one. Killian. Yeah, you gotta make sure you get the build right. You gotta make sure the decision-making is in the clear. You do that, you'll be golden. You'll be set for life. They will cower in fear of your beards. So one more, and then we go and play Turin's tournament. How exciting. And of course, respect to anyone who sends me replays. It takes a lot of guts to send replays. So if you do want help, I am happy to help more. If I am being too cruel, let me know before you send the replay, because I do like to meme a little bit. Now, who likes to meme more? Killian. Killian likes to meme more. So we got an enormous number of trebuchets. A little crazy. Thankfully for them, Cathay has a pure infantry force. Needs more trebs. What is this? Yeah, so here's the thing about this build. It sucks. It's terrible. It will take a trebuchet longer to kill an infantry unit than it will to actually arrive. So like if this... all artillery is generally... Almost all artillery is really low DPS. This Jade Warrior can get to the trebuchet, and it'll be about half HP at worst if the Trev is firing at it. So as long as you have more than 8 units of infantry, you can get there. Empire for Hire saying, you know what? Your army's so small, I don't need my army to kill the trebuchets. I'm just gonna kill you with what I have. Because you have 8 trebuchets and basically nothing left. And then he misplays. Empress Crowman getting annihilated by Royal Hippos. They got magic damage. These guys got physical resist. Physical resist not helping at all. Dives the Trevs. Now, similar to the World War I strategy of I am going to take land for 2 seconds and it will be worth it. We have a very similar idea here. The Onyx Crowmen are being sacrificed to shut down the trebuchets for about 2 seconds. Maybe 3, optimistically. You know what? Just in case, we'll give it a 10. Maybe 10 seconds. They did not dismount, so... yeah. Now, I don't think trebuchets can get 700 gold worth of value in 10 seconds. Unless they are baiting crowmen into their death. You gotta remember, we gotta think long-term, people. I'm judging your opponent. We're gonna be judging everyone, because this build is still really bad. I think if they just march forwards, you die, but we'll see. People gotta start thinking long term, all right? None of this 2-second business. I'm sick and tired of watching men die for nothing. Zhao, though, distracting the hypocrites. You can see the relatively low DPS of the trebuchets. They have killed one celestial dragon crossbow. There hasn't been dodging from your opponent. But can you stop the tide? He summoned in the fire rain rocket, which is not helping him in the rush. Your opponent's misplaying tremendously. This game better not be close. If this game is even remotely close, it means if your opponent does not misplay horribly, that you lose with the Treb Max. So we'll see. Some Game of Thrones strategies going on right now. Spears are charged by cavalry, but they're not braced, so it actually ends up being a good choice. Very nicely played. Rear charge on the Jade Warriors? No! Yes! No! No, you're charging the Jade Lancers instead. High priority target. Maybe could have been a little bit more decisive, but overall, you picked the right decision. I like it. I like it. You catch the Jade Lancers. Everything's great. Fire rain rocket battery, friendly firing the infantry. Things could literally not be going better for you, but oh my god, one trebuchet gets caught. For 2 seconds. What are you doing, Empire for Hire? What are you doing? Oh my god, there's gonna be a lot of war veterans from this fight. Oh boy. Oh, there's another trebuchet now. You don't have the units to kill off these guys anymore. They all died in the initial charge. And your fire rain rocket battery has negative value. They friendly fire at their own forces. So yeah, max range is also not very accurate. I think it's hit literally everywhere but here. Look at those pot marks, man. Literally just, they can't hit anything. You gotta be closer range. This is a defensive tool. I know it feels great. Oh, that was a good volley. It feels great to get some shots off, but it's a defensive tool. So if you feel the urge to rush, do not summon artillery. At this point, the cavalry is all dead. The infantry have routed. And the Petonians have a 5,000 gold value lead. Now, I don't have to tell you that your opponent made 10,000 misplays. Overall, I think your micro was good. You did a good job defending. You didn't overcommit with any of your cavalry. Look at this. Good rear charges on the spearmen. Very solid. It's a nice way to bait your opponent into making mistakes. This is what I like to call a skill check build. You go to your opponent and you're like, hey, what's 47 times 59? Figure it out in the next 10 minutes or you're gonna lose. Now you might say, hey, shouldn't you be able to figure that out in 10 minutes? It turns out a lot of people, when they load into the game, they can't plan, they can't make these planning ahead type plays. I can't even speak right now, you know, it's hard. So they don't realize, they don't sit back to realize that their artillery is doing literally nothing. Actually did pay for itself. You know what? Never mind. I stand corrected. Fire rain rocket OP. Maybe. Are you still actually gonna lose? Wait just 1 second. Okay. Wait 1 second. Jade Lancers are gonna get the charge. Most of the Trebs are dead. And now you're the one diving in on the fire rain rockets. Will Grand Cathay have a counter? The answer is absolutely not. They have no supplies. They have the Dune Dragons. Now, let me tell you something about infantry in reserves. They are the slowest unit type in the game, right? Despite that, nope. Okay, no, he's pulling back. The slowest unit type in the game. So when you summon them in, it's gonna take a while for them to get their value back. Good play from Killian though, not deciding to rush them down. Does he still have the Trebs to kill them? He might. Oh my gosh, they're doing nothing. Oh, Treb shot. I will say though, this is still kind of close. They got 650 tickets. And I guess you do have 2 elite units of cavalry. Would you have been able to win? If we think about the Crowmen, let's see. I could see this Cathay build actually having a hard-ish time rushing that many trebs. Countercharging the cab, that's a bad idea. Honestly, Killian, not too many mistakes. I think he just wanted to flex. But like, with all the misplays, you're only just now getting more tickets. What if they summoned Peasant Horsemen at the beginning and captured this point? You're not gonna capture it against Peasant Horsemen, right? I don't even know if they have Peasant Horsemen. But let's say they did. All of these tickets would have been on the Cathay side. They would have been at 1,400 tickets with 2 Peasant Horsemen. That's all they needed. Even if they made all the same misplays, if they captured this point, you would have been 100 tickets away from losing, and you still are nowhere near capturing this. You would have lost 2 Peasant Horsemen, even with the multitudes of misplays. We're talking a lot of misplays here, okay? We're talking a stupendous number of misplays. And you're telling me it would have been close with 1 change? Holy crap. That's kind of sus. But yeah, I guess you still win it. Oh, please tell me you win it. Victory is literally in our grasp. Wait, just 1 second. Victory is in our grasp. Look at the top right. It's in our grasp is how ahead you are right now. I swear, if you still lose this, I'm gonna be so sad. Okay, you're going for this capture point. I'm sure Cathay's just gonna leave, right? Yeah, there's no way to capture the points. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. Success! The Knights of the Lion-Hearted. They've done it. They've done it. The valiant Bretonnian Knights. They showed up literally for cleanup. Such is the way of Bretonia. Capture point. Oh, they're retaking it. Nah, it's over. Well, that was fun. We cast a lot of games today. Cast a lot of games. Now we get to play in Turin's tournament. How exciting. And we're up against Le Canterfell. Yo, yo. I get to play Demons of Chaos now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Turns out this was a Demons of Chaos game the whole time. GG, well played. The build was okay. Oh my god, wait, just... You're telling me the Trebs didn't pay for themselves? Holy crap. Holy crap, that's bad. That's really bad. One of them paid for themselves. This is a blessed. It does not count. Holy. Oh my god. I've seen peasant mobs with more value. Oh my god. I'm Demons of Chaos. We're playing against Khorne. I am disgusted. I'm disgusted. We're gonna instead play Demons of Chaos, which will also feel bad. Everything feels bad. The new meta has been born. Alright, let's take a look. Well, we're gonna play on Putrefying Carcass. That one's pretty nice against Khorne, I think. He banned it. Stream sniping, clearly. No, obviously not. Let's play Crystal Lake. Wide, open map. What's not to love? Playing Demons of Chaos, increasing that win rate. Feeling good. Let's do it. Feel like this could be a good video. I have like too much stuff to edit right now, you know? We'll leave it for the stream, it's fine. Rank 9 Trebs. The glorious. It will make them more accurate. You gotta talk to CA about those Trebs. That's just insane. Yeah, we gotta nerf them. Trebs were a distraction. Killian, you mad lad. Said he has a game versus Shredder. He routed a Shredder with the trebuchets. Alright, alright. Just hit it with a bunch of rocks. Do you get a bet to raise the Demons of Chaos win rate? I literally got paid 70 bucks by chat to raise the Demons of Chaos win rate to the #1 on ladder. So that's what we're doing. It's honestly quite fun playing them though. I kind of like it. It's a good time. It's like a nice amount of challenge, but also feeling like most of the losses are my fault. That makes it so fun. Mm-hmm. But yeah, demons feel not bad. Lots to discover. I feel like we've explored like 80% of the Demons of Chaos roster. I don't know if there's much more I can do. Hey Caprillo, thank you so much for the sub, man. Or Woo Man. Thank you very much. Demons versus Treb build. Usually. Yeah, I think if you just have a few Furies and just don't die to cavalry charges, you're good. Just kill everything around the trebuchets and you'll be fine. Don't worry about diving the trebs. Like, how do you kill an artillery piece? You kill everything around it. The artillery piece will die super fast. There's only a select handful of things that actually do well against something like artillery. Scarbrand. So obviously there's a lot of Furies here. We win these fights though. Oh, this is the Occam's Mindrazor build. Okay, that's a little silly. It's still okay though. Can we get a catch? He's gonna rampage me.
We have a victory point.
He made me use my ability. Okay, well that's a little awkward. I can kill Scarbrand though. Interesting. We have a Karanak. Okay. So it's Furies versus Furies, but then Fiends versus everything else. Should be able to win this Fury fight. So there goes Scarbrand rampaging my guys. Actually rampages a good number of them too. But what's he planning? How long does that rampage last? Not very long. So if I just do this and then do this, suddenly my guys have 84 melee attack. That should work pretty well for us. So we've crumbled most of the Furies here, and Scarbrand is getting absolutely taken to Pound Town. That's a great thing about Demons of Chaos builds. They are so good at killing. Look at those buffs. He has a million buffs. Scarbrand got nothing on these guys. The dynamic duo. This lady's great, man. She has 83 melee attack and ludicrous charge bonus. You do not mess around with her. Scarbrand should die, and then of course the double damage from Occam's is also a big plus. You're multiplying abilities on abilities. So that should go pretty well for us. We'll just get some Seekers. And then we kill Karanak. Name a better duo than Scarbrand and Karanak. Herald of Khorne and Ulores. Huzzah!
Glory is yours.
Demons of Chaos +1, let's go. And now I get to sit around and do nothing for a few minutes. Let's see here. Chaos Demons versus Khorne. I guess I'll hang out with chat. How's it going? It usually takes 20 minutes for people to finish up their games. Now we wait. In general, you can't really win the air fight, by the way. I get too many buffs. So my Furies are just better than yours. And then I can bring in Changebringers. But if you misplay Scarbrand, it's pretty bad. 300 gold. Ooh. $125. Wow, that's bad. That's very bad value. That is pretty bad. I don't think Scarbrand costs 300 gold, guys. You could possibly find a game that hasn't started yet to cast. I have finished games before Turin gets into the game that he's planning to cast. How good are the Great Unclean ones? Pretty bad. You know why they're bad? Look at this. Wood Elves. Dragon, 1,600 gold. 20% physical resist, 25% missile resist, and 60 armor. You know what people call this dragon? Squishy. They call the dragon squishy. They're like, it just dies really easily. Great Unclean one of the exalted variety. Significantly more HP, I'll give you that. 50 armor. But 0 missile resist. He's also 36 speed, same as a Marauder. That is bad. That's very bad. You go from resisting 45% of non-magical missiles to resisting only 20%. That's like, oh, that's a lot more damage. And against magic attacks, you just have 50 armor. That's it. You're just a bullet sponge. It's brutal. All right. I'm getting messages everywhere. Turin is live. Announcement Tourney. Round 1 has begun. So many messages. Rot Knights. Your Rot Knights are hype. That's a tanky unit. I think if you do a test. So let's say it's Troll Country. And you are playing Bretonia, and you have 2 archers. Alberic doesn't give bonus versus large to archers, right? That would be absurd. Okay, so who takes longer to kill? A big ol' unclean boy. Giant unclean one. Plague Bearer. Or say these guys. You know what, let's compare the Chaos Warriors to the Great Unclean one. Actually, we can make a couple comparisons, but Yeah, let's see. Because I'm pretty sure the armor is significantly better. Though he does have 50 base armor, so maybe that makes a difference. Shredder game? Yeah, we got a Shredder replay. Alright. So let's take a look. Oh crap, I don't have them on passive AI. Oh my gosh, bro, you can see. Yeah, you can just see it. This physical resist does jack. Alright. When it comes to non-armor piercing, like armor is way more effective than the physical resist. Look at these guys, they took like no damage. So this archer only got 1,400. This one got 2,400. They got a 1,000 damage difference because of lack of armor. That's crazy, man. Like in theory, yeah. So the difference between 50 armor and 20% physical resist and 100 armor is still 800 damage difference. That's pretty bad. That's really bad. That extra 50 armor does a lot of work that I think people don't realize. They get way too focused on the resistances. You want to try Tabletop Simulator for Warhammer? I haven't tried that before, but I think it's probably good enough since I've heard about it so much. All right, all the messages are dealt with. Here we go. Tabletop Simulator for Warhammer 40k or Fantasy's pretty good. Oh, okay. Yo, height. All right. What are we doing? Ah, yes, Demons of Chaos. So one of the Demons of Chaos strats that I wanted to experiment with. Take a look. I want to try these main tide styles. I want to go for like a ludicrous amount of ranged and see how well they do, because playing defensively with your fiends is probably good. Like, I'm imagining a world where you always get to countercharge cavalry. Isn't that just amazing? Shouldn't Demons of Chaos be good with this? What's the weakness of this? Can they just get normally rushed? I feel like normal infantry rushes, like Chaos Warriors or something, just dumpster this. But technically, the DPS or the damage spread on these guys, it's almost like crossbows. Let me see. 15 and 5. There's 80 dudes. If you go to Empire and you look at crossbows, yeah, it's 18 and 6 and 90 dudes, right? So like the pinks are kind of like them. They're just way more expensive, but for good reason. They have wow, they have no HP, bro. Oh, what am I supposed to do? I don't know, man. I have no idea. And then there's also this weird stuff where like, is there some weird build you can do with like 2 Lords of Change? Crap, you can only take 1. Oh wait, no, I'm flying max. Yeah, can you take like double Lord of Change and then you like pink fire at the start? So if you think about it, right? Like 2 pink fires is enough to kill like a Noblar pigback rider. So that's already 400 gold, and then you have a blue fire. It's like 100 gold right there. So as you're paying 900 gold for what is effectively a Mega Manticore, how is that not good? How is that not good? It's a spell casting Manticore with shields, absurd HP. I guess they were kind of assuming that these abilities get you 500 gold, which is kind of insane. I don't think your pink fire is going to get you that much value. Unless it does. What if it just does? If it gets you that much value, you can almost de-summon them and you'll still be fine. I think if we get the spells off perfectly, it's not even close to Moonbird levels, right? So look at this. They have 3 casts of a tier 1 spell and they cost 1450. A unit that barely gets into the meta is the Moonbird. This has straight up a better Pit of Shades. Except for the range. A slightly smaller Pit of Shades, but it has 3 casts of it. And this bird was not meta before. So if that's our baseline as a spellcasting single entity, there's no way. Yeah, there's just no way. Because I would not run the Moonbird if its spellcasting was worse. Yeah, the Moonbird does 6 damage armor piercing, better than Pit of Shades, and then another 6 non-AP. It's just crazy. It's absurd. But yeah, like, I don't know, maybe there's something cool you can do with the single entities. So like, the stats are quite nice. 56, 56 is pretty decent. It's just like, what do you even do with single entities in today's meta? Like a lot of main tides, you know? If anyone can make it work, it's you, but I still doubt it. Okay, technically they're similarly priced to Fiends. A lot of people will just shoot this guy to death, though. I think if this was on another roster, like, give them to Dwarves or something, you could surprise your opponent. But, like, if you're facing Demons of Chaos, you're like, yeah, I need something to shoot a large flying target, because that's what most of the Lords are. You kind of get screwed. Blue Scribes is bad. They're just bad. Unless, okay, if Blue Scribes, even if they got 2,000 value, right? So Zerivik gets 2,000 value with your magic. Technically, the Blue Scribes are cheaper than Zerivik. But then he also has Gaze of Fate, which is just a straight net. Like, Zerivik's hype. This net gets you, like, many hundreds of gold worth of value. Okay, yeah, no to the Blue Scribes. Then what? Like, I like the buff build. That feels pretty cool. Okay, so there's some funny shenanigans you can do. So Locus of Virulence on this guy. What if you put him on a Rotfly and only take Locus of Virulence? Dang it, he costs 1,400. So we know from the motorbike guy that the Locus of, what was it? Locus O Wrath is huge. 40 melee attack, 25 seconds. 22 melee attack, 21 seconds. But a little bit of AP. Yeah, that's just, I can't make that work. Iridescent Horror. Increase the missile damage. Also useless. Doesn't this guy have Locus of Conjuration? So you can get a lot of magic with them. You can use a Chromatic Tome every 60 seconds. So what if you do that and then you Locus of Conjuration and then you have no good spells. None of these spells is really like, I guess you could spam Final Transmutation Overcast. Okay, here's a crazy build. So you take this guy. That's a 160% power recharge for each spellcaster nearby. So you take double spellcaster, clearly. They cost 500 a pop. You take the Final Transmutation. And then Chromatic Tome. That will get you 2.7 Winds of Magic, which is not a lot, but it's something. And then you just final transmutation their face normally, and that's it. That's literally the end of the build. Is you cast final transmutation. Nah, that can't work. Make the core and soul grinder meta. Yeah, I'm trying to actually. I messaged CA and told them to buff it, because right now it's just worse than the Noxbringer in melee. Significantly worse. 35 melee attack is garbage. If it had the same stats as the Noxbringer, it would still be pretty bad. The Noxbringer still outclasses it, because I would pay 200 gold for the range shot. So the only time the core and soul grinder I think is useful is like never. It would have to be a lot cheaper. Like we're talking like 1450. Would I take a soul grinder of corn over a Lord of Change? Holy crap, look at the difference. So Lord of Change has shields, so they have roughly the same HP. He still has armor piercing, but he also has blue and pink fire as a bound cast. Stats are fine. He's a flyer. The Corn Soul Grinder has armor. I would say at 1450, he's kind of the same tier as the Lord of Change, who also never sees play. he's multiple levels of bad. Great Unclean One meta. They should give them more uses of the spells. Just give them like 5 uses of both spells, you know? The people who hate Kite would love it, I'm sure. Anyways, yeah, this strategy does not really cook. They don't really give a lot of cool items to the demons, I find. Not a lot of cool items. It's a little sad to see. Karnak have any potential? You can get pretty high melee attack. He has a net, some flesh hounds. This silencing aura, I never know how to feel about it. It's annoying when it hits me, but is it like 200 gold annoying? Are exalted pinks worth the price? You know, if you compare their DPS to normal pinks, they're worth the money by raw DPS standards. And they also have arcane mirth, which is 20% power recharge. So potentially you can get a lot of Winds of Magic off these guys. But Demons of Chaos doesn't really need that magic. Until they get like a Tzeentch DLC where they can really farm magic like no one's business, these guys probably would not be super meta. But yeah, Demons of Chaos, oh man, for such a magical faction, it's so weird for them to lack magic. I don't think this Lord of Change has anything, right? Yeah, he doesn't have anything. Was it on a Demon Prince, maybe? Slaanesh Demon Prince don't got it. Tzeentch Demon Prince, I've checked, he don't got it. They have miscast chance reduction. Nothing. What a ripoff. Loads of big single entity demons seem overpriced. Yeah. I think the Marquis of Masochism is like borderline there. They have pretty good spells, but their stat line is ludicrous. If you want something super killy, they're just like a lord. They have Feasting on Fear. This would be really good on other factions, Marquis of Masochism. Because, like, okay, first of all, the stats is better than a lot of lords. Better than a lot of fighting lords, too. And they heal in combat, up to 0.4. It's like 4 times the amount as regeneration. As long as enough stuff's routing, but like, that's a huge amount. They have Phantasmagoria, an expensive spell. Enfeebling Foe is not bad. But most importantly, they're just a really strong fighter with 80 speed. Like, it's just good. Which makes me kind of want to run them. But on Demons of Chaos, it's everyone's ready to kill something like this. Oh my god, Terracotta Sentinel with 80 speed. Can we mod that? Terrifying. Now, Phantasmagoria could potentially... Can I use them as like a backline defender? Man, these units are so expensive though. What's the cheapest lord I can do? You know, what if I do take the Herald of Tzeentch? You know, actually, let me test something out real quick. Does this thing count as a spellcaster? If it counts as a spellcaster and I just go for a random Herald of Tzeentch on foot as my actual lord, while the big single entity kind of takes the place of what my lord would usually do, would that get me anywhere? Here's the thing that I want to see. Oh, did I not take the ability? Whoops. Yeah, this is pretty cool though. So you can get some Winds of Magic. Yeah, you can get to Final Transmutation pretty fast. Yeah, do they count as a spellcaster? Maybe there's some absurd tech with Locus of Conjuration. Because there's 160% power recharge. We're talking ludicrous overcast Final Transmutation spam. If the Terracotta Sentinel had some bound spells like Stoneground Stance or Might of Heaven and Earth, a Terracotta with Stoneground Stance sounds sick. Okay, somehow that's hit 3 units and I don't know how. It like hit the pinks. They don't have to be spellcasters. Oh. So if he's just near some guys, you can cast Locus of... Okay, I see. Yeah, so this guy's just a mana pump. So you can cast Final Transmutation like Overcast at the 1 minute mark with him. You know, that's kind of cool. And then we get the big fighty lord. All right. Maybe we do try some Herald of Tzeentch shenanigans. So like, how much does he cost? So you take yeah, you take all this. Only 1250 on foot though. He's kind of expensive, but you can get a lot of damage off. And then you have your beat stick, and then you have your Final Transmutation spam. I could see it. You guys feeling the cooking? The cookery's going on? So, yeah, and then you use the Marquis of Masochism as your lord. So you have a lord spellcaster combo. Maybe change the YouTube title. Oh, yeah. I'll have to change it back later. I'll just add a plus Turin Tourney and I'll change the Twitch title. All right, there you go. But yeah, so Locus of yeah. Locus of Conjuration, you just have a bunch of friendlies, you get an absurd amount of magic. You run the Marquis, and then it's like a pretty normal build. Just have a bunch of range units. Still have any games left today? Yes! So we just started Turin's tournament. It'll be 5 Swiss rounds, and then if we do well there, the semis and then the finals. So at 6 games maximum. I've heard they banned dwarves in Cathay for land battles. That's hilarious. It makes sense though. They do really well just sitting on their butts. Those factions do really well if they don't have to move, which is kind of what land battles is. But yeah, Herald of Tzeentch. Really good for just spamming spells. You can get absurd amounts of magic with them. Like, who needs Arcane Conduit, right? Locus of Conjuration all the way, and then Chromatic Tome. You just spam that every minute. You know, if you... Okay, it has a cooldown of 60 seconds. So if you use it 10 times in 10 minutes, you will have 27 extra winds of magic. That's not bad. That's a whole Overcast Final Transmutation extra that you get. That's actually pretty good. Is this guy the meta? Gonna be a Demons of Chaos showdown? Maybe. We need more people playing Demons of Chaos and specifically winning with them. As it stands, I've gotten Chaos Demons to a 50% win rate. They are now in the middle of the road for all factions at 109 wins and 111 losses. So that's not bad. That means all the progress. So that means if I've been playing them for like, it's like six more tournaments probably, and they would be number one. Oh man, that's so dumb. It's just, we're breaking the statistics. I'm just inflating their win rate for no reason. But it's oddly satisfying watching their win rate slowly climb up. All right, we got our next opponent. Joni, he's on Lizardmen. I'm Demons of Chaos. You're first. So let's get a lobby. And we are playing versus Lizards. Lizardmen, are they good versus Demons of Chaos? I would say Advanced Norskan Wise. Let's play nah, let's play Eastern. Alright, let's see. Can we get her done? I'm not the most confident versus Lizardmen. I think I have a decent number of duels. It can be a little spooky, but I should be relatively okay. How do I feel about this build? It's getting there. Man, this build it's a little jank. It's just a wee bit jank. Missile heavy versus Lizardmen. Like, I'd like to. Like, does that work? Does it cook? Man, having 650 gold left over and just always having to go for the Fury always feels a little weird, but I'm probably summoning Furies this game anyways, you might as well. Man, I'm really surprised how far Seekers have fallen. Seekers used to be so good, but now they are no more. Yeah, this build is jeez. It's something. It's certainly something. Is the only cavalry worth bringing Fiends? It might be. Sure. I can run this bad boy. Jeez. Oh, I just don't feel that good. Maybe not that bad boy. Maybe I do go for this. Nah, there's no way that works. And anyone know if the Sour Guts are worth the money? So they have how much more damage? 20% more damage. They cost 250 more, which is a lot more than that. But the stats are actually okay. 29 melee attack, 34 melee defense, I guess. I don't know, man. Yeah, Sour Guts explode on cavalry. I think, like, Sour Guts could be a really cool thing to experiment with, at least. They're kind of like the Black Spot with the Vampire Coast. It can be nice having an infantry unit that, or a ranged unit that can actually do well in melee. Is this the same tourney that Turin's playing? Indeed. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, you usually don't want your Sour Guts to be charged by Cav. But, like, it's not the end of the world, and maybe it'll do well. I really just have to play around with the unit more to figure out if I like them or not. Blood Crushers. Man, there's so many things on the Demons of Chaos roster that if it was slightly stronger, Demons of Chaos would be absurdly strong. I think the armored cavalry, like the Blood Crushers, a lot of the single entities, like the Soul Grinders. If the Tzeentch Soul Grinder was good, like it was back in the day, that's a win con. Right now they're barely clinging on via Fiends, Changebringers, and Furies. Yeah, the infantry's like average. I don't know, man. We'll have to see. I still have a very hard time winning games against like the most elite players. We'll see. If they were slightly faster. You know, if Demons of Chaos was slightly faster, that'd be hilarious. Thematic matchup. Oh yeah, true. Lizards versus demons. All right, let's get that win rate up. I want to get at least 5. I want to get them to 51%, or at least above 50%. Totally doable as long as we don't mega throw here. Oh, the heavy cav units. Yes. If they were slightly faster, yes. I'm like, man, you really want Furies to be 120 speed? All right, if you say so. Fun map, by the way. Got some Cathay, got some High Elves. They are coexisting. Having a good time. This is very inconvenient. You have to walk up these stairs, and then you have to loop forwards and then go in. That doesn't seem designed super well. And look at this. This statue's kind of like in the way of getting here. It's also not wheelchair accessible. And this rock. What are they doing with this rock? Alright, you gotta like squeeze through here to go up. Kids would love playing around here, by the way. Like just fooling around on this rock, jumping up on it, jumping down. Kind of a weird design. Wait, these aren't even connected. This is back to back. And then there's another door here, but you have to go through the tree. It's not even touching the ground. It's not even touching the ground. Oh my gosh. I got some people to raise complaints to. Oh, all right, here we go. We're in. All right, so I wanted to try a main tide Demons of Chaos build. So the idea here is I'm going to final transmute him, and that's it. That's the whole thing. There's nothing really too complicated. Ready, good luck, have fun. So idea is simple. If we use both of these abilities at the very start of the fight, and then we get some huge final transmutations. Also, I think my eye's getting fatigued. I should probably take a break after this tournament. Ult 1 is a floating island, so it tracks. Blues will cook. I think they'll do well. Final transmutation should be real spooky. And then we have fiends in reserve. I should just be able to shoot them up, you know, just shooting Galleria. I don't know how hard Demons of Chaos are to rush, but you definitely can't shoot this build to death. I would like to try something like this against Slaanesh too, but I'm pretty sure it loses. They just get into the fight too fast. Unless I'm getting some sick counter charges with fiends, but even so. I don't know, man. Slaanesh is a menace. Yeah, literally unplayable. Is he ready? Like, come on! We got a game to head into. Alright, nice. So we're just gonna click this guy, hold shift, and then as soon as the battle starts, do that. My magic is infinite. 1 winds of magic every second. So yeah, that is a ludicrous amount of magic. It's pretty funny. Has a red crested skink chief, otherwise man-tied. A solar engine. Ooh. Very interested to see how that goes. So as soon as these guys are done capturing, they're just gonna position here. Because you control the space. You don't literally just stand on the point. You just gotta control the space and you're good. I can bully the red crested skink chief pretty hard too. Skink skirmishers shouldn't be able to do too well here.
Keep it from the foe.
Maybe we just dodge a little bit. Burn ammo. That's a big ammo loss. There's a lot of skirmishers, so he's not going to be able to hard rush me here, right? I still kind of want fiends just in case we see like a big spooky rush. Yeah, we're still with Demons of Chaos. And as you can see, Final Transmutation. It's a pretty good spell. Pretty decent amount of damage. Get me more magic. More magic. Okay, so how are they gonna take this fight? We got some Saurus Warrior shields here. I will just be able to kill his lord soon. So there's another spell cast. Looks like the main fight is taking place here. Gonna get a net off. And that should just shut him down for my guys to fire away. As long as this guy doesn't take too much damage, I'm okay. And then I can just final transmute his lord again. It's a little expensive, admittedly. It's just a little bit expensive to just, you know, final transmute him to death. It might not even be worth, all things considered. Maybe I just bully him. Like, do I need the final transmutation? Frontline's kind of going well enough. Or I probably don't need it. I can just chase around his lord and bully him instead. Yeah, because he has a Heaven's Caster with Wind Blast. Yeah, I'm just gonna settle for this instead. Get the Fountain Transmutation on the Croxagores while they're in on all of that, their infantry. This guy's actually getting some juiced final transmutations. But only 1,000 value. For the amount of magic I've spent, that's actually a little low. Let's do that again. I could save up for the third ability too. Something to consider. But this is a turkey shoot. A lot of range units are doing well. My blues and pinks. They've routed off many of the lizardmen forces. There's another magic get. I don't know if he's actually worth it though. Maybe the next final transmutation will convince me. We'll see. We'll see. As it stands, the pinks are doing great. I think the value trading is lying a little bit. It feels like we're doing way better than it says we are. But we'll see. He can't really participate with his lord. There's just too much death going on. I have enough for one more final transportation. Was it really that good though? Like, did the final transportations really do anything? Or is just the blues and pinks using all their ammunition, you know? I don't really know. It's a little hard to tell. I could cast it here right now. Maybe he'll think I don't have the magic for it. If he thinks that, then this could actually be hilarious. Okay, no, he's gonna push in with the Croxagores. But I think the final transmutation here actually just cooks him. There we go. Another final transmutation. Okay, I will say he does get the final transmutations out very quickly. Admittedly, they do come out very fast. So it is impressive. Is it like, you know, is it like game winning impressive? I don't know. It feels not bad. I'm aware he has this capture point, by the way. We'll shoo him off in a second. But like, yeah, this doesn't feel like I'm doing like craziness, you know? It doesn't feel like we're doing that great. Gotta make sure his lord keeps running, by the way. I probably don't need to escort him, but we might as well. Value trading still actually a little bit sus, despite using like all my ammunition. It's a little unfortunate. Keeper of Secrets kind of having a rough time. Let's get my last final transmutation off. We get one last final transmutation for the road, and we'll check his value. Gets about 2,000, which is like about what you would want on a caster lord. Like someone spamming Melkoths gets that much value. I don't know if there was like, if a lot of the value is wasted though. I guess that's the big thing that worries me. Regardless, his lord will be off the battlefield very soon. Couple feral cold ones never made a huge difference. Temple guard are kind of being a menace though. And he has a Pock cohort. So like, I don't really save the final transmutations for these guys. That does make things a little sus. Oh, I guess I do have Furies though. Furies are great against any armored cavalry, really. I don't know. I feel like my opponent didn't play especially crazy this game. It kind of felt like they were playing a normal game. And they took a lot of damage from my range. Like all my pinks got all their volleys off. And it didn't even amount to that much. If I do this, will it... They fixed the bug where you get like way more magic than you should, right? But yeah, all to say I'm not particularly impressed. Like, look at these guys. How many games can you use all your ammunition and then it doesn't work out, you know? Okay, yeah. Did not get me extra magic. Pock cohort though, going down. Dude, I'm losing this fight. Actually losing the right flank. That's kind of sus. Now I do massacre those the cavalry, but yeah, I don't like this build very much. I feel like it gives me very little agency. Now I should still be able to win on account of killing off such an expensive unit of cav and then stealing this point and all that, but this will actually be really close. I need to get at least one capture point right now. I could take a change bringer. All right, so there's a one capture point. Okay, just yeah, we gotta secure our second capture point soon. Very soon, actually. Gonna get more blues. And then we're just gonna play it well. We're just gonna play it well and hopefully not lose this game. That would be very embarrassing. This is not a match I was particularly looking at losing. Summons in a bunch of skirmishers who are not very strong here. So at least that's okay. And I can pretty easily steal this point with a couple units I have here. So let's get the Furies in. Shouldn't be able to take this. I have a ludicrous number of Furies. And then this one over here is definitely mine. Point is secured. We do win on a 2-cap. Thank goodness. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this build does not cook. This build absolutely does not cook on multiple levels. The fact that my opponent could just sit there and tank the shots is that's a ludicrously bad sign. You simply cannot. You can't have it where you just sit there, because there's so many builds where he could just not tank the hits, you know? Where he just fights the good fight and then we're dead. In this case, he's stuck summoning skirmishers, which is really doing him in. So, something to keep in mind for sure. There you go. Point secured.
You have the foe's victory point.
Yeah, Pink's, what's their ammo at? Apparently they have 20 shots. It just feels like they're... the shots don't do any damage. Is it just me? I feel like they are doing negative damage. I mean, look at them. If this was like a crossbow shooting the Star Chamber Guardians, not a chance, man. Star Chamber Guardians die. They're just sitting there. They're just tanking it. They don't care. They're like, what? A couple pinks are shooting at us? Okay. What are these volleys, man? Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Yeah, they're like archers. They feel like archers. That's what's going on. Yeah, there you go. Now, this guy was okay. Herald of Tzeentch got 2,000 value. He's relatively cheap. What's not to love, right? I think he's not bad. Because you can pretty reliably get your magic out there. I think he's a very consistent 2k value lord. A lot of infantry, by the way. A lot of infantry here. But he's a very consistent 2k value lord. Okay, these guys use all their ammo. They got 1,000 value. That doesn't feel good at all. He's stacking up his infantry a little bit, too. A little misplay there. We do finally kill the Star Chamber Guardians. How nice. I'll bring in some change bringers and maybe get the change on. Oh, this game's dragging on. These guys just can't do anything. Jeez, they have to use all their ammo to pay for themselves? I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about pinks. I guess they're magic shots. If the unit did not cost an arm and a leg, I would feel much better. But they do. Yeah, and the build also doesn't let me cook. Like, there's nothing to do. Also, this guy just kind of died. That's my bad. I do think I will start subbing in a final transmuter lord. This guy feels not the worst. I kind of dig the Herald of Tzeentch. Everything else, less so. 8 Trebs would do better than those pinks, absolutely. For once, I think I like the 8 tribes. Marquis of Masochism, I kind of just let die. I should have babysit them way better. I think we're cutting these guys. Final Transmutation and like a million Fiends, though. I could see that cooking super hard. The Fiends will naturally force my opponent to blob. And then this way, I don't need to have like that double hero squad with all the buffs. We just rely on Final Transmutation to cook. You were sleeping in bed? Hey, you know, there's always the VOD. You are the mobility king. I think I can definitely squeeze a lot out of my mobility stuff. But I think Charix actually does better. Charix has supreme cavalry micro, man. Star Chamber has magic resist? No, it's spell resist if they have anything. So magic attacks will still punch right through. If we take a look, they don't even have magic resist, so there you go. But yeah, I kind of like this guy. I could even not take him on a disc and save 400 gold. So I could just take a rando Footlord, but he's got to support the Fiends, right? He's got to support the Fiends. Anyways, having him means I don't need the Ulores. 1,100 for this lady's quite a bit, and then that lets me get more mobility, maybe? I don't know. I'll be back in a second. All right, and we're back. So, I could just take this guy as a super cheap blob punisher with Final Transmutation. Could even put them on a burning chariot, which I think is a net benefit. Okay, you know what? This is kind of cooking. Shrines of Corn plus Fiends. You can't take that as demons. They're not demonic. They're mortal. You can run this guy and then 4 demonettes with the Fiend squad, right? So this is more of a normal build. You're basically just playing garbage Slaanesh, but with a pretty cool caster. I can't complain about that too much though. Like getting Overcast Final Transmutation that early, you can totally just steamroll into a victory, right? If done correctly. Okay, so disc is slightly faster, but I like the burning chariot. At least I think I do. So something like this could potentially work out. I think you cut these guys. The garbage. They got basically the best. They got the best case scenario for them, and they did not cook. 15 squats. All right, I'm on it. We are going to be waiting for a little bit. And I do need to stretch my legs. But yeah, I think demonettes are acceptable infantry. The demonettes, they do okay. And then all this is garbage. I like how I'm not even using the cavalry. I'm just using the monstrous infantry that are basically cavalry. But yeah, you got a bunch of fiends, you got a bunch of demonettes. Oh, man, this roster looks thinner and thinner each time I come back to it. So we're flyer maxed now. I can't take more than 4 Furies. That's okay though. What am I supposed to do? Dude, how do I fill out this build? Seriously, I guess blue spam. I guess I could take blues. Chariot flamethrowers. I already got changebringers. I wish, you know, the chariot flamethrower, I did actually use it way back in the day. It was not bad. Seekers of Slaanesh, just in case. I guess I don't have that much more mobility. I don't want to just be stuck on Furies forever, right? Could take a Marquis of Masochism, maybe. I'm like never summoning it though. 1 to 2 Plague Bearers. They take too long to get onto the battlefield. All right, 5 more squats. Ugh. Hey, maybe I can do weighted squats soon. These are feeling pretty easy after I got back into the flow of it. Oh, all right, there we go. Still a little gassed, but weighted squats coming to you soon. Nurglings, nah. Nurglings are pretty bad. They're real bad. Oh, round 3. Hell yeah. Okay, who do we got? A is Navigator. I'm Demons of Chaos. Is he playing a meta faction again? Navigator might be trying to secure a qualifier. No, Chaos Dwarves. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. He's playing Chaos Dwarves. Let's see here. Haunted Vale. Which one's Haunted Vale? Spooky map. Ah, this one. Let's see here. Ban Blazing Ramparts. It has a really deep area that you can park your artillery. It'd be too hard to actually take it out. And Chaos Dwarves is an interesting one. Final Transmutation should do quite well against Chaos Dwarves, though. So I have 3 Overcast Final Transmutations. Right, so I only need to use this Chromatic Tome twice, right? Because it's 26 per cast. Times 4. Oh wait, no. 26 times 3. 78. Wait, do I even need to use this book? Well, I start with 80 wins, right? Does the book do anything for me then? Is this useless? Or do I start with 70? Because by the time I ran out of magic, everything was fine. I guess I could take Searing Doom. And that way I can use a Searing Doom somewhere. I don't know. Interesting. Is this worth it then? It's 150, 150. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, Chaos Dwarf should be an interesting one to face up against. I do think that the extra Winds of Magic that we get from this to cast Overcast Final Transmutation so early is nice. So we'll see as soon as it shows up. Regular Flamer max and use your insane micro to protect them and kite. The thing is, like, I can have perfect micro, but with such expensive cavalry, I can't actually defend them. If I had Hellstriders and Flamers, different story, man. Hellstriders and Flamers would go so hard. But no, all I got is nerfed Seekers. Or like nerfed Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds used to cost 700, right? They were so good. And then there's Toads. There's Plague Toads. Who were never good. Man, yo, I wish these dogs were better. Oh my god, actually good Fleshhounds. What a dream. Noxbringer for the Lizardmen game. Noxbringer is generally just a very good unit. It's just solid. Very good stats. Ranged missile attack to punish infantry. It's very high micro, which is good for me. But anyways, I think I'm better off summoning in starting with Demonettes. This guy's good. Herald's good. This is a healthy number of Demonettes too. So if we're facing Chaos Dwarves, and then we gotta rush them. It's not bad. But I think Noxbringer, you generally can't go wrong with them unless you're like taking too many single entities. I can kind of see it though, like if I don't feel like rushing, I could have a Noxbringer in reserve like this. They could potentially just chill, sit back. We actually have infantry for once. Can use blues. The Demonettes though, they're just worse Forsaken, but I'll make up for it. We're fine. Would you be able to cook with Exalted Plague Bearers? Not really. I would only take them if the blues and the pinks were much better. But there's no backline that's worth holding for your Plague Bearers. And they don't kill things fast enough, so you're just gonna get shot to death, which is the fate of Demons of Chaos. Navigator's not messaging me yet. Come on, man. Where you at? Against Chowie, just do Exalted Demonette Rush with Corn Whip Lord and Armored Cav. Just rush. I like this rush a bit more. It's quite a bit faster. But yeah, usually they have like a little bit of artillery that you can beat up. I am susceptible to a bit of kite. So unlike my other build, this one kind of dies versus kite. I don't have Melcots. I don't got anything, man. We just tanking it. I guess I'm just hoping for the Fiends to do well, or I summon in the blues. Summoning in the blues to fight off kite is not the worst. What are you doing against Fireborn? Kadai Fireborn, Fiends. Fiends. Alright, he's on his way. But a Fiend rear charge, because they have Devastating Flanker. That'll take him out nice and easy. Will you capture points in the late game with blues? Preferably I capture points by army wiping them. Blues are not a terrible option though, since I think if he just spams Wolf Riders, he doesn't kill them. And you want to play Haunted Vale, okay. I got a good number of strats here, okay? I think we have a solid number of strats that'll give them a bit of a hard time. Navigators had a pretty good win rate against my Demons of Chaos though. I think I beat Navigators Chaos Dwarves last time I faced them with Demons. So maybe it's not too bad. We'll see. I challenge you to win against Chowie with the Great Unclean One. Yeah, nah, man. I politely decline your challenge. A terrible challenge. Any challenge that involves a great unclean one, we are unable to actually succeed in. This is so bad. It's like it takes all my skill and throws it out the window. There's nothing to do with it. There's no positioning that you could put it in. There's no way to bait your opponents into it. Ugh. Maybe in the early days of Warhammer 3. Back when people didn't know that you can just ignore Kugath. I'm talking super early, because they learned to ignore Kugath like 2 weeks in. But at like the dawn of Warhammer 3, maybe I could have made a great unclean work in my current form. But that's all I got, really. Alrighty, good luck, have fun. 6 units. It's a good thing I have final transportation. Okay, so this should actually be quite hilarious. So he has a very low unit build. It's probably not skirmishers. If it's a Kadai, we can summon. If it's like a Kadai with skirmishers, I can spam blues. We have the lady squad. Is this the same build you brought last time? Sorcerer Prophet. He has final transportation. Okay. Huzzah. How'd I get Locus of Abjuration ×4? Alright. I guess it can hit him and 3 units. That's crazy. That's a lot of winds of magic. And there's the Death Shriek launcher. So we're just gonna walk through this point, capture it. And then we're gonna final transmute this bad boy. Death Shriek doesn't have the HP to survive a final transmutation. So blobbing up on it should be enough. As long as the fiends don't take too much damage, I'm happy. Couple Infernal Iron Sworn, not a big deal. Whiffs again, that's rough for him. Alright. And so we begin. So I want his Kadai to blob up on my guys here. Dang, we are dodging this thing like nobody's business. But yeah, I want him to blob up on me. Because I have a fat transmutation coming. So there he is. I'm gonna just charge straight in there. We're gonna get one Fury on the shotguns. We're gonna get the other Fury. Whoop. Moving about. Okay, there we go. And then we're just going to drop it like it's hot. Sandwich those guys.
One of your units has been destroyed.
And then keep bringing in the boys. There's another one of those. Let's turn on fire at will. Final transmutation. Certainly getting a lot of damage in. Oh my gosh. That was pretty chunky. Now the artillery is most likely dead. The Kadai are still alive, but everything else is routing. So I think we're not doing too bad. A little bit of a rear charge here is painful though. Does have some of those shotguns still alive, but they will be shut down. And the train will die. Let's get the sneaky gits going. Very nice. Big route. Overall, value trading is only slightly in our favor though. I gotta be a little wary. Demoness gotta be careful too. But this is, in general, is looking good, right? Killing off the artillery piece is solid. I have another final transmutation at the ready in case we get a pretty nice blob going. I just gotta see if we can form up a blob, potentially. You know, the Demonettes are actually kind of hype here. Ooh, come on, give me that blob. So he's casting final transmutation now. That's okay though, because I have an overcast. Yo, this guy's hype.
One of your units has been destroyed.
He's kind of hype. I like him. Very nice. That's a huge one. Gets all my army abilities up, actually. Very nice. I have Stormfire, which is only an okay ability, but I will still take it. Let's get all the Furies in. Yeah, I don't really have a place to use Stormfire. I could just drop it like it's hot, but let's see if we can get a little bit more of a blob before my next transmutation. It is pretty jokes that we can spam it though, like just constantly offer it. Transmuting goes very hard. Lose a fiend, that'll just let me resummon them. Demonettes, decent. Demonettes are certainly one of the most decent infantry units in the game.
One of your units
I think they're only good because they're fast. They're worse than Forsaken, but Forsaken are amazing, so I'll give it to them this one time. That's bombardment. I get dodged, son. Okay, pretty chill. And then what we got? What is this? Come on, give me some Kadai, man. I really want to Stormfire some Kadai. I think that's what I really need here. But if it must be a final transmutation, so be it. There goes a lot of my army ability. That does force him to disengage, which I guess is pretty funny. Big old missile spell. He does have the healing when I spell cast near him, but this still is rather painful for my opponent. And then only a little bit longer, and then I get yet more magic for another transmutation. Jeez, this guy's insane. Wait, yo, 3,700? Wait, is this guy actually like the best lord? That's insane. In such a short battle, he can do that? Oh my goodness. Wait, just an hour and second. That's a lot of value. Holy crap. Look at him go. I have not gotten that much value on any of my other demon lords. Holy crap. So that was versus Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Demons win. That's +3 wins today. Let's go. Yeah, so this guy's insane. I think him combined with this build forces a blob fight, and then you just reap the rewards. Obviously, final transmuting this death streak is good, but dang. Yeah, and he got the melee damage to the sorcerer. He's full HP. He has a missile attack. Yo, this guy's he's kind of sick. 1850 for this guy. 1850. He has a sick final transmutation. He has infinity magic, and he doesn't need any other spells. Like, this is the only thing we're casting. Huh. He's better than the Demon Prince dual weapons fighting in this guy. Yeah, he does have a charge bonus of 35. That's pretty hype. He doesn't cause terror, but like, he might as well, right? Like, any blob is just massacred by this fool. That's Demons of Chaos 50%. 50-50. Let me check. Stats. Let's go! We got him positive! Holy crap. Demons of Chaos have a positive win rate, people. Yeah, Chromatic Tome is sick. Yo, this guy's insane. Yo, I can't believe it though. Actually, we got Demons of Chaos a positive win rate. They're higher than High Elves, Dwarves, Tzeentch, Kislev, Khorne, Greenskins, Empire, Warriors of Chaos, Nurgle, Lizardmen, Grand Cathay, Skaven, and Doom Kings. They're better than all of them. They're better than all of them. I should just play Demons of Chaos until they have like a 70% win rate and then just leave them there. And then no one will surpass them. It is a neutral win rate, but it's so much higher than what it used to be. It feels good. Ogre Kingdoms, though. Nobody plays Ogre Kingdoms. Kind of surprising to me. I still don't exactly know why nobody plays Ogres, but... Herald of Tzeentch versus Alberic on a Pegasus melee fighting. Okay, let's see this. Apparently this guy's sick. Is it because of his ranged attack? Troll country, difficulty normal. Bretonia. Alberic on a Pegasus with his abilities, because he will always have them. Burning Chariot tech for the win. What's your weakest faction? The faction that I will have the lowest chance of actually winning with currently, I would say, is probably... I would say either Skaven or Nurgle. I'm not very practiced with either of them. And well, yeah, I'm just not very practiced with either of them, and they're pretty bad in general. Turin can make Nurgle look pretty scary, and Charix can make Skaven look pretty scary. Regardless, both are pretty bad. Anyways, I don't think I'm making Demons of Chaos meta though, right? Like, the only reason I'm winning with Demons of Chaos is because they have a decent range spam, or I mean mobility spam. But like that's it. Okay. Against Alberic. Interesting attack animation. He kind of whirly twirlies it. Doesn't have anti-infantry. Wait, this is what you wanted me to check out? This is the great Chariot against Alberic. He's not a fighter, man. He ain't a fighter. Whoa, yeah, that's terrible. He's not a good fighter. Unless you're talking about something else. Herald of Tzeentch versus Alberic on a Pegasus melee fighting. Oh, you want to see with Final Transmutation? Oh, okay. With Final Transmutation, it's a different story, obviously. He does more damage than the Demon Prince of Khorne, but like, the Demon Prince of Khorne has a broken hitbox. That's not impressive. How much magic does this give? I think I can get 4 casts of Final Transmutation. Final Transmutation cooks pretty hard, right? So Final Transmutation on a single entity actually fully builds this up. But like, do I want Stormfire or do I want to spam Arcane Surge? I could Arcane Surge while it's building up. And then that will get me the magic. What is this? 0.15. Yeah, I might be able to squeeze out just enough extra magic if I'm spamming this in Arcane Surge. Or I just get a free Stormfire at the beginning, which potentially is really hype. I like having the option, and each Final Transmutation gives me that whole ability list, so there's potential. Army ability wise, this guy is pretty cool, right? Can he outmaneuver or outrun Alberic? Oh, are we trying to figure out Demons of Chaos versus Bretonia now? I think Overcast Final Transmutation is probably decent versus Royal Pegasus Knights, at least. Probably just get him killed, right? Let's see. So there's in air combat, if you're just fast enough, you can avoid their attack. In this case, though, he absolutely gets hit, and he cannot play keep away. You can see the difference these two abilities make, by the way, for final transmutation. Certainly helpful. But yeah, Alberic will hunt this guy. So I will need Furies, and then I'll need to final transmutation him. Get him. Okay, yeah, so like, man, I can't click this right away. It's so dumb. So like, I can do that, and then the rest of the final transmutation will tick. And then that way I can get a little bit more magic. It would be pretty jokes to be able to cast it so much. And it does get rid of half of his HP. I'll give it a hard maybe. It could outpace the regrowthing. Right? So they're going to regrowth them, but then... I don't know. How much is he? He costs 2,000, so it's worth it. I think it's worth it. And then we just transmute his face. I could see it. Eight trebs would do more damage to Alberic. Let's see here. Yeah, I can kind of see it. I think this guy is definitely, out of all the Demons of Chaos Lords, this guy is probably doing the best in terms of raw value. He's cheap, he gets the value, uses his magic extremely quickly. And then maybe the army abilities are good. I can't really make a lot of use out of the Tzeentch army abilities. I wish I could take a Nurgle Lord that could do the same thing. Because the Nurgle army abilities are sick. Okay, you know what? I kind of want to see real quick. So, like, does anyone know exactly how they work? Don't worry about the sound in the background. So let's say... Is there a way you can, like, charge up the Nurgle army abilities and then spam the thing that does a lot of damage? "32 wins until they're the highest win rate faction." Hell yeah. Weird. Okay, so you got close enough to these guys, and I guess it spread to them. Alright, so let's say I'm using Rancid Visitations instead. So Rancid Visitations on a Lord. Dang it, not even close. Final Transmutation gets me there, and not that. It would be really cool to build up that Nurgle ability. Oh, you know, it only takes a couple hits. But, like, this thing is a great spell if I can get it consistently. So look at it, right? So it doesn't do anything to single entities. But to infantry, right, over the full duration, it's 1,500 damage. So you can definitely get a lot of value with that. But there's no way to really trigger it cost effectively. Let me see. I think it's based off of damage value. So if we run a like a Stream of Corruption guy, I don't think it would actually build up as fast. Let's see. We're really digging into the weeds of how Demons of Chaos work. Oh dang, Turin lost round 3. Turin won he won his first 2 games, but lost the third one to Adler. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's value based. Ain't it about a Melkoth's? Yeah, it's like a Melkoth's on 5 units, which sounds pretty great, right? If I could just get a 5 Melkoth's that I can cast globally, that's gotta be good, right? Yeah, do we take the Great Unclean one? If you could ever see a fight. Spellcasting is definitely the most efficient way of getting army abilities. But let's just see this. So if yeah, it is based on value. Points are generated when your lord inflicts damage. Higher tier units will confer more points. So AoE is actually not very effective. Do the Nurgle Lords have anything else they can do? Grand Vomitus. There's the Demon Prince of Nurgle. I don't think Spirit Leeches will do, right? I think it's just the final transportation. Turin bought Harry? Oh my gosh. The memes! The Hammerstorm? He's playing Warriors of Chaos. Dude, Harry Hammerstorm? I always forget that he exists. Purple Sun. So, like, if I Purple Sun something really expensive, yes. But yeah, the glory points are just a little too slow. Being able to fight with the Demon Prince, that builds it up very fast. So, you know, there's some options, right? Demon Princes get random abilities. So if you go for a Herald, you get exactly what you want. This guy, you just get random. Now, Sword of Corn is fine. It's pretty sick, actually, but... Huh. Yeah, CA, I feel like they really gotta... Foot heroes need to have something more than just being cheap. I feel like, I don't know, they could like give some sick buffs or something, man. Like foot heroes just suck. Anyways, yeah, I need to do damage, like I need to get value on my lord. And as it stands, the only guy that can get value is this dude. Now he can get a lot of value. And if I keep spamming Arcane Surge, it's not too bad. So I actually want to see real quick. How many final transmutations can I expect to get in a match? Like how many times do I need to get extra Winds of Magic here? Final transmutation costs 26 Winds of Magic. I start with 80, right? It's 26 times 4. I would need to generate 24 Winds of Magic. All right. Yeah, I gotta generate 24 Winds of Magic if I want this to work. So that's one Chromatic Tome. Man, I really wish I could just... Why is this animation so bad? Just let me... Okay, so that's one Arcane Surge on my Lord. That's 2 books, 1 Arcane Surge. Two books and 1 Arcane Surge. Come on. 2 books and 2 Arcane Surges. So that's another final transmutation. That's 3 books. 3 books, 2 Arcane Surges. It's 3 books, 3 Arcane Surges. I'm gonna do this. It's 3 books, 4 books, 3 Arcane Surges. And I have 18. So even if I'm going pretty ham with it, and I'm casting Arcane Surge 24/7. I'll have enough for one more normal Final Transmutation. That kind of tells me that I don't really need the book. Because now I'm just stuck with the book, right? There's no way to squeeze more. I guess if the battle goes, so it's only been 8 minutes. If this guy gets a lot of value, right? And I can get one more Arcane Surge and one more book cast. I have to do this very optimally, but if I do, it's actually pretty hype. Yeah, okay, he actually basically gets there. It's close. It's very close. Okay, there we go. One more Arcane Surge. Oh, he did it. Okay, yeah. So I just gotta keep spamming the book off cooldown and then using Arcane Surge. And I can get 4 Final Transmutations semi-consistently. That's not too bad. That's pretty good. 6,000 value. Yeah, so if he's kind of fighting and I spam Arcane Surge on him, we will have enough for all the Final Transmutations that I could possibly want. Beautiful. All right. That's all I need to know. The 4th Final Transmutation is where it's at. He's Dark Elves. I'll ban. Dang, these are all great maps for me. I'll ban Edge of the Darkwood. It trains them up. This is broken versus Alberic maxing. Yeah, it's a very treacherous style indeed. All right, we're playing on Itza. We're playing Itza. It's Dark Elves. Do I need to worry about Dark Elves? No, mostly. I still don't have a lot of answers for like the chariot stuff, but I gotta build. Final Transmutation is such a game-changing spell. Fit for Tzeentch, yeah. It's just an easy magic dump. It's a consistent, easy magic dump that can hit anything. One of the problems about Winds of Magic generating items is that most magic is very situational. So like Searing Doom, you only need 2 or 3 Searing Dooms on cavalry for the whole game. So yeah, you might have more magic, but then you start spamming it on infantry and it gets you like negative value. This though, you just chuck it out and they die. Pretty good luck, have fun. Hope it's fine to ask. Probably is. Does it make a difference if you buy the game on Steam or Epic Games? Saw different amounts of DLCs for both platforms. Really? That's weird. I thought they would have had the same amount. I bought the game on Steam. I haven't bought it on Epic Games, so I wouldn't be able to help you out very much. But I'd be very surprised if they both didn't have all the DLCs. And then it just kind of depends on what platform you'd rather have the game on. Also, this thing, I don't know how it works. It like doesn't seem to like spread to units properly. It's kind of weird, but anyways, I think we just full rush him. I don't even know if I go for this capture point. You know what? Let's not. It's such a power move to get Final Transmutation Overcast so early that you might be able to just kill your opponent from the get-go. It's kind of like you're rushing, right? You're rushing as much magic as you can. So I'm going to try being aggressive here. Get the Furies of Slaanesh in, and then just dive bomb him. Holy crap. If they had spell mastery stacking, that would be hilarious. it still probably wouldn't be that good, but it would be hilarious. Thanks for the answer. No problem, man. Wait, Chaos has 3 legendary heroes? They have Arball. They have Harry Hammerstorm. Syla? Syla's not really a foot character. It's not Kaizek either. He has a mount. Who's the last? A Cold, my bad. Arball's the Lord, yes. A Cold, that's what I meant. Who's Egrim? Who the crap is Egrim? What do you mean, Egrim? Alright. Mr. Razak, face me. No problem. He had something to do. He's here, though. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. He was traumatized by the Moby Max build. Oh, my God. Was this thing bugged? Holy crap. It's 3 units max, but you can spread it to different units. Anyways, the guy's dead. I don't know how else to put it. He's if he's not 10 million times dead. I've been beating him a lot with the mobility max build. So it makes sense that he's doing this. But my dude, I have final transportation. You best to be running for your life, good sir. Ouch. We got shot by the Medusa. Ouch, bro. How much life does this thing have? 7,000? Alright. Alright. You wanna die? I'll happily murder you. Screw it. I'm taking the changeberry suit. Yeah, what are you gonna do about this? I don't think there's much you can do. Could have gone slightly more value, actually. I only have the arcane surge thingy. Could have been a little bit better. I've had better final transportations. At the very least, though, if we kill this thing, there shouldn't be much else I can actually fight here. Gets a capture point, that's okay. Get change, Brigade. Get change, Brigade. He gets a Buna on him, but his very expensive little piece there is now gone. So, as long as we can escort that bad boy off, I'm pretty happy. And then I'll just get another final transportation on his face. He's not going to expect a second final transmutation either on his little hero blob here. That'll get him done. And another overcast final transmutation. And another one. And another. Oh yeah, no, that's the value we were looking for. Ah, hell yeah. Oh, glorious, glorious value. Yeah, I think I will take one of these bombardments. Thank you very much. I think that would be a good idea. Yes. This is pretty jokes. This is a pretty hilarious build, I must say. This is the straight bullion build. Demon Nuts are doing great. Dude, it's just straight blob buster, man. It's just an absolute blob annihilator. You can't even blob. What are you supposed to do? You're getting out mobility. He has Dark Riders. But you see, they are not the problem. He's gonna Buna me. I fear no Buna. He may capture 1 point, but I don't think that's a big dealio. I also could have summoned in the Noxbringer, but this is more hilarious. So there's another final transmutation. Yo, this is kind of terrifying. Holy reserves. Yeah, I think it's hitting more than 3 units. I don't know what's going on. I think this thing's bugged. Locus of Conjuration. I don't know how it's bugged though. Does this count as bug abuse? This better not count as bug abuse, okay? Yes, it is. Does anyone know what the crap is going on with this? Because it seems like it's hitting multiple units. Not that it matters that much. It does matter a little bit. It says all units in range. Affects allies in range max 3. So like, I don't know what max 3 means. It's kind of hard to tell. Also, Blackguard I kind of hate. Yeah, damage is super front loaded. So the whole idea here is we win the game before we run out of juice here. If I can just end them early and I don't have to worry about the mid game or the late game, then we're good. But I'm casting Final Transmutation Overcast off cooldown. It's absurd.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Okay, yeah, so it says it's only hitting 3 units. I don't know, man. Wait, let's see. So it's 160, right? It says it should only hit 3 units. But like, yeah, when these guys get close, now they got it. Now they got it. So now it's 4 units.
Has been destroyed.
But like, maybe it's just max 3 at a time. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna try and not abuse it. I'm not gonna be like intentionally max blobbing for it. But I don't know if I have to cut it. It's very weird. Yeah. It's not like it lasts the full 20 seconds though. So I think it's maybe fine. At most, it seems like it's only hitting a handful of guys. The late game also is kind of rough, not gonna lie. The late game could be slightly better for me. Good old Dark Rider spam over here. I do have enough Fiends though, where we don't have to worry. I can start saving up for the next blob too if I really want to. That should be pretty funny. We play with the tools that the gods give us. Tzeentch. Tzeentch cooked too hard. He's gonna get banned. Oh, poor Dark Riders, man. Dark Riders are sadly not super strong. And we are on our way to our last Final Transmutation now. Another one. This guy has 3,000 value. Bro, that's disgusting. That's so disgusting. He has 3,000 value. Okay, wait, so let's see this. Okay, it's hitting like 1 more unit than it should be. That's not grounds for banning, is it? Okay, now it's 5 units. So it seems like it does kind of just hit everything. Very strange. Demons of Chaos kind of slapping. Yeah, man. Yeah, they cook. I just have to use this book a handful more times and then we're good. Yeah, we also have to test if it actually adds wins or if it's just a text display. If this build ever becomes popular, we can take it up with Turin. Losing this ability though hurts the build so hard. Because like you kind of have to get the overcast out, right?
The foe's victory point.
There we are, 24 winds of magic. So I just need one more thing, and then I get one last overcast final transmutation. I do kind of like how it punishes the Footlord meta, by the way. A lot of people are just taking Footlords because they're hard to kill. But final transmutation cooks them so hard. GG, well played.
Unending glory is yours.
Anyways, it seems like if you do affect multiple units, it's not very long. He definitely annihilated the box. So the guy got 3,159 value, and he had one more overcast final transmutation in the back pocket. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. These guys, mega value. What are you gonna do, right? You're gonna bring the air units on them? Final transmutation. Furies, they did okay. And yeah, you just kind of need decent enough cleanup, and then you're fine. This is gross, though. I think Tzeentch players, absolutely. I think if you're playing Tzeentch, you run this guy. I don't know why people aren't. This is an easy 3,000, like, it's such an easy way to get absurd amounts of value. He's cheap. He's mobile. You gotta abuse this build before people catch on to your shenanigans. Oh my gosh. Is this how Demons of Chaos become meta? Is this how they become meta? By becoming the villains? They were supposed to be cool. I was supposed to unlock the Exalted Chariot meta. Not a crazy spell spam build. Pink fire spam with this would kind of be nuts. So if Final Transmutation doesn't fit the bill, which usually it does, you can indeed go for like Lore of Tzeentch and get some really crazy stuff going. And just like dish out magic like no one's business. There's a lot. The thing is, it doesn't have like the easiest just chuck out magic, you know? Like you don't always have a situation for pink fire. There's not always going to be light infantry. Tzeentch's Firestorm, Infernal Gateway. Like I'd rather have Final Transmutation instead of this. This kills one unit. Transmutation kills single entities and cavalry. It just lets you blob. Save it for the grand finals. We'll keep quiet about it. Now you, okay. The fact that people are bringing up keeping quiet about it is sus. Okay. That's really sus. Okay. I don't know. My ethics brain is telling me something's up. All right. Let me see this real quick. So is this abusable? Can I take it if I don't abuse it? Oh man, we finally found a good build. Look, I don't need all that magic, okay? Bring this guy into vampire counts who take double Terrorgeist to counter the Air Force. Yeah, dude. Okay, so take a look. So if I cast this right now, it hits 160 units. But if I move, and then I hit the other units with it, each unit that I hit gets the buff reapplied. Which I presume is unintended. Now the thing is, it goes away as soon as this is done. But technically, if you wanted to abuse it, be proud of the G's. Now, here's the thing. This is absolutely hard abusable, right? Gonna have dinner. There's something cooking tonight. Okay. Because the only thing that makes this, that makes it good. Well, like not the only thing, but like the thing that makes it good is like if you do this, And then you do that. How many units does that hit? Only 4. Okay. So you have to like get away from the units for it to trigger, right? You can't just walk over them. You have to get away from the units that you're currently buffing. Now, I'm sure there's some disgusting micro strat. More or less balance in Doombolt. I think Doombolt's... I don't know. I think there's probably a crazy tech you can do to abuse it. I think it's obvious enough if someone's abusing it. But like the idea is, right? So you would have your demon nets here, and then you buff them up at the start with this, right? So this will hit. It only hits 2 because he hits himself, right? And then what you want to do is you want to get in range of these guys, and then you want to like get away from them. Okay, so this is really dumb. But I think the best way to use this would be like this. So you cast it, and then you grab these guys, and then you run backwards so that they can get in and out of the range as fast as possible so that they start hitting other dudes. Right? And then if you do it like this specifically, then that way you hit as many guys as possible with it. It's only slightly more effective. It's not that bugged. And I'm not going to abuse it that hard, right? It did not make that much of a difference. I don't even know if it does make a difference compared to if you do it normally. I don't even know if it makes a difference. So we're gonna pretend that it's okay. Technically, it's bugged, okay? But I'm not abusing it. We're not breaking the rules. It's fine. I'll hit my 3 units. We'll be okay. In fact, let's actually double check. Okay, so now we're gonna double check to see if it actually gets you more wins. If it doesn't, and it's just a visual problem, we're fine. Nobody gotta call the popo on us. Here we go. Fingers crossed, man. So it reminds you of that win I got with the mammoths, where like they were stacking the physical resist. Okay, so if we do this, by the time it runs out at 59:30, I have 25 winds of magic. If I'm not moving with my lord. 8 trebs is more scary than this bug. Actually, maybe. It might be saying that it's buffing, but because they're not in his aura, it's fine. Okay. So this is with the tech. This is with the weird tech. Ah, crap. Okay. Oh, it gets you a little bit, just a little bit more. It gets you a little bit more magic. Are people really gonna call the fun police? I get to 0 power reserves really quickly anyways. Does it really make a big difference? It's quite a bit. It's like 8 winds of magic. It's like 8 winds of magic. It's like 7 wins. Oh my gosh. Alright, well now I gotta report the bug. I am duty bound to report the bug to CA at least so that they can fix this garbage. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see here. Anyways, if I just replace with like Arcane Conduit, we're still fine. I don't think it's a big enough deal where people are gonna be like, holy crap, we gotta ban this. All right, let's see here. Bugs. Locus of Conjuration hits more than 3 units. Title. If you... I don't need to type title. If you move your lord over multiple units while leaving the ones that are already generating magic, then it can hit the new units while still giving magic for the ones that left the area. All right. You can mostly avoid it and might get an accidental +1 or 2 winds of magic. You have to move your lord over new units, then off of the old ones. Kinda janky to abuse, except at the beginning of the game. I don't think it's a big enough issue. I don't think Turin's gonna ban it. It's not creating new reserves. If it was, it would be so busted, but it's just generating more magic. I don't think it's a huge thing. As long as I don't intentionally move my lord over like 10 units in my army, we're fine. I think we're fine. It might be intended. Nothing is intended at this game, let me tell you, okay? Don't tell me that CA has a plan. I might get bugged. It might get bug banned. It might get bug banned. I don't really need it though. Although, do I? Maybe I need. Dang, I might get bug banned. Honestly though, it would be pretty disgusting if everyone started doing this. Okay, wait, how much Winds of Magic? So if I don't have this and I just have Chromatic Tome and Arcane Conduit, what's the difference? What's the difference? I could see people using this. This build's pretty gross. Cheat anyway? Nah, man. Demons of Chaos must be. They must die the hero, guys, okay? You either die the hero or live long enough to become the villain. I don't want to become a villain. Unfortunately, my Winds of Magic is pretty hella gimped without it. I will still have enough for the first final transmutation. It's the second one that is way slower, but I'll have it by the what? The 1 minute mark? Oh, that's garbage. Oh no, that's so garbage. Anyways, I think it's better that we don't have a meta where people are running this guy and getting like absurd magic. We can still do the build, it's just not immediately off cooldown. We can live with that. We can live with that, all right? Let's see here. The thing is though, right? So if I do I even need this guy then? Who else has final transmutation? Tzeentch Demon Prince doesn't. I do think final transmutation is the way though. How expensive is this guy? Okay, we can greater arcane conduit. final transmutation. Like, this is fine, right? I don't think we're all... I don't think it's the saddest thing in the world if we have an Exalted Lord of Change of Metal with Greater Arcane Conduit final trans. I think it still works with the build. I don't have to feel like I'm a bad person. What does this guy have over the big boy? Other than price. So if he takes nothing in just final transmutation, I could save 700 gold. That's almost a whole demonette. It's almost a whole demonette, but I get terror. I guess it's situational. Password is 1. I'm Demons of Chaos. What's this guy? Adler. And then once CA finally fix it, then we're good. Is Vampire Coast, okay. Banned Imperial Ambush. Let's play Blood Grove. I think Blood Grove is the slightly better one if it's up against Coast. Demons of Chaos should be pretty good against Coast, right? It's either that or Jade Tomb. So let's play Blood Grove. Poor design, but it's not a bug. Take it up with Turin. Actually don't. I don't want a million people here being like, Turin! Knocking on his door. Alright, that he doesn't want to deal with that either. But it's a discussion to be had somewhere else. For now, the call is made. We will make do with maybe just final transmutation. I think just final trans is just fine. Everything isn't intended until it's fixed. Like, you could also say like the double War Mammoth War Shrine is intended that they stack. Maybe that sticks around after. Like, if you want to go with this, we'd also be seeing 20% physical resist mammoths running around. We'd be seeing Doombolt. Honestly, I kind of like this, but I think most people wouldn't. Anyways, people ban things by preference, not by balance. So if it just feels wrong, you know, that's usually enough for something to get banned. It's how it is, people. And honestly, it would result in fewer annoying discussions for Turin. Because he's the biggest multiplayer host in the community. And you know that 100%, right? He doesn't want to be on stream constantly being like, people in chat are like, isn't that a bug spell? And then he'll have to explain like, well, you know, bug spells can be fun if you manage them correctly and like all that. Especially if it's winning, which that one definitely would be winning. We'll give it a pass. Anyways, I think I have some fun shenanigans here we can pull. Now, Vampire Coast. Blues and pinks. Are they good here? It's gonna be a lot of zombies, right? I don't want to just get zombie swarmed. Oh no, it gives extra recharge. Extra recharge is not fine. It definitely makes or breaks the build. Although I think the extra, like, so it can give upwards of extra 7 winds of magic. That's a final transportation potentially like 30 seconds faster than you should, you know? Potentially 30 seconds faster than you should. That is rather significant. One of the reasons I brought it up is specifically because I saw it and I was like, it's a little sus. Anyway, so this will be fine. Don't you worry. I got the strats. We're up against Vampire Coast. Mobility maxing versus coast is generally ill-advised. Ooh, yeah. Okay, no, this is hype. Okay, I gotta build. Vampire Coast ain't got nothing on this. Pinks might be worth it against vampires. I think against vampires specifically, pinks are probably not the worst. I still worry a little bit that they'll run out of ammo before they pay for themselves. I don't think a pink... Okay, so a pink costs the same as 3 zombies. But that means that they have to kill a zombie unit in 7 volleys. That's pretty bad, isn't it? Doesn't that mean we're gonna run out of ammo? I feel like it means we're gonna run out of ammo. I don't know about you guys. I'm a little bit sussed out by the pinks. Flesh Hounds, on the other hand, I think Flesh Hounds are hype for his coast. As long as he's not going crabtastic, we should be good. Overall, build looking solid. Have everything I could possibly want. Let's do it. Bring corn, elite killing machines. Unfortunately, Exalteds are not nearly as good as Wrathmongers. Redeemed a stretch, thank you. Thanks for the reminder. I've been sitting all day. Here we go. Ooh. Ooh, thank you so much. Twitch chat making sure that I am not sitting in my chair too long. But anyways. A little bit more of a boring build. Don't really want Final Transmutation versus Coast anyways. The spells that do well against them, it's like Pink Fighter, you know? And we finally have Plague Bearers for once. You guys love Plague Bearers. They're slow, they grind. They do uptrade versus zombies, I believe. Curious how pinks do in melee against zombies. Not that much more effective than blues. They have a smaller entity count. Pre-match stretch, yeet. Flesh Hounds, and a little bit of anti-crabbage. So if he does go mass crabs, these will cook. Morn Goals and the like will die to my mobility. Corn Furies just kill everything fast. Yeah, it's a normal build. Normicity build. I even have the the Noxbringer, which is like, man, how much more of a normie can I become? What is this? Okay, so the Mad Lad has decided. He has decided that, oh, jeez. He wants to full deploy like this. Okay, so Noxbringer's gotta back it up real quick. Then we gotta summon in these guys. Got a position here to listen to the sound of the cannon shots. Interesting to see, come on, move. Such an aggressive deployment from the Vampire Coast. So he really wants to get that fight started early. Thankfully, the Noxbringer can dodge fairly effectively. So those are doggos. Couple shots on me, doesn't matter too much. If we can just jump these guys as fast as possible, I'm happy. Morn Goals ain't the big issue. Doggies, get them. Okay, yeah, just keep running. Just keep running. Just keep running. Noxbringer at least is distracting his cannons at a fairly good pace. We do have Furies here. That is a unit of handguns dead. Big play for us, for sure. This is why I don't respect artillery, because they are very easily dodged. Let's kill off his doggos here, and then I can probably use some pink fires to finish the job here. Overall, it looks like the fighting is going fairly well in our favor. I have the capture points, but one cannon does live. Can we kill it? Pink fire, pretty good deeps, all things considered. The Furies over here look like they're winning that fight. So it'll make my microing much easier. Plague Bearers have one over here, nice. I could start pressuring the point to hold him back. As long as these guys crumble, we're okay. It's a little sus though. We are out of blue ammo, okay. It's a little sus. Lord here is taking a little bit of heat. That is a whole gunnery mob he has there too, but bada bing bada boom. Cannon crew is done for. So that's pretty good. Couple dogs, they absolutely lose to Furies. We got the Fiends, cannon models are fully dead. Okay, so that's actually not too bad. Aside from the fact that I don't have the home point, things are actually fairly comfortable for us then. Like, look at the Fiends. They're cooking very hard over there. His home point's going down. Oh, geez, that's a zombie summon. Okay. But yeah, his home point's going down. I should be able to kill a couple basic Crabos. Not a big deal. I do wish I had a little bit more range. We're gonna get one pink in here. It's not the best versus the crabs, but it'll do, I think. In the meantime, the Plague Bearers, they're doing good. He's summoning dogs, which are trading really bad versus my forces here. And his gunnery mobs are miles away. I think we'll be okay. Anyone know if immune to flanking makes devastating flanker not work? Only matters for the rotting Leviathan, but something I do want to know. Oh, geez, okay. Got some more in goals here. All right, let's back it up. Still have a little bit of a battle to tussle out. So I just want the dogs dead because they're expensive. Blues did very good over on the flank. Bestest boys. And we have a snare. Ooh. Now, where do I want to use that snare? Not entirely sure. Maybe on these guys, actually. Maybe a bit of a waste, but this is not really a mobility type game. So I feel like the snare is actually a pretty decent idea. As long as the Noxbringer doesn't get absolutely murdered, I'm pretty happy. Thank goodness for this Exalted Lord that can actually fight too. He's doing a good job. Pistol mobs will be disintegrating soon. It seems like the Demons of Chaos just have a little bit too much here. This is one of the only matchups that I feel like the Flesh Hounds are good in. Otherwise, I'm not the biggest fan. Oh, were you pivoting? Were you pivoting? Yeah, that should be good enough. Should be able to charge them. Holy pink fire. Jeez. Pink fire, pretty good. Pretty good. Right side looking a little sus too. We got the Flesh Hounds on his dogs. Nice. You finally killed the crabs. Yeah, Lamprey's Revenge is pretty dead. Yeah, we should be good. Vampire Coast just doesn't have enough oomph here, sadly. I might even just go hard on the Flesh Hounds next time. It's really only like the Rotting Prometheans that are a little bit sketchy. But the Fiends seem to do well enough against them. Let's actually just position here so that they can actually shoot. Right-clicking, a very risky maneuver indeed. And yeah, the Exalted Lord of Change is kind of enough to kill crabs, it seems. right side might get stolen. But the home point here is definitely looking good. There you go. There's a little... Crap. They got the volley, but then I gave them the command. Maybe. We're good, though. There's the big volley. There it is. So, Night Terrors. They may have 30% missile resist, but no armor is going to do them dirty. Let's not have Fire at Will on. Whoops-a-daisies. I think we can just jump these guys with Furies and we'll be fine. Fun battle. Very fun battle. I feel like my opponent probably would have been better off not taking the fight so quickly and maybe getting the points captured early, but I think it was going to be rough almost no matter what. I think Demons of Chaos are just pretty chunky in general against any light armored faction, blues and pinks. Pretty good Fury charge, assuming they kill the doggos. Depth Guard. Anyone think the Depth Guard are gonna cook here? If you think the Depth Guard will do anything, give it a 1. Type 1 in chat. If they can do literally anything. I don't think so. Although they did survive the first Noxbringer shot. Oh, the heal? Okay, alright, they can heal. The 2. There we go. Massive rear charge incoming. And okay. The holding out. Yo, they might cook. They may very well cook. Ah, yeah, look at that value. They've reached 10% of their required value. They are now crumbling. What if I leave my guys in melee against it? Not landing a lot of hits, let me tell you that. Are they targeting my Plague Bearers? What's going on? They got 10 more gold worth of value. That is an amount of value indeed. 173? Holy crap. They're doing it. They're dead. Oh my gosh. Well, there you go. They got 172 value. If you think that counts for something, congratulations, you were correct in typing 1. If you think that was hot garbage, you would also be correct. I mean, they're gonna die, that's doing something. Also my invulnerable fiends, hell yeah. And they're dead. He's pretty army wiped though. This is a tough situation. Because I got another pink fire. Oh, I was just about to get it. Well, there we go. GG, well played. And that's 5 wins in a row. I forgot to change my win-loss. That's 5 whole wins in a row with the Demons of Chaos versus Vampire Coast. Oh, pretty good. This guy's not bad. He's no final transmuter, but he's not bad. Noxbringer didn't do that much. He had the double cannon. We just kind of shut him down really well, though. And the Krabos did surprisingly bad. No large targets for them. Huh. Really like the Plague Bearers. Blues were not bad. I think blues are definitely worth taking. The Fiend did really well. The pink... I'm never going to run pinks again, man. Dude, pinks suck. Pinks always feel like a liability. When they get the perfect amount of shooting, they only pay for themselves. Absolute garbage. Also, Scurvy Dogs kind of suck versus demons. Blues actually trade into them quite well. But nice. Now we wait for top 4 with the 5 winner. Who else is probably going to make it? It looks like Navigator. Looks like Navigator, me, Abdel Zarak, Turin has 4 wins. Whoa, we might face Turin today. Holy crap. He only lost once because he memed with Harry Hammerstore. If he didn't meme, we could have faced against each other. Martin barely doesn't have enough opponent points, it seems. It's going to be a close one. But I think he might not make it. You're convinced now? The Blues on 0.3 with Chads? Yeah, Blues are hype. Yo, I want to face Turin. Intensity Turin Showdown. Oh my gosh. Back in my Warhammer 2 days, I would kill to face against Turin. Now it's still hype, but I'm not like dying for it. Man, to be on the big screen though, oh my gosh, that was a huge milestone. Now I'm too good for Turin. I'm too good for him. I don't need him no more. No, don't quote me on that. All right, 2 more matches and then I can take a rest. Tomorrow has to be a more chill day, man. I've been doing too much work lately. Not a crazy amount of work, but I could benefit from a little bit of a break. Why not, you know? Maybe just a 1 tournament for once. Just a singular. Yo, Turin is actually not bad at multiplayer. I think if you consider the fact that he can play almost any faction proficiently, I think that elevates him a lot higher than many other people. His builds are, I would say a lot of his builds are not fully optimal, and he has wrist issues, so he doesn't always cav max. But the fact that the Mad Lad won with Nurgle, I don't think I've won with Nurgle in a tournament, so he knows something. With the 4th worst faction in the game right now. Also, Chaos Demons are in the top, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're in the top 9. Chaos Demons in top 9. Let's go. Just gotta up their win rate a little bit more. 56%. Making them catch up with Ogre Kingdoms is hard. It might be easier to lose with Ogre Kingdoms. What if I just play Ogre Kingdoms and throw a tournament? Then Demons of Chaos will reign supreme. We're halfway there. We are halfway there. I'm not gonna keep singing that, or I'm gonna get demonetized. Whoa. Anyways, yeah. Yeah, I'm so excited. They're gonna look so strong. Everybody's gonna play Demons of Chaos. Everybody's gonna play them. I think since I started the challenge, a lot of people played Bretonnia when I was doing that. No one's playing Demons. They look at that, they're like, this kind of seems like pain and suffering. Like, the only things that work is like mobility maxing, really, which is not everyone's cup of tea. How much does it cost to bring Ogre Kingdom's win rate to 40%? I would have to lose with Ogre Kingdoms straight losses for 30 games. Oh, okay, 25. I need 25 straight losses with Ogre Kingdoms for them to have a 50% win rate. That's insane. They are eating well this patch, man. Everybody else got nerfed after they took the Noblar hit. Still going strong. Yeah, you can't pay me to throw games though. I'm honor bound. Honor bound to do this legit. Long con, making worse factions meta. Only to switch. Yo, I can get Demons of Chaos nerfed. We get Demons of Chaos nerfed, right? Then what? I don't know. We have a worse meta? This is a terrible plan. Like, realistically speaking, there's a non-zero chance that this will eventually lead to Demons of Chaos getting nerfed. I think it's unlikely, though. Because it's still land battle, and I'm pretty sure they're not a strong land battle faction. I act humble to hide my massive ego. I do have a massive ego. Nobody can do anything about it. The humility only adds to it, you know? That way I can say I'm humble. God. It's getting too late, man. I've been streaming for 6 hours. My voice is tired. Anyways, we will die the hero, okay? I will say though, how many wins do I need to get Demons of Chaos to a 60% win rate? So 113 is the current losses. So if I need it to be 60% more than that, then I can divide it by 40 times 60. I need to get them to 170 wins for them to be number one. They are currently at 115. No, that's to a 60% win rate though. Oh, my bad. No, I only need them to be a 56% win rate. Okay, thank goodness. Thank goodness. 113 divided by 47 times 53. 128 wins. I only need 12 more wins with them? Really? You're kidding me. It's that easy? Wait. No, a little bit more. No. No, it's actually just like 12, 13 more wins. Holy crap. Holy moly. That's like 2 more tournaments, man. Demons of Chaos nerfed. Slaanesh, Norska, Giga buffed. Dude, the DLC is going to be so hype. I love how you didn't include High Elves, though. Surely the High Elves are going to be broken, right? Sky Cutters. Come on, man. Sky Cutters? Like, they would, I don't know. There's a non-zero chance you get Scourge Runners with flying. I'm just saying. And hate Chevron so much? Yes. Anyone who's, you know, we already know Carafter has been watching us for a long time, but there's a few things that you can ask a player to tell if they're an Antisti viewer. There's a lot of stuff I disrespect very hard. Maybe more than I should. But like, come on, man. Paying 26 gold for +1/+1 stats. You know, walking to the capture point will make your guys slightly tired and they lose 2 melee attack. Alright? Nobody's talking about the debuffs that walking to the middle of the map incur. Because it don't matter. Just like the chevrons. Wait, what's the difference? Yeah, it's only +6/+6. Dude, CA... Or +7/+7. CA give +7/+7 on a whim. Alright, remember that time they just gave halberds +8 melee defense? Like it was nothing. Did it make halberds slightly more meta? Yes. If they gave them +8 melee attack, it probably would have been quite a bit. But yeah. You know what they should do? They should bake in all the chevrons. They should make it where you have to bring everything max chevron. How would that change the meta if everything has to be max chevron? Changebringers would cost 2,000. I should do that. I should host a tournament where everything has to be maximally chevroned, and then we'll see if ogres are still meta. They probably will be, because they actually benefit quite a bit from chevrons compared to other factions. The leadership helps them. Oh, Turin got knocked down by Navigator. He barely didn't qualify. Holy crap. Dang it. I wanted to face Turin. Well, I guess Abdel, Zorak, and Martin and Navigator will do. They're very strong players indeed. The two people with 4 wins is Turin and Adler. They both, unfortunately, did not qualify. Unless he does tiebreakers. I feel like he should. But then I guess the tournaments would last a really long time. But like, you could tiebreaker Adler and Martin and him versus Navigator. It's because you never played pure trash infantry factions. Hey, I played Skaven. I got my token Skaven games. I can judge chevrons as much as I want. Nobody chevrons Skaven slaves, man. Nobody who wins games chevrons Slaven slaves, whatever. What is this? 258 gold. Let's compare them. 258 gold will turn your Skaven slaves into... Yeah, what the crap? Dude, men-at-arms are better than Skaven slaves by like 1,000,000. The chevrons did nothing. I don't think turning your Skaven slaves into bad men-at-arm polearms is exactly what Skaven's looking for. But that's literally what you are doing. I guess there is a pretty nice HP difference, but regardless, I think my point still stands. I guess they have Scurry Away and Strength in Numbers, and more speed, but they got -10, -12. Also, these guys aren't exactly the epitome of good units. Also, Anticity, Skaven Slaves. Yo, that Reddit, man. Cursed Reddit. They got rid of that, right? People really thought that Max Chevron Grail Guardian build was good from the Turin vid. And dude, I saw people starting to run more Max Chevron Grail Guardians, man. It's not good. It's not good. The only reason it worked is because I'm pretty good with cavalry. That's it. Oh boy. Level 9 aspiring champions. Let's see here where they at. Warriors of Chaos. Aspiring champions. You know, the ROI, this is why like even Regiments of Renown. Actually, you know what? That's a much better argument. I should make that more often. If gold chevrons were actually worth it, Regiments of Renown would be the most OP thing known to man, right? Let's take a look. This unit. Okay, this is a worse example because they actually cost more. They have they have a damage resist aura, bro. If chevrons were actually worth it, right? This aura of protection would be like busted, right? You're like, wow, a fully chevron spearman and they have the aura of protection. Wow. Wow, that's so good. Max Chevron Lothar and Seaguard. The Storm Riders. They cost 125 gold less. And you get the chevrons. And you get fear and fire whilst moving. People do actually use this unit, but not that much. It's not like an always pick. That's pretty crazy though, right? Like the disparity, right? Like they have to be way cheaper for it to be worth taking. I don't think anyone's like, wait, is this? Yeah, nobody's like, wow, Legion of Chaqua, you get Shield of Chaqua and Max Chevrons. Nobody. Except for Creative Assembly. Except for Creative Assembly, who balanced chevrons way back in the day. I do think, though, actually speaking, right, like, it makes it easier to balance if you don't have to balance chevrons. I don't think it's a fun mechanic. I do think it's a little too easy for people to throw in chevrons for no reason. But like, if it was even slightly cheaper, people would like start considering it, and then suddenly CA release a patch, and then people are like, hey, this unit at 6 chevrons is kind of busted. You gotta nerf this unit at 6 chevrons. And then it's like, okay, all right. And then it's gonna take 6 months to nerf. Terrible idea. Karavdir types R and removes his message, but we all saw it. It's still underneath right here. Your messages can't be deleted. Please don't type something obscene, otherwise it's permanently in the video. Bring 8 trebs. What's the Demons of Chaos equivalent of 8 trebs? There you go. There's 8 trebs. You think this build? You want oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, the chevrons too. There you go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. You know, why do people even bring the Noxbringer when they can just take a 9 chevron soul grinder of Nurgle? Why not both? Skull cannon. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, so we can get the skull cannons. Okay, we won't meme with the chevrons, but I think you can barely take a lord. Anyone know if there's a Demons of Chaos lord that costs like nothing on foot? So close. So close. Is there a way I can finagle this? There has to be someone cheaper, right? Oh, hell yeah. There we go. Yep. Yuppers. Oh, but he counts as an SE. We can't. Dang it. Okay, I can at least do this. So 5 single entities, 3 soul grinders, 1 skull cannon. Oh, if I could get a Kugat here. Is there a... which lord here is the closest thing to a Trev? I'm not sure. Oh, that's true. Skull cannon chevrons. Yo, this thing's actually pretty inaccurate. How accurate does it get if you do this? Costs 400 more. The Dread Demons of Chaos kite? Dude, if they were a kite faction, we'd be at number 1 already. Chevron, your lord. Lord should be able to level up. I feel like, you know, why not make it where they can take some abilities from campaign? Let's just give them like +6 melee defense, you know? People would take it too. It would suck, but they take it. A skull cannon's at limited. You can run 2. But single entities is the cap that we're running into. I can only take 5 SEs. And I have to take a lord. There's no multi-entity lord. Wish there was. That would be sick. Phrasing, good sir? Wait, what did I say? What do you mean? Anyways, I'm excited for the semis. Any moment now, and I'm sure they will arrive. Soul grinders should be 360 shooting, like they're a turret. They're a turret on their quad legs. It will suck and people will enjoy it. I'm actually, you know, I'm pro adding random things that suck. I would love to be able to level up your lord. Like, you actually go to the lord and it opens up the skill tree, and you can be like, hey, I took a level 50 frames. He has lightning strike for some reason. I don't know. And then you just slap him in there. Who would be the most OP if you could take the yellow line? Or it's like, hey, I took Grimgor and all his black orcs are amazing. Took Frains and his Reichsguard are sick. Anyways, 360 turret soul grinders, yes. Yeah, I want cool things. There's a lot of cool things, man. Like, what the crap is this? Why does Empire have the extended roster into like 1 million? when a lot of these units could definitely find a cool place on here, you know? Just like sprinkle it in. The units are already there. All right, you can't pretend that you have like some grand scheme for multiplayer, okay? Just get the units in, all right? Roster bloat is not even a big issue, realistically. Like, you want a roster bloat roster? Not Bretonia. What's a roster that has way too many similar units? Okay, well, let's say ogres, right? So, like, ogres have bowls, bowl dual weapons, bowl iron fists, and iron guts. All of these are basically the same unit. Who cares, right? They have man eaters. They have man eater great weapons. They have gold's man eaters. They have other man eaters like iron fists. They have like 3 types of cavalry that are basically all the same thing. Mornfang cavalry is basically the same thing. There's no downside from having it, right? But there's a little bit of, like, you know, some cool options. Khorne actually does make use of many units based on the situation. I remember there was one faction. Was it lizards? Oh yeah, look at lizards, right? They got Feral Bastillodon, Feral Stegodon, Bastillodon Sotek, Rev Crystal, Carnosaur, Coatl. They got Arwar Carnosaur, Arwar Coatl, Ancient Stegodon, which is very similar to the Feral Dreadsaurian. And then you have a more expensive Dreadsaurian and the Shredder of Lustria. In the end, people just run the Shredder because it's the best, but it's cool that they're here. Oh yeah, Greenskins. I think Greenskins was the one, right? Greenskins have Savage Orcs, which are way too overlappy with everything else. So like Savage Cavalry and normal Cav. A lot of similarities here. Like Night Goblins overlap a lot with normal Goblins, unless you're taking Fanatics. The Archer of the Week over here. Hey, Fohammer, what's up? Thank you for the raid. Yo, does anyone know, are we getting semifinals? Did something happen? Is Turin stream still going? Or where's okay, says 1 sec. We're goodies. I just had to double check. Like, Turin ended his stream like an hour ago. I've just been sitting here. Anyways, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. Alright, back to Demons of Chaos. We must find a way to make Red Olgor viable. He costs as much as a Castle Lord. Okay, bonus 25. Nowhere near Alberic's bonus versus large. What was this? Locus of Grace? Yo, I would actually really like to see if I can make Locus of Grace useful against non-magic attack factions. Because this gets your demonettes rather tanky. The thing is, it lasts 22 seconds. It'll get them to like 50 some odd melee defense. 42% physical resist. Bretonia needs more units. Some shot cav with AP expos would be great. I actually do feel like Cathay could use crossbow cav. Cathay is really weird because they have repeater crossbows, they have cavalry, but no crossbow cav. And we know it exists in game with the Dark Elves. It makes sense that the tech would transfer, but I bet it's because Games Workshop Games Workshop isn't gonna let CA do it, right? Navigator again. All right. So playing versus Chaos Dwarves. The Chowie. The Chaos Dowie are here. So how do we want to do this? Let's see here. Do I have a saved build? Demons of Chaos versus Chaos Dwarves. Okay. Really? Games Workshop is mostly interns? Where do you get that from? Yeah, I kind of like the Demonettes versus Chaos Dwarves in the last match. I like the Demonettes. I like the Fiends. So I don't want to get caught by skirmishers exactly. How do you not get caught? So he bans Decrepit Moor. Valley of Lies. Been a while since I played on this map. Very good for defense though. We'll play Road to Talipine. Still really good for defense. But not as crazy as Valley of Lies. The tree cover will be certainly appreciated. Give Kathy a Protoss carrier. They already gave that to Dwarves. Alright, so he really likes the Kadai Fireborn here. The Kadai are certainly a little bit of a menace. How do we want to do? The final transmutation felt sick last time. It kind of brutalizes the Kadai too. So maybe we just do that. And see if he has some crazy tech to stop us. No Locus of Conjuration though. Sad. Great sadness. I wonder if he's gonna counter build me. You think he's gonna bring a bunch of skirmishers or something? In general, Chaos Dwarves should have it pretty rough. But I gotta really make sure I don't just die to full kite. He might, I don't know. He did see that I changed my build, right? Oh, I guess I can take this. You know what? Sure. Sure, let's go for this build. Is it a very inspired build? No. Will it be okay? Most likely. Yeah, if I just take a bunch of these. Chaos Dwarves shall be no match. Normal Demonettes, man. They're hype. And then you always want just a handful of Furies. And then what? One Changebringer? The one Changebringer is kind of high. Oh, you know, Angels of Decay are actually not bad here. Assuming he doesn't have artillery. Because they kill off the Chaos Dwarf Lord extremely effectively. So I guess we'll go with this. Hopefully we don't get knocked out. Even if we do, we're on the warpath to getting Demons of Chaos to a 56% win rate. Bring the locusts, you know you want to. I want to, but I gotta respect the admin. Triple artillery soul grinder time. Alright, nah, I've just bought basically the same build. If he goes for a bunch of skirmishers, I'll just summon in some blues. The idea is that blues will be enough to ward them off. And then he kind of just ends up wasting his money on skirmishers, right? So I can look at this. I got the tree coverage. We got the mega tree coverage. So we got some sick tree coverage. I got my final transmutation. No locusts, but I do have arcane conduit. That'll mostly make up for it. It's significantly slower regen, but as long as I have final transmutation, eventually I'm happy. Reserves, those the blues, more demonettes, changebringers. There's a good chance that he just doesn't win the air game and the changebringers cook. Alright, like Angels of Decay are here. I think there's a lot here that does well. If he has no, if he can't win the skirmisher, like these guys should do pretty well. They could also kill the artillery piece actually, but I have to be really careful about them. Oh, that's a Kadai destroyer and lots of hobgoblins. The plan is simple. Get the blues. Kadai has a missile resist and physical. A rather absurd amount of armor too. I don't think he has healing for it just yet. I don't want to take too much damage here. If he takes the point, so be it. I'm just gonna farm value off of this guy. Unfortunately, it means no capture points for me. But that's okay. He also has final transmutation. It's pretty easily dodged, though. Can these fiends actually catch these guys? If they have to turn around? I'm hoping their charge speed is enough here. That would be pretty funny. Just barely not enough speed. I think they are barely lacking the speed. I'll accept a goblin charge though, that's okay. Alright, so we got a little bit of damage on his lord. He does heal when I cast spells near him though, so you must be a little wary. Honestly, not feeling too confident about this fight just yet. I'd love to get the Angels of Decay here though, especially if his skirmishers run out of stuff. Interesting to see a second spellcaster too, huh? This is not a terrible place to use the Angels. Ouch. The book, it hurts. You gonna land? Surely he doesn't just land on me. That would be pretty ludicrous. Oh, yeah, he's just kind of getting a lot of skirmish damage. I don't really want to fight a Kadai. So we're just gonna chill. Let's get a little bit of that. He final transmutes me. I only have 5,000 HP, man. Oh, jeez. Okay, that's a little painful. So we both just cast it as a glorious spirit leech, essentially. Angels of Decay are here, though. I think this is where we take the fight. The Demonettes should do okay. The Fiends should give him a hard time, right? Most of these guys have used up their ammunition, so they're not a big threat. Of course, the Angels of Decay should be amazing here. Lord just has to sit back, relax, and chill. Nothing really else demanded of him. I'll stick some Furies on this guy. And with so much money spent on single entities, I should be okay. Furies are doing great, actually. A couple Hobgoblins having a rough day. Dang, the Angels of Decay actually really cook. They are doing quite well. Dang, that's a mass route. I think he might have just spent too much money on his single entities. Angels of Decay are actually really cooking him up hard right now. There we go. We're on our way to a triple. If I can get that final transmutation, I'm happy. Could die, I'm just gonna ignore. It's a very expensive unit here, right? Let's cycle charge some Furies, I guess. That's a pretty big value play. Just gotta make sure my Lord don't die. Angels took a little bit of deeps too. Could have been slightly better for them. But as long as the Kadai doesn't show up, I'm pretty happy. I can even bring in more blues for all these skirmishers we're seeing right now. Might be able to kill his caster. Optimally, we save for the Lord, though. But the fact that he wasn't able to get even a single good burning head is definitely a big plus. So there's the flank capture. There's his Wolf Riders getting mulched into oblivion. I gotta make sure he doesn't... He wants to final transmute me, right? So I guess we just have to back up from that. One final transmutation is over. Now I could summon in some Changebringers. I think that would be the smartest play here. Just get a bunch of Changebringers and then we're good. Dang, he routed. Whoa. I can stick some Furies on him. That could do some work. His Kadai is just kind of chilling. Yeah, I think we are in we're in Changebringer range. Because they'll also kill the Kadai. That'll be really nice. I have air superiority. Full and glorious air superiority. So yeah, we're gonna do it. Changebringers away! In the meantime, Angels of Decay. Best choice they ever made, man. The bullying his Lord away. We still have quite a bit of battle to go through, though, so I definitely have to make sure that we're focused on up trading here. And that I don't let things get out of hand with this Kadai. Because the Kadai absolutely could give me a rough time. That's why we have the Changebringers here. He actually did kill off my Angels of Decay too. Impressive. And he got the... Oh, crap. He got the final transmutation on me. What a guy. Well, crap. Did I get it off? Crap. Ah, crud. Well, that changes things just a wee bit, doesn't it? Now, I still have air superiority. I should have just gone for the Lord trade. Should have simplified like it's just. Should have just simplified. In the end, if I can get one big flamethrower volley on his Lord, we're still okay. Obviously, losing our Lord is a bit of a misplay, right? Changebringers will roasty toasty his Lord, though. So he's taking lots of damage there. This fight against the Kadai is a little bit less pretty. But soon enough, I can resummon my lord. I don't think he's capturing any points anytime soon. And his lord's a little worse for wear, right? I think we're still okay against, against all odds. We're still probably fine. Yeah, there you go. His lord's dead. He has no air. He has no air control. I'll have my guy back soon enough. Realistically, all we gotta do is resummon him, and then we're good. I have ludicrous numbers of changebringers. The guy may have some Kadai, but without any air support, it's pretty rough for him right now, right? These are completely uncontested changebringers. They should have the time of their lives here. I think this was definitely unnecessarily close, but it seems like we'll be okay. My lord is very expensive, but his is very nearly off the battlefield. Kadai are going down very cost effectively. Nice. There is the lord lost. Okay.
One of your units has been destroyed.
We'll just resummon our dude. Thank goodness he has no anti-air right now. We barely got him out of here. Woo. Some good dodges, huh? Okay, and then we got this guy back. All right. So let's get that ability down. And then just start change bringing them. All my value is in my change bringers currently. Now, pretty good damage versus the Kadai. He does have a destroyer. Man, if I just lord traded, could have saved me so much trouble. There we go, though. Kadai are definitely suffering. I'm gonna have no units left, though. I'm gonna actually have no units left. Oh boy, alright. And he has a very juiced up Kadai just chilling there. I don't like that. Can I get a final transportation? Any damage he gets on these guys is rough. Can't afford to really let them die here or even take damage. They have to live so I can desummon them. That's the problem. It's a good route though. So he's kind of just stuck summoning more Kadai. That's good. All right. Get another one of those. All right. Dang, the changebringers trade so slowly. All right, there we go. Get a demonette here, and I just got to recapture a couple points, and we're okay. I definitely kind of goobered this game, though. I could have played this way smarter. Furies are not exactly cooking either. Oh, this ain't good. So I can get a good volley off. They are now out of ammunition, so they get the desummon. And that'll get me at least a little bit of my value back. Kadai do die. Solid. And I can summon in more demonettes to pressure this side. He can't put... There's no way he can contest multiple points together, right? Final transmutation's gonna cook. Just gonna just dive on him. We actually don't have the capture point. Oh my gosh, dude, I'm getting ripped off. I'm getting ripped off, bro. Yo, all right. So now I have to abandon this point. That's not good. The blues refuse to shoot. And now he's starting to get ahead of himself with the points. Dang it. Oh no. I think Chaos Dwarves have a slightly better late game than us. I think even if I do win here, I think he barely got us here. Dude, him just barely getting in range is so bad. And now I can't kill the Kadai. I didn't summon in fiends. Ugh. Well, it happens. Dang, that's brutal though. I think if I had some fiends here, this would be a very different issue. We're still gonna play it out though. There's a non-zero chance that I managed to outmaneuver the guy. I don't have my big demon lord either to kill his Kadai. Oh man. Is he really gonna barely win this? Oh man. Maybe I shouldn't have resummoned my lord and just summoned fiends. I could have had a lot of fiends if I did that. Ah, brutal. It happens though. GG. Well played. Demons of Chaos have fallen. I think if we change up the build a little bit, it's fine. The final transmutation felt okay. How did the Angels of Decay do? They did okay. I do feel like the fiends, they really suffered to the skirmishers that time. That's kind of how the build is rolling right now, right? You either take the skirmishers and potentially get caught by the other build, or you die to this one. And then you go for the big Kadai action. Brutal. At least it means I get to rest. Demons of Chaos still have a good win rate. Let's just do a quick refining of the build. The Demons versus Chaos Dwarves. Yeah, so this would have done much better versus what he had. Maybe I do just stick with this. You can kill the Kadai with this. He would have his 2 heroes. Kadai should die. You should be. I don't know, man. Dude, the skirmishers are a menace. Aren't Kadai Fireborn literally made of fire? Yeah, magic, man. Magic, always. Let's see here. The Fury start, I think you don't need the Noxbringer for this. I think having the Furies at the beginning is not a big loss. I don't know. The Furies don't trade that well. I could have just kept my Lord away too. He did have kind of the counter build to my final transmute build, and it was a tussle. I think I don't have to edit that much. So be it. I am going to go take a break. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. We're gonna peace out. Does the Soul Grind, Tzeentch Soul Grinder? Actually, Tzeentch Soul Grinder, yeah, Tzeentch Soul Grinder's in this build. It does pretty well. But yeah, I am going to take a break. We're gonna end the stream. I will send you Turin's way. Peace out. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And tomorrow we're gonna do a mini stream. We're gonna do a very small mini stream. Peace. Oh man, that's so sad though. I totally had that win. We had him. We had him. All right, anyways, peace. Peace, peace, peace. Oh, wrong button. Ugh.